somebody will recognize you. All these recognitions are byproducts. Okay, the joy of enjoying what you do is the most important thing, and that's what gives you satisfaction. So all those younger colleagues who are in front of me, and this is a small message that I want to give. Enjoy what you do. I mean, there should be a romance in doing I keep telling my students, choose a profession where you don't wait for a Saturday, Sunday, I tell them. So when on a Sunday night, if you are worried that tomorrow is Monday, then you are not in the right job. So I hope all the students who are in front of me would remember that and enjoy what they do. And I'm sure one day the required recognition will come. But more importantly, what you get is the joy of doing what you are doing. So with all that, I once again congratulate all those who are receiving awards today, and I'm sure we will have stronger collaborations. Yesterday also I was mentioning that, and these connections are important. Coming to a conference is basically to get connected to people. And I have started believing this more and more after I have taken a new position as a director of an institute, of bringing people together, making people work together is very essential. And IIM has been doing it for 77 years now. And so I thank IIM for doing this gluing thing. It's like a glue atom in our structural metallurgy we talk about. So bringing people together, IIM has been doing exceedingly well in that, and recognizing people, their excellence. And we hope that we'll keep continuing to do this and ensure that our bonds are strengthened day by day, year after year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Murthy, for taking us down the memory lane and actually making everybody aware that the annual technical meetings of the Indian Institute of Metals, it's not only about work, but creating stronger bonds and creating lifelong memories. Thank you very much for that warm address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be inviting the captain of our ship, holding the baton, our president, Mr. Satish Pai.
So good morning, friends. I think yesterday was an interesting day. It was the international sessions. We had talks from many interesting people. We had the National Metallurgical Awards given away by the Honorable Minister. I think today is the day for IIM, and this is a day where we will give our awards. We will start our technical sessions. So I think, when I got into this IIM role and the circuit, which I have to thank people like Amol Gokhale here, and I thought, when I now have spent the last couple of years, a couple of reflections, and I think, which I wanted to share with you probably because this will be the last time I address you in some depth before we get on with the awards. I think, when you look at IIM, it's an organization that is driven by its chapters. And you have 48 chapters, you have 27 student chapters. I think the role that these chapters play, the activities that they conduct, their ability to attract newer people into the membership, this, I think, is the most fundamental foundation block that will make IIM more relevant going on into the future. So I think it's today, and there are various meetings that will happen. There are, we have tried to invite quite a lot of chapter presidents, people from the student chapters here. I would very much like to have any ideas, suggestions, and open discussions on how the chapters can play a much more involved and stronger role in getting the activities and the networking and things to happen between the members. I think the role, when we were looking at the membership of IIM, this was a proud institute, as he said, 77 years, where the membership went up to about 10,000, and now is sort of flatlined at about 8,000. So I think that we now have to attract a new generation to join the IIM. And I think all of us here have a very important role to play. So I again encourage, if we can get industry, academia, research labs, and as you can see from the participation of all the senior members who are here today, this is fundamentally a fantastic platform that gives you that exposure, gives you that connections to all the top institutes of the country, the top labs of the country, and now more and more the top industries people are represented here. So it should be theoretically a platform that should attract a lot of new members, and we should be doing a lot more activities, a lot more projects, a lot more collaborations. So when I get this opportunity, as we hand out awards to individuals and organizations who have done, I really urge us all to sort of introspect and see how we can take IIM to the next level. I think one of the interesting things I saw when we had to look at all the awards is that as you get to the awards for the more younger and junior people, the number of applicants drops. Whereas at the senior level, you have a lot more applicants. At the junior level, you have very little people applying, which is fundamentally for me a little bit of a worrying sign. So I'm being very sort of open to say that, it is our role now, because the country needs the metals. The country needs, as they advance, whether it's in defense, whether it's in construction, whether it is in automotive, a lot more alloys, a lot more are needed. I don't know if you realize, but anything of any significance in metal gets imported into the country. We are today just fundamentally making raw steel, raw aluminum, but anything that is refined of alloys of a very high grade comes imported into the country. So I don't think we can talk about getting to be a world's #2 economy or getting into anything if we cannot fundamentally change and start to do things internally ourselves. And I think, as yesterday's one of the speakers rightfully said, you can go and take an R&D lab or any of the CTO positions of any of the international companies in the world, and you will find that majority of them are Indians. So why is it that, we can go outside and do all this work, but in our own country, we cannot do it? So I wanted to, maybe kick this off by getting us all to feel a little bit maybe uncomfortable in the morning and say that, what is it that we should do? So with that, I welcome you to the awards, not to take away from all the people who are going to get, or the organizations that will be awarded today, but I do believe that we should be as a little bit more hungry to do a lot more in the coming years. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for very beautifully putting that India today is definitely a world power, a global leader, and a lot of the contribution to our national GDP comes from the metal sector. But the future to make even India greater lies in the hands of our future generations. So all the very best to all of you. And now we'll begin with the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, the IIM Core Awards in 4 segments, 21 categories and 46 awardees. All the very best. And to take over the proceedings, I would request and invite Brigadier Arun Ganguly, a Secretary General, the Indian Institute of Metals, to kindly come forward, please. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we are starting with the awards?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you on behalf of Mr. Somnath Guha, who's our Honorable Treasurer. Somehow he's having a very bad sore throat, so he won't be in a position to make the announcement for the presentation. So I am doing this onerous duty of announcing the awards. With that, at the outset, I welcome all of you, and I start off with the awards proceedings. The first award is the IIM Honors, and the IIM Honor Award has been awarded to Dr. S.V. Kamath, I request Dr. S.V. Kamath to please come on the stage. He's the Secretary, DDR&D, and the Chairman, DRDO, Defense Research Development Organization, and an immediate former President. He's been conferred with honors, IIM Honorary Membership 2023. And I request Dr. Kamath to please give a response speech.
All the distinguished panelists here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great honor to receive this, although I didn't have to do much, but since I was the ex-president, I'm getting this honor. It is indeed a very promising time to be a material scientist or a metallurgist. Our country is growing, and growth cannot happen without the metal and the material sector. I'm a bit disappointed to see the audience, the size of the audience. I would have expected a lot more, considering that Bhubaneswar is the center of the extractive metallurgy part of materials. Yesterday it was full, yeah.
So maybe they'll come getting up now.
So my best wishes to all of you, I think, who are starting off on their journey in this promising sector. And as Mr. Pai and some of the other members said, please take risks, put in your best efforts, and the country will always be very thankful to you. Our Prime Minister has set us a goal to become a developed country by 2047, and it is in your hands to transform the country into a developed country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the next, I am honorary membership and conferred to Mr. Kushal Shah, former Secretary General of the Indian Institute of Metals. I request Mr. Kushal Shah, please come on the stage. I request Mr. Kushal Shah to please give a small response speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'd like to thank IIM management for conferring honorary membership to me. And whatever I have achieved in the last 5 years as Secretary General of IIM is basically due to the cooperation and the help received from my colleagues at IIM head office, IIM council, and IIM chapters, which are spread pan-India, about 48 chapters now, and the student chapters. And I was fortunate to work with dynamic presidents of IIM to be able to open 3 new chapters and revive 5 dormant IIM chapters. And I was able to implement systemic work procedure to achieve a good amount of cost saving, cost reduction all over. And I'm proud to say that IIMHO did not have to let go of any of its employees during the trying times of the pandemic. And it was also a lesson to learn to manage the whole operations on a remote manner. So now also I'm glad to announce when I left IIM is independent financially and not dependent on the surplus to be made from annual events like IIM ATM, which is now happening now, or the biennial event like 4Ms. So that is a good thing. And I was also fortunate to be part of a management team which had celebrated Platinum Jubilee of IIM in the year 2021. And good part of that event was, it was led by Jamshedpur chapter, and they made a good amount of surplus, about 2 crores, and out of which 1 crore was set aside to form a Platinum Jubilee in a corpus, and which is now giving out awards to the best startup. I think it's being planned sometime during the course of today and tomorrow. And finally, I would tell you that I'm happy to be a part of IIM. I was there. I remain as a part of IIM in the future also. And I hope you all have a good time to learn a lot from this deliberation going to happen today and tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And the third IIM honorary membership is conferred to Dr. Debashish Mukherjee. He is a former executive director and in charge RDCS, Steel Authority of India, Ranchi, and a former chair professor of Ministry of Steel, National Institute of Advanced Manufacturing and Technology. I request Debashish Mukherjee, please give us a response speech.
Distinguished personalities on the dais today, members of the audience, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a very good morning to all of you. Well, it was my privilege, honor, good fortune, whatever you might say, to have been associated with the Indian Institute of Metals, the oldest metallurgical professional fraternity in the country. And in fact, my association with this IIM spans for almost 4.5 decades. Since my first enrollment in the R&D Center for Iron and Steel, Steel Authority of India in Ranchi in 1978, as a young engineer and scientist. It was really wonderful for me to witness the growth of the institute. The institute, which has been dedicated for the purpose of research, advancement, application in material science, technology, and presently now being acknowledged as one of the premier metallurgical organization and a professional body in the country. It gives me a lot of content to be a part of this journey and maybe in my own humble way to have contributed in the process of the growth. Today, I feel very honored, and it's a matter of pride that I am being conferred this IIM honorary membership on behalf of the Institute with whom I had such a long association. I would like to thank the Institute of Metals and would like to extend my deepest gratitude. Generally, such awards are given as an amalgamation of the notable work contributions that is made over a period of time. Now, I personally feel that such contribution cannot be credited to a particular individual as such, because the reason being that it is a composite amalgamation of the different types of contributions, the support, the help, the advice given by numerous persons, be it seniors, be it colleagues, juniors, who actually make this contribution very evident and visible. So I would like to sincerely thank all my colleagues, seniors, who have been a part of this, my exercise in the service career, firstly in the R&D Center for Iron and Steel, and secondly, later in the National Institute of Advanced Manufacturing Technology, that's also in Ranchi. Now, as an ordinary member, as well as the president of the IIM Ranchi chapter in 2009 and 10, I had tried to make a conscious effort in terms of
promoting the goals of IIM, be it in organizing national and international seminars, metallurgical day meets, besides, of course, disseminating technical awareness amongst the industrial fraternity, the IIM members, and the engineering and the school students. So I would again wish and thank the people who have helped me, who have assisted me in that progress. And knowledge, perhaps, is the most enabling factor that helps one to contribute in one's professional field, as well as to the society at large. That's the reason in our society, our knowledge preceptors, our teachers, are given the highest pedestal because of their self-sacrifice. In fact, our scriptures, and specifically the Taittiriya Upanishad, says Acharya Deva Bhava. That means to respect your teachers as God. I sincerely thank to all my teachers who, right from my school days till my higher education, as well as in my professional life, who have contributed and shaped my well-being as well as my growth. Some of my teachers, and some of you who will surely know them, includes Professor Ranjit Kumar Ray, the erstwhile professor in our Bengal Engineering College, Shibpur, and NIIT Kanpur, Professor Arun Kumar Seal, the head department of the Metallurgical Engineering and principal of the erstwhile Bengal Engineering College, Shibpur, and Professor Raymond Edmund Smallman, my PhD guide in the Department of Metallurgy and Physical Metallurgy and Science of Materials in the University of Birmingham in UK. I am also deeply indebted to Dr. Shalak Misra, who was a sort of founding member of the R&D Center, as well as he has been my mentor and guide all throughout since the very first day I had joined. Now today, 23rd of November, is a very auspicious day for me, specifically being the birthday of my spiritual preceptor, Sri Satya Sai Baba. My humble salutations to him for his blessings. I once again thank the Indian Institute of Metals and everybody in the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we come to the IIM core category awards. There are 20 categories and 46 awards. I request our president, Mr. Satish Pai, and all the dignitaries on the stage, please give away the award. First is the IIM Tata Gold Medal 2023. It's conferred Mr. Bibhu Mishra, an advisor, Manufacturing Center of Excellence, Hindalco Industry Limited, Bhubaneswar. I request Mr. Bibhu Mishra to come on the stage to receive the award. He has been awarded in recognition of his outstanding contribution in advancement of art and science relating to metallurgical industry / metallurgical science. The next award is IIM G.D. Birla Gold Medal 2023. Is awarded to Dr. Raghavinder Tiwari, an outstanding scientist and Associate Director, Material Group Head, Material Science Division, Baba Atomic Research Center. I request Dr. Raghavinder Tiwari to receive the award. He has been awarded in recognition of his continuing and outstanding research work in the field of material science and technology. Thank you, sir. The next award is IIM TSL New Millennium Award 2023 is awarded to Mr. Sharad Raghunath Suryavanshi. He is an Executive Director, works in Steel Authority of India, Rourkela Steel Plant. He has been awarded in recognition of his original contribution in the area of blast furnace-based iron making. Dr. Sharad Raghunath Suryavanshi. Thank you. The next award is IIM Hindustan Zinc Gold Medal 2023. It is awarded to Ms. Vaishakhi Salil Nondi. She is a Senior Manager, Center Materials and Process Laboratory, Foundry and Forge Division, Hindustan Aeronautical Limited, Bangalore. She has been awarded for her recognition in commendable contribution in the non-ferrous metallurgical industry. Thank you, Ms. Nandi. The next award is IIM SR Gold Medal 2023 is awarded to Dr. T. Bhaskar, Chief Technology Officer, Tata Steel Long Products. He has been awarded in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the metallurgical industry in general and in the field of secondary steel making, electrometallurgy in particular. Thank you, sir. Next is IIM Mekon Award 2023. It is awarded to Ms. Sutanvi Lahiri. She is a Scientific Officer E of Baba Atomic Research Center. She has been awarded in recognition of her outstanding work in the development of process, engineering, equipment, and system design. Ms. Sutanvi Lahiri. Thank you, Ms. Lahiri. Next is IIM NALCO Gold Medal 2023 is awarded to Mr. Kaushikaran Mishra, Head Operation, Alumina Refinery, Vice President Utkal Alumina International Limited. He has been awarded in recognition of his distinguished contribution to the aluminum industry concerning research and production of bauxite, alumina, aluminum, and its product in India. Mr. Kaushikaran Mishra. Now the next award is the IIM SAIL Gold Medal 2023. It is awarded to the principal author, Mr. Praveen Kumar, who is the manager, Shape Rolling RDCIS Steel Authority of India. He has been awarded as the product author of the technical paper on innovation in thermomechanical processing to develop high-strength steel plates, published in the Transactions of the Indian Institute of Metals 75 2069 to 2076 in the year 2022. Along with, there are 4 core authors who have been presented with Certificate of Merit. I just call upon their names. They are requested, please come on the stage. The first, Mr. Arunava Dasgupta, ex-CGM Quality ISP ISCO SAIL. They have not come. What about the other 4? No, none of them have come. Okay. Okay. I request the co-author to please come on the stage to receive the award on behalf of his partners. The next award is IIM Best Paper on Non-Ferrous Metallurgy, TIIM Medal 2023. The principal author and the award goes to Dr. Raghavendra Tiwari. He is an outstanding scientist and associate director, Material Group Head, Material Science Division, Baba Atomic Research Center. He has been a principal co-author of the technical paper on formation of the layers phase in the NBTI CRX-based alloys, Trans-Indian Instrument Met in 2022. Thank you, sir. And I invite the co-authors, Professor B. Vishwanath, Assistant Professor of Department of Engineering Science, Homi Bhabha, National Institute, Mumbai. Is he here? And Professor Vijay Vasudevan. I guess they are not there. We move to the next award, the IIM Distinguished Educators Award 2023. These are joint awardees in recognition of their distinguished service in the metallurgical education. I invite Professor Rajiv Dey, Professor of Department of Metallurgical and Material Engineering, Jadavpur University, and the co-joint awardee is Professor N.B. Dhoke, who is a Professor of Departmental Metallurgy and Material Science, College of Engineering, Pune Technology University. Since he is not here, I request Mr. S.P. Bhute from the Pune chapter to please come and receive the award. The next award is IIM Dr. A.K. Bose Gold Medal 2023. Is awarded to Mr. Reddy Jashwant Sai from Department of Metallurgical and Material Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. He has been awarded this award in recognition of his ME thesis on comparative study of laser surface melting and the laser surface cladding of H13 tool steel using H13 tool steel powder. He has been adjudged the best for the 2022-23 academic session. Thank you. The next award is IIM Vidya Bharati Prize 2023 and has been awarded to Swarnendu Das, University of Pennsylvania, USA. He started his PhD in August 2023. He is a BTech from IIT BHU Varanasi, May 23. Please. Okay, I request on his behalf the award could be received. He has secured the highest grade in order of merit in the final BTech examination during 22-23 academic session among the all IITs in India. Now the next award is IIM Student Prize 2023 and the first prize goes to Saurav Mohanty of NIT Rourkela. The second prize is for Ramayanal Raha, NIT Durgapur. And the third prize is Sohan Kumar Panda of NIT Rourkela. Saurav Mohanty, who is the first prize winner, he has secured the highest marks in order of merit in the final BTech examination during 22-23 academic session among all non-IITs in India. Now I announce the IIM Best Chapter Award 22-23. There are three categories. I start off with a large category The first prize goes to IIM Kalpakam chapter. I And the second prize goes to IIM Bhubaneswar chapter. I request the office bearer of chapters to please come and receive the award. Thank you. Now coming to the Best Chapter Award in the medium category, the winner is IIM Chennai chapter. I request an office bearer from the Chennai chapter to please come and receive the award. In the IIM Best Chapter, in the smaller category, there are two awards. The first prize goes to IIM Kanpur chapter. The awards are conferred for the best overall performance in the chapters category for the financial year 22-23. And in the small category, the second prize goes to IIM Bokaro chapter. I request the office bearers of the Bokaro chapter to please come and receive the award. Now the next award is IIM Professor Brahma Prakash Memorial Quiz Award 2023. The winner is Master R. Shamsun Sundar and Master Arjun Ananthakrishnan. They are from PSBB Senior Secondary School, Chennai. They have been nominated by IIM Chennai chapter. Since they are somebody from the IIM Chennai chapter to come and please receive the award on their behalf. And the runner-up prize goes to Master Nisim Sahu and Master Yash Pratap Singh from Delhi Public School, Angul. Master Nasim Sahu. Now we come to the IIM Fellowship for 2023 that has been conferred on Professor Arvind Agarwal. He is a distinguished university professor, Chair Mechanical and Material Engineering, Director of the School of Biomedical Materials, Mechanical Engineering, Florida University. So I think he is not here. So we go to the next. Next IM Fellowship 2023 is conferred on Mr. Vinay Mahashabde. He is the Chief R&D and Product Technology, Tata Steel Limited. The next IM Fellowship 2023 is conferred on Mr. Manjini Shabandam. He is the Vice President, Technical Services and R&D, JSW Steel Limited, Salemburg. Thank you, sir. And the next IM Fellowship 2023 is conferred on Dr. Jaitirth R. Joshi. He is the Program Director, DRDL, Hyderabad. The next IM Fellowship 2023 is conferred on Dr. C.K. Asnani, Chairman and Managing Director, Uranium Corporation of India Limited. Now we move to IM Certificate of Honor 2023. It has been awarded to Mr. Prem Ganesh, Head Venture, Tata Steel Limited, in recognition of his commendable work in Jamshedpur chapter in organizing flagship events in the overall membership development of chapters, interaction with students in college, and effective coordination with IM head office in various segments. Next is IM Distinguished Contributor Award 2023 is awarded to Dr. Raman Datta, former General Manager, R&D for Iron and Steel Authority of India, Ranchi, and a present consultant, SRTMI, New Delhi, in recognition of his outstanding contribution and exemplary support provided to the Indian Institute of Metals in various capacities. The next award is IM ASM Lectureship 2023 award. There are two categories. One is under 40 years awarded, which has been awarded to Professor Nikhil Dhawan, who is the Associate Professor, Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, IIT Roorkee. And the next IM ASM Lectureship 23 in the category above 40 years is awarded to Professor Krishnanu Bose Abhishwas, Professor, Department of Material Science and Engineering, IIT Kanpur. With this, we come to the one set of award presentation. Now we move on to the IM Organizational Awards. Coming with first, the IM National Sustainability Awards. The Ferrous Division of the Indian Institute of Metal has been organizing the National Quality Competition since 1991 to encourage and recognize quality assurance aspects in the steel sector. The award has been renamed as National Sustainability Award from 2007. The awards are in the category of integrated steel plant, secondary steel and alloy steel plants, and DRI plant oblique pig iron plant oblique major re-rolling units. The IM National Sustainability Award 2023 in the category 1, the large integrated steel plant, there are joint winners. JSW Steel Limited, Vijayanagar Works. And the second winner is the Tata Steel Limited, Jamshedpur. I request the JSW Vijayanagar delegates to please come and receive the award. And the second joint winner, Tata Steel Limited, Jamshedpur. I invite Mr. Chaitanya Bhanu, Vice President, Steel Manufacturing, and the delegates from the Tata Steel Limited. Coming to the second category, that is secondary steel oblique alloy steel plant, there is again a joint winner. The names are JSW Steel Limited, Salem Works, and JSL Hisar. I request Mr. BNS Prakash Rao, ex-VP, Plant Head, and Mr. Sairam Krishna. Yes, sir. The delegates from the JSW Salem to please come and receive the awards. And the second joint winner, JSL Hisar, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, GM Sustainable Cell, to come and receive the award. Thank you, sir. And the third category is the DRI plants, oblique pig iron plants, oblique major re-rolling unit. And this year, the award has been awarded to Kirloskar Ferrous Industry Limited, Kopa. I request Mr. M.G. Nagaraj to come and receive the award. He is the Executive Vice President of the company. Now we come to the non-ferrous Best Performance Award in the non-ferrous categories. The non-ferrous division of the Indian Institute of Metal has been organizing the national quality competition since 2002 to encourage and recognize quality control aspects of the non-ferrous sector. The awards are in the categories of units oblique plant of a large integrated production organization, secondary processing and fabrication plant of the non-ferrous product, and the third is the units engaged in casting and forging of non-ferrous metals and its alloys. The first category, that's a large integrated manufacturing plant, and this year the award goes to Hindustan Copper Limited. I request Mr. Ghanshyam Sharma, CMD of the Hindustan Copper Limited, to come and receive the award. Okay, I would request the delegates from the Hindustan Corporation Limited to come and receive the award. Copper. I stand corrected, Hindustan Copper Limited. The next award is the secondary processing / fabrication plant other than the casting and forging. And this year, the award goes to Hindalco Industry, Hirakud. I invite Mr. Sandeep Roy, President and Head, Downstream FRP, and Mr. Soumitra Roy, Joint President and Unit Head of Hirakud FRP, and the other delegates from the Hindalco Industry, Hirakud. And the next category of award is the casting and forging. This year, the award goes to Jain Resource Recycling Private Limited. I invite Mr. Sachint Jain, the director from the Jain Resource Recycling Private Limited, to come and receive the award. And the next category of awards is the IM Material Technology Startup Award. This is the second year this award has been given since its inception. And the first prize goes to Salah Power Tech Private Limited for demonstration of outstanding overall performance in the field of metallurgical and material engineering and technology. I invite the delegates from them to receive the award. Oh, I don't have the name. Mr. Ashwani Pandey and Shubhankar Pati. And this year, the Jury Appreciation Award has also been conferred to Sera Tatva Innotech Private Limited. I request the delegates from the company to come and receive the award. And Professor Ravi Kumar is receiving the award on behalf of the company. Now I request the guests to please be seated, sir. We start off with the next on the agenda is the IM book series launch, and I request and invite Dr. U. Kamachi Mudali, Chief Editor, IM book series, to please come on the stage, and I hand over to him for the balance of the proceedings as regard the book's launch is concerned. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Honorable President, IIM, Vice Presidents, other distinguished functionaries of IIM on the dais, former presidents of IIM, council members, chapter office bearers, fellow members of IIM, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Indian Institute of Metals in the year 2006, that was the Diamond Jubilee year, started a book series jointly with Universities Press as partner, which was initiated by Dr. Baldev Raj, late Dr. Baldev Raj, former president of IIM. The purpose of initiating this IIM book series was to give a perception, to give a publicity to IIM all over the world by making books of very high value, quality, in collaboration with an international book publisher. So this started in 2006, and a number of books have been published, and these books have been co-published by CRC Press USA also. From 2016, the book series is under MOA with Springer Nature, after seeing our successful collaboration with Springer with respect to transactions of IIM. And we have published more books and monographs and proceedings after peer review since then. Today, with the 2 books that will be released, we have totally 24 books of very high quality that have been released under this IIM book series. And I think we should recall the great contribution of Dr. Baldev Raj, who made this initiative in 2006. And I'm very proud to tell you that the editorial advisory board, with me as editor-in-chief, have Dr. Divakar Ramchandran, as the member secretary for this book series, and the editorial advisory board has Professor Bikramjit Basu from IISc Bangalore, Dr. Suman K. Misra from CGCRI Kolkata, Dr. N. Iswara Prasad, formerly DMSRD Kanpur, Dr. SVS Narayan Murthy from LPSC Trivandrum, Dr. R.N. Singh from BRC Mumbai, and Dr. R. Balamurali Krishnan, DMRL Hyderabad. And you can see the number of books that have been released in the next slide, glimpses of the book covers. And last year we have released a treatise on corrosion science, engineering and technology, and handbook of synthesis strategies for advanced materials in Hyderabad. And today we are going to release 2 books. The first book is on the new horizons in metallurgy, materials and manufacturing. And the second one is the handbook on material science. I'm sorry, last year it was released, and this year we'll be releasing Indian Metallurgy, the Platinum Years, and Handbook of Material Science. I would like to invite the editors of this book, Indian Metallurgy, the Platinum Years, Dr. R. Divakar, Dr. S. Narayanamurthy, Dr. S. Srikanth, and Dr. Amol Gogle to the dais to join with President IIM. Unfortunately, we have not received the books due to logistic reasons, but we have the covers of the books. I would like to request the President to hand over them to the editors. Coinciding with the Platinum Jubilee year of the IIM, this book brings out technical articles written by the industry leaders, eminent technocrats, and other professionals. And several professionals from industry, R&D and academic institutions share their journey as articles. It has an excellent compilation of technical articles tracing the 75 years of metallurgical science, engineering and technology developed in the nation, along with a forecast covering the next 25 years too. And also the book chronicles the significant advances made in the field of metallurgical science, engineering and technology in India, presenting the historical perspective and prospects in the format of a technical volume. I thank the editors. The next book is to be released is part of 10 volumes of Handbook on Material Science. Today we are releasing the volume 1 on optical materials. The editors are Raghumani S. Ningdujam and Dr. A.K. Tyagi from Baba Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. Due to pressing requirements, they could not come. I think, however, it is being joined by Dr. Raghavendra Tiwari. Please join. And this book presents the state-of-the-art coverage of optical materials and their applications in various areas. This is volume 1. There are 9 more volumes that are to be brought out in this series. The contents of this volume 1 range from basic principles to quantum cutting luminescent materials, advances in plasmonic and photonic substrate coupled fluorescence, lanthanide doped materials for optical electronics, thermoluminescence and optical material for sensing radioactive elements. It also discusses the synthesis, characterization and properties of optical materials, including nanomaterials, luminescent nanomaterials for anti-counterfeiting, carbon materials-based nanoscale optics and plasmonics, optoelectronics applications of two-dimensional materials and applications of lanthanide ion-doped phosphors. The book is of immense value to those in academia and industry working in the areas of material science, especially optical materials. It has 10 chapters and 916 pages. Since the others could not come, Dr. Tiwari was here? Yeah, thank you so much. And these are the 2 books. And the books in progress, printing in progress, we have 2 books already in the printing process. Materials for Defense Applications, Volume 1 on Functional Materials, Volume 2 on Engineering Materials. This is under printing. And the editors are Dr. N. Iswara Prasad, formerly DMSRDU Kanpur, and Professor R.J.H. Vanhill and Dr. D.K. Setuva. The second one is the Advances in Material Science, Fundamentals and Applications as part of the 10 volumes of the Handbook on Material Science. The editors are R.S. Ningdujam and Dr. A.K. Tyagi. This has got 9 volumes, and one of the volume will be released during the next NMD ATM, IIM ATM that will be conducted in future. So I want to make an appeal to all the participants here that please try to make books under this IIM Springer book series. Books are very good treasures for keeping your resources forever and also helping the younger generation to learn about what has happened in the past. I'm sure that all of you will help IIM to flourish this IIM Springer book series to publish more books in the future. Thank you very much.
Now I invite Ms. Suvira Srivastava from Springer. She's the publishing director, and I request her to say a few words to the audience. Ms. Suvira Srivastava.
So, good morning all of you. With the kind permission of chair, I have a couple of things to share. I request Dr. Suvira also to join. So, all of you are aware that I have a piece of information and a piece of a request to all of you. So, first thing is, I'm Chief Editor of Transactions of Indian Stock Metals, and you know, all of you have, all members of IIM have free online access to transactions. I hope all of you are using it, and if you are not using, please use it. Second thing is, you all have free online access to Metal News. So if you are, I think it's having very good quality articles, and it will be very useful for all of you. And please utilize the facility that is given to members. And now I just want to request all of you. You know, the Transactions of Indian Stock Metals is published by internationally renowned publisher Springer. It has an impact factor of 1.6. And if you look at the table of contents, you can see that the foreign articles are outnumbering the domestic articles. Many of you are doing work in cutting edge areas. What I request you is, please submit your best papers to transactions. We have to take, this is the flagship journal of Indian Institute of Metals, and we have to take it to next level. Now it is in Q2 category, now we have to take it to Q1 category, improve the impact factor, improve the visibility. I request all the faculty members, all the research scholars to submit at least one cutting edge article to transactions. So this is my request. Now I request Dr. Subira, from the publisher side, we have awards. Okay, so because it is published by Springer, they have kindly consented to give best paper awards, award winners, 500 euro gift vouchers. So I request the SAIL gold medal winners, Mr. Praveen Kumar, Mr. Arunava Das Gupta, Mr. Biswajit Sarkar, Mr. Kalipadam Maiti, and Sonu Kumar Gaud. Please come and please receive the gift vouchers, please. I request dignitaries on the dais to join. Now we have the IIM best paper on non-ferrous metallurgy, Dr. Raghavendra Tiwari, Professor B. Vishwanath, Professor Ashok Vijay K. Vasudevan. I request them to come onto the dais and receive the gift vouchers. Friends, we also have 5 best reviewer awards. You know, no journal can survive without reviewers. So Springer has kindly consented to give away 250 euro gift vouchers to all the best reviewers. You know, best reviewers are, their names are displayed in the website of Transactions of Indian Institute of Metals, and Springer is giving top 5 reviewers 250 euro gift vouchers. So I request Dr. Sai Karthik from BRC to come onto the dais. Dr. Anirban Patra, Associate Professor, IIT Bombay. If somebody is representing him, please come and take. Anyone from IIT Bombay? Dr. Professor Gokhale? Okay. Yeah. Next award, next best reviewer is Madhavi Yarlagadda. Earlier she was with ARCA, currently with NIT, and if anyone is there on her behalf, she is preoccupied. Anybody is there? Okay, we'll pass it on. Then next person is Dr. Subrata Panda, NIT Rourkela. Dr. Subrata Panda, NIT Rourkela. Anyone is there from NIT Rourkela? Rourkela, yeah, please come. Yeah, the last person is Dr. Praful Sinha, BARC, Bombay. I request him to come. Yeah, yeah, you are substitute. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this valuable time in this prime time. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Suvira, just you can address the gathering.
Distinguished guests on the dais, in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today to narrate a story which can be best described in this Hindi couplet. कौन कहता है कामयाबी किस्मत तय करती है, इरादों में हो हिम्मत तो मंजिलें भी झुका करती है. And this is the story of the transactions of the Indian Institute of Metals, obviously published by IIM. And I know about the journal when we started it. We started publishing this, and when I say we, I'm representing Springer Nature, the global publisher. We have a very, very strong presence in India also. So when we started publishing this journal, that was 2008, I remember. And in that year, we published 6 issues and 76 articles. And do you know the journey that we have traversed so far? In last year, we published 12 issues and almost 370 articles while maintaining the acceptance and rejection rates as per global standards and even stricter than that, because the board is very, very particular about those things. So this is a journey that we have achieved together. And as rightly said by the editor-in-chief, we have achieved the highest impact factor, all-time highest impact factor last year, 1.6. We are already in Q2. In the ranking of journal citations indicator, we are also in Q2 ranking of Scopus. So, the story, it is truly a journey that can be well defined in the words of French aviator and poet who said that as for the future, your task is not to foresee, but to enable it. And that is what our editorial board and our editor-in-chiefs, of course, the current editor-in-chief who was very much here, very proudly, announcing all these reviewer awards also, Dr. S.V.S. Narayan Murthy, our former editor-in-chief who always remains the foundation and the guiding light for this journal, Professor B.S. Murthy, who's sitting over here, and many other stalwarts that have taken this journal with their vision, with their dedication, passion, and their relentless drive. This is the outcome of what we have achieved together, and it couldn't have been achieved without the support of such wonderful reviewers. You are our foundation, and that is what, Dr. S.V.S. Narayan Murthy mentioned. We need you. We look up to you. This is the aspirations of our Indian researchers. We have reached a stage when we can take this journal to such a height that it comes in the publishing strategy of all international authors. Let's do it together. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to join and collaborate, because as it says, यूं जमी पर बैठकर क्यों आसमां देखता है, यूं जमी पर बैठकर क्यों आसमां देखता है, पंखों को फैला उड़ने दे, यही ज़माना चाहता है. So let's make that udan, let's do that together. Let's do it together in a way that this journal becomes the flagship journal, not just of IIM, but of this country, of the aspirations of our researchers. With that, thank you so much with folded hands for giving us an opportunity to address you all. Please, as Dr. S.V.S. Narayan Murthy said, visit this journal, make this part of your publishing strategy. That is what we expect from you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity once again.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and congratulations to all the awardees for adding colors and feathers to their achievements. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the celebratory IIM Core Awards, I'm going to invite and request, I must say, a man with a knowledge of like an ocean and energy like a 16-year-old, Professor V.S. Murthy, sir, our Vice President, the Indian Institute of Metals. Sir, please, I would request you to propose a vote of thanks.
Good morning, friends. Once again, nice to come in front of you. Very pleasant duty that has been given to me to propose a vote of thanks. First of all, thanks to all my friends on the dais, starting from our president and the vice presidents and previous president, Professor Mohanty Saab. Sorry, sir. Professors will always call everybody as professor. And the great former presidents who are all there in front of me and all the award winners. Again, as you can see, I mentioned it in the morning, we have starting from honorary membership award, which is the highest honor that we give in an IIM, to a Brahm Prakash Memorial Quiz. The youngest 10th and 11th and 12th grade students who get this award, IIM covers everyone. Okay, so that's the spirit of IIM. And that we have been celebrating that year after year. So I would like to congratulate all those award winners today who have achieved milestones in their life and become and remain as inspirations for everyone in the future who are going to get these awards. I also would like to congratulate all the organizations which have won various awards, all the chapters, whether it is a large or a medium or a small chapter awardees, and the best paper awards in the Trans IIM, and the reviewers who have been supporting Trans IIM. You know, in any journal, these reviewers are the most crucial. The impact factor of a journal to a large extent depends on how good quality papers that you publish. So the critical review of a paper is most crucial for any journal. We have moved, I remember, almost like 0.4 or so impact factor to 1.6 today. This would not have happened if the reviewers have not given a strong support. So I would like to once again thank, only 5 of them got the best reviewer award, but we have almost 500 reviewers who support Trans IIM in a big way. So I would like to thank all of them who are possibly, some of them are present here, some of them are not present here. So I would like to thank all of them on behalf of the chief editor of Trans IIM. And I had always kept one thing in mind, that every one of my students publishes one paper before they finish their PhD to a large extent in Trans IIM. So this is something I request all of you professors who are sitting here, if you want our own journal, which is our IIM journal, to really come up to the standards. We always say Medtrans should be at least our target to reach. And if we want to reach that, it is important that good quality journals, papers are published. Thank you very much for all of them. And last but not the least, all the jury who have been behind all these awards that we have given, they are all like playback singers. They sit at the back and then pick up the best, and they have done great job in identifying the excellence and bringing that excellence to be rewarded, and which is what you have seen today. And I would like to thank all the jury for their wonderful job, their meticulous job. And in spite of all, most of these jury members are very senior members and very busy people. And in spite of their busy schedules, they participated in it. Number of online meetings took place. I remember all of them. And they have given their time because of their love that they have to IIM. Okay? And ultimately, it is that love that we all have to IIM is something that brings all of us together. And I would like to thank every one of the 8,000 members possibly now of IIM. I would like to thank every one of those members for being a part of IIM and strengthening IIM year after year. Thank you very much, friends. And once again, Thanks to all those, the numbers have increased in the audience now. Thanks to all those who have been here cheering people and cheering success. And I'm sure that together we can do many more great things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for proposing the vote of thanks and hereby concluding the IIM Core Award ceremony. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for a short tea break. आप सभी से अनुरोध है 15 मिनट का हम tea break लेंगे. And please join us back in time. And also, there are a couple of important information that I would like to give you. The first is the Chapter Relation Committee meeting is scheduled to be at 11 a.m. at Kids Tower, for which the vehicle will be right outside waiting for you, so please join us if you want to be there. And also there are some prizes worth up to 50,000 giving in the expo area, so please visit and participate in the quizzes and everything. If you would like to go for a visit to IIMT, the bus will be leaving the campus at 2 p.m., so please join us for the same. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join us for a short tea break of 15 minutes, post which we will be beginning with our CEO panel discussion too. I request you all once again to please join us on time. Thank you very much. Sir, is this your time? I have 4 minutes.
Veera, can you just come for a minute? We were just wondering with the president.
Gathering, we are going to Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting with our CEO panel discussion. I request everybody to kindly settle down. And those of our participants who are outside the auditorium, if you may please walk in and take your seats. We'll be starting with our CEO panel discussion. Before that, couple of things as a reminder. Please do visit the expo area. There are quizzes and there are so many things, so many activities happening around there where if you participate, you have the chance to win prizes up to 50,000 rupees. Everybody who would like to take a visit to the IIMT, bus will be leaving from the premises at 2 p.m. You may join us for the same. And also for the Chapter Relation Committee meeting, next bus from the auditorium, outside the auditorium, will be leaving at 2 p.m. also. If you wish to join us, please be there at 2 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, for our CEO panel discussion for the day, we will be joined by Shri Atanu Bhaumik, Director in Charge, Rourkela Steel Plant, SAIL. We will be joined by Shri Kumar S&T, Executive Vice President and Head, Minerals and Metals, Strategic Business Group, L&T. As our panelist, we'll be also joined by Mr. Daniel Brunelli Brondex, Country Head India, Fives Group. As a panelist, we'll be joined by Mr. Kailash Pandey, President and Cluster Head, Hindalco Industries, and Mr. Sunil Gupta, COO, Vedanta Limited Aluminium Business. And the session will be moderated by Professor Kumar Mahanti, Director Corporate Relations, KIIT. So ladies and gentlemen, you must have gotten an idea that how interesting the CEO panel discussion is going to be. Before we begin, there are a couple of more minutes. I would request everybody to kindly settle down, take your seats, as we will be starting with our CEO panel discussion shortly. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The post-tea break, I guess our participants are right outside the auditorium. I would begin by requesting them to kindly walk in and settle down. This much-awaited CEO panel discussion is about to commence now, and we are going to get some really interesting ideas and probably, if time permits, then some questions from our audiences as well. So that is why we want to start the session as quickly as possible. I would thank our panelists and our moderator for being so much on time and with us to start the discussion. So as I begin this session, I would welcome on stage, ladies and gentlemen, as our panelists, we have Shri Atanu Bhaumik, Director in Charge, Rourkela Steel Plant, SAIL. Shri Bhaumik, a metallurgist from National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, joined Rourkela Steel Plant in the year 1988 in the blast furnace department. He worked there for 29 years, serving in various capacities, learning the intricacies of iron making, and rose to the position of Chief General Manager in the year 2016. The rest is history, sir. A very good morning and a welcome to a 77th Annual Technical Meeting. As our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, we have the presence of Shri Kumarasan T, Executive Vice President and Head Minerals and Metals Strategic Business Group, L&T. Sir is a graduate in mechanical engineering from University of Madras. He is a chartered engineer and a fellow member of the Institute of Mechanical Engineers, as well as a certified project management associate from the International Project Management Association. He has undergone management programs at various elite institutes in both domestic and international arena, including IIM Ahmedabad, Bangalore, and Kolkata, and GLDP from Ross School of Business, Michigan, and Global CEO program from the Harvard Business School. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir, to today's panel. Our next panelist today, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Daniel Brunelli Brondix. He is the country head of India for Fives Group. Country head India for Fives, it's an engineering group who supplies process equipment for M&E, including some of the India's leading industrial companies. He is a member of the executive committee since 2003. He joined Fives Group in the year 1991 and has more than 20 years of experience as managing director of a number of companies located in 12 countries and as head of business units in steel, glass, and aluminium. Since 2014, he is responsible for the corporate management of the Indian companies and the business development of Fives. He holds an engineering degree from INSA Lyon and an MBA from EN Lyon, France. A very, very warm welcome to you to the panel today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist, we have the presence of Mr. Kailash Pandey, President and Cluster Head, Hindalco Industries Limited. Having a total experience of 28 years, he has joined Hindalco as a graduate engineer training, served in Renukot for 19 years, after which he served 6 years in Aditya Alumina Lapanga. Currently, he is serving as a president and cluster head of Sambalpur cluster. He is a certified business coach, energy auditor, and he's also co-chairman of the IIM ATM core committee. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a huge round of applause and welcome our panelists and our dignitaries to today's panel discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist, Mr. Sunil Gupta, Chief Operating Officer of Vedanta Aluminium Business. A dynamic and result-oriented leader with a strong track record of performance in aluminium industry and cement plants. He utilizes keen analysis and insights and team approach to drive organizational improvements and implementation of best practices. With an industry experience of 3 decades, he was previously the CEO of the Vedanta Limited Jharsuguda and is now the COO of Vedanta Limited Aluminium Business. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the moderator of the session, we have the presence of Professor Kumar Mahanti, Director, Corporate Relations, KIIT, with a B.Tech in PGDM from Xavier's Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar, and with more than 14 years of experience as a marketing manager with NICO, and then as a branch manager with Jensen and Nicholson, and Phenolex Cables as an AGM sales, and also as a business head with IMS before joining it. And now with that, I welcome our panelist, I welcome our moderator, and I would request Professor Kumar Mahanti to take the proceedings forward.
talk about how it has worked for them in their organizations. And if time permits, we'll take one or two questions from the audience. So if I can start with Mr. Gupta in terms of your views on the team project.
So, good morning all of you, and it gives me really great pleasure to be here in this conference. Arranges this KIT University, and it's really fabulous campus, and I must congratulate the management of KIT University that it's a wonderful facility here. So, I think this is the conference where industry leaders and academics are involving for the discussion on the sustainability. And I think this is the need for the time. And when we are talking about the aluminum industry, sustainability plays a very, very important role because we are the power-intensive industry. And when I talk about the Vedanta, because Vedanta is a leading ultra and ultra rich in the form of pellets used all across the globe, and we are already supplying to different countries in the globe. Secondly, the wire rods also we have started producing low carbon wire rods, and that is also offering a sustainable product range in the market. We are already supplying our product to the 60 countries from the Vedanta Aluminium, and we are now ensuring that all our whatever material we are supplying is up to the quality, and we are working towards to reduce the carbon footprint by optimizing the operations in our plants. I am also proud to share the Vedanta ranked first in corporate sustainability assessment by S&P Global 2023, and while Vedanta Aluminium ranks second in this prestigious sustainability assessment. The implementation of climate implementation initiative covering, we are now taking a lot of initiative for filing the biomass. Biomass is also because we have the guideline from CPCB to have the 5% use of biomass in our power plant. We have already started this biomass in our co-filing process. We are using the biodiesel, and rain harvesting is the key for the success, which we have implemented in our plants and locations, wherein by ensuring 0.2 million cubic meter of rain harvesting water annually. The supply chain, logistics, we have our refinery in Lanjigarh, and we have our dedicated rakes, trains for transportation of alumina. We have 14 rakes, our own rakes, and which is reducing the carbon footprint because it is reducing the vehicular traffic, and thereby we are ensuring for reduction of the carbon footprint. Similarly, the rail coefficient for the edge transportation and other finished good, we are using only the rail, and the rail coefficient is to the tune of 55%. Our TAT for the bulk fertilization via railways for the ocean transport, and Vedanta Aluminium is the first company who has replaced all our forklifts inside the plant by lithium-based forklifts, and these are the total number of 49 numbers. And we have also ensuring that how are we going to do the advocacy for support of carbon pricing policies, which has started just now. So these are the initiatives which we have taken in Vedanta Aluminium, and we are ensuring that how can we really ensure the sustainability each and every operation of the plant. So to close this, Vedanta Aluminium is very, very highly committed for the sustainable operation of their plant operation across the country, and we are working with the government of India to make India initiative of the Atmanirbhar and ensuring that make in India for the world. So I must thank the entire management team who is really conducting this kind of conference in Bhubaneswar, and they have given me a chance to speak over here. So I must thank Dr. Mohanty also. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I think it's wonderful to hear that your internal targets are much ahead of the target that the government of India has set. Can we have Daniel to talk about your views on the theme briefly, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mohanty, for being part of this panel. Maybe just a couple of words to introduce FIVS. So the challenge of sustainability of FIVS Group, which is a French engineering company, has always been there. It's part of our DNA because we started 220 years ago, and to be able to survive through 3 industrial revolutions, you need to to reinvent yourself regularly and to always innovate as being part of our business. So in terms of operations today, Fifth Group is about 8,500 people. We have 3 divisions. One is called high precision machines. So we design special machines. Yes, sorry. Special machines for tailoring for carbon fibers, also grinding machines and laser cutting machines for the automotive aerospace industries. That's one area. A second division is what we call smart automation solutions. We mostly geared towards doing sorting equipment and warehousing equipment for the e-business, the e-commerce. So it's a part of what we call the new economy. We're also proposing what we call e-mobility solutions. So it's mostly to do with electric vehicle, to be able to make assembly lines for making batteries and so on. So but the one which is of more interest today, it's probably the one for some of you who know our technology, is more to do with the divisions which we call process technologies, which is where we supply some equipment and some solutions for the aluminium and the steel industries, but also we supply also for the glass industries, for the cement, for the energy, and also some cryogenic equipment that we supply. So if we go in terms of sustainability, our commitment that we are doing now, of course, we have our own internal rules. We set ourselves to reduce our own energy consumptions and our carbon footprint by 30% from 2019 baseline to before 2030. It's clearly what we need to do to ourselves, what we must apply. Of more interest to everybody in this room is the fact that we try to provide some innovative solutions to help our clients to reduce their carbon footprint and to improve their of course, the quality and improve the economic situation of each company. So that's the one which I think is of more interest to discuss around this table. And also the third commitments that we are doing to try towards our journey to reduce for sustainability is also to transition our business towards lower carbon activities. For example, we do manufacture more and more cryogenic equipment to meet the hydrogen technologies, especially with liquefaction of hydrogen and storage of hydrogen for the future. So I probably would stop there to present Fifth Group for the time being, and then if I have the opportunity, maybe I will discuss more into detail some examples of what we can do to help aluminium and steel companies.
Thank you, Leonard. I think that was quite an insight. And we move on next to Mr. Kumarasan. And since he heads a company which is in the global project management and one of the global giants across, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Kumar Mohanty. Distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. First of all, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the event organizers of IIM ATM 2023 for organizing such a wonderful event where all the academia and the industry veteran are brought under one roof, under the leadership of Mr. Pai sir. Thank you, sir. The selection of venue itself is the testament by the organizers towards the commitment of bringing industry academia as well as industry veterans. Coming back to, I represent Larsen & Toubro. I handle the business of minerals and metals, SBG of Larsen & Toubro. We provide solution to, right from all the metals value chain across raw materials to finished products. So L&T is a technology-driven conglomerate having business interest in technology, EPC projects, high-tech manufacturing, and IT services. In order to talk about the sustainability, 37% of the revenue of L&T, which is roughly $9 billion annual revenue, comes out of green businesses. L&T is aiming to become net carbon neutrality by the year 2040 and water neutrality by the year 2035. L&T is ranked as the number 3 out of global 200 companies implementing the ESG goals. We have formed a Green Council headed by eminent scholars and technologists across the globe. Recently, we have also commissioned a green electrolyzer plant at Hajira, though its size is 750 kilowatt, it's a very successful venture. So when I talk on the sustainability, I will take it into 2 parts, because we are the company, we do EPC projects as well as high-tech manufacturing. Situation is simple in high-tech manufacturing. Our focus areas are energy transition. We are moving away from fossil fuels to green fuels, and also with that, digital drive, how can we manufacturing units in terms of carbon neutrality, water neutrality, and also these emissions, we are well on the target. Let me talk about my business, where the project business, where what we are doing and what we intend to do going forward. The project size, you know very well that, we go to the project size, we go to the customer place where that we go there, implement the projects and come back, and it's a temporary location which has got its own challenges. So what we do is, let me talk from the engineering point of view. Today, the engineering is, the emission norms or environment norms are very stringent. Gone are the days that someone can manage, that we are moving towards that, designed that environmental norms in emission anywhere between 10 to 30 mg normal centigrade, wherein the control the dust emission in the plant. Coming to water, while all our establishments and high-tech units, manufacturing units are having zero discharge, but the project sites that we are yet to have that. We undertake EPC projects which has got a complex works, which is all disciplines, civil, mechanical, electrical, instrumentation, commissioning, everything. You know very well that 1 cubic meter of concrete requires anywhere between 170 to 180 liters of water. Apart from that, also that, curing and other things, we are working many models how to reduce this water consumption. Means, for example, in curing, sometimes we go with that, curing bond, which may not be required to cure the concrete for 15 days. These are all the certain steps, small steps that we have taken at site, how we can do it. And second is that environmental emission recycling of, I must tell you in this audience that we have also developed a machine, we call it as a crushing and classifier unit, where that, the slags which comes out of the steel mill shop or the BOF converter shop, that is being crushed, classified, and E-sand is produced from that one. That sand is being used for temporary works like road and other buildings. I would also invite academia, Professor Saab, so that this can be tested and given so that it can be used for normal construction as well as. On the recycling, we are already producing that E-sand from the crushing rocks. we crush it and make it, but this is the new initiative which we have taken. I can keep adding those initiatives, what we are doing, we can take. Last, not but the least, we are very, very responsible for the environment. And I must say that here, on the World Environmental Day, we have planted more than 100,000 trees across all our project sites. Thank you. With this, Professor Saab, keeping the time in mind that, you know, we can have the interaction with your professors so that how this thing can be taken it further.
Thank you, Mr. Kumarasan. And since he broached the topic of industry-academia collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, I must bring to your notice that this university is a university which has never focused on employability of our students. We've rather focused on deployability of our students. And when I talk about deployability, obviously the industry-academia collaboration has been one of the foremost strategies. And as we talk, we have about 35 Center of Excellences inside the campus, including one from L&T also. And obviously, we will definitely look forward to bringing this industry-academia collaboration more so that we bring something in terms of a value proposition to the table, both for industry and for academia. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumarasan. We will next move on to Mr. Kailash Pandey to talk about a theme for Hindalco.
Yeah, so good morning to all of you, all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. So basically sustainability, for us sustainability is the topmost priority for Hindalco. So I will not talk about all the things what we are doing in sustainability. I will take only 2 or 3 points and discuss with you. So the first thing is that if you know about aluminum smelters, we produce 19 types of hazardous waste. And our focus is that we have decided not to go for any landfill after 2050. So we decided to have a zero waste to landfill by 2050. So what you do with these hazardous waste? So you need to collaborate with other industries. So like I will take the example of SPL. SPL refractory is one of the hazardous waste. The usability is not possible, but in the last 6 months, we have collaborated with cement industries, and now we are giving our SPL refractory waste to cement industries, and they are utilizing it. So such type of collaboration we want to initiate with other companies also to have zero waste to landfill by 2050. It needs a lot of effort and collaboration, which we have started and we are doing. The second part is that now the world is moving towards the low carbon aluminum. So how to produce a low carbon aluminum? You all know that in aluminum manufacturing, energy is basically the 50% or 55% cost of production of aluminum metal. So we have our plan. So first thing is that we have tested few small cases like in Aditya Aluminium Lapanga and in Mahan Sigrauli. We have our own 30 megawatt solar power plant. And these solar plant we have connected first time with the smelter grid. So it's difficult because if you are running a solar plant, solar can give you the power in only daytime. So what you will do in the night time? So you need to move your turbines. So that we have created a system, we have developed a system, and we have connected our 30 megawatt solar power plant with the smelter grid, and we are producing few tons of green metal through those solar plant. Also we have a plan to install a 1000 megawatt solar power plant in our Hirakud Dam. First time, I think, floating solar plant, the study is going on. So that is our plan. So our plan is to get the renewable energy and then produce aluminum, then make aluminum. So that is the second thing what we are doing. The third thing is that we are also doing some innovation. We are producing some product which is now means railway is also utilizing. So you know that first time we have produced the railway wagon. So such type of innovative things we are doing. We have produced the Bulker, we have produced many other products also, which is helping the world to reduce the carbon footprint. So these are the few things which I want to share with you. There are many other initiatives which we are doing, but because of time constraint, I have taken only 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey. I think that was insightful. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful personality who heads 2 major steel plants with us, Mr. Atanu Bhaumik. So, Mr. Bhaumik, can we have your views, please?
Good morning, everybody. The dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of the dais. First, let me thank IIM for having given me the opportunity to participate in this panel discussion. So, it's wonderful being here and seeing kids grow to such proportions. I've seen kids before, and this is the 3rd or 4th time I've come here. And we have a relationship with kids because Rourkela Steel Plant sponsors people from the periphery to come into kids, study and make a career. We try improving the employability of children residing in the periphery of Rourkela Steel Plant. So right now I am heading both Rourkela and Bokaro, along with all the iron ore mines and the collieries of SAIL. So when it comes to the challenges of sustainability in SAIL or the steel industry in general, I would say the first thing that we face is high levels of energy consumption. So SAIL as it is has been a bit in the rear as far as energy consumption is concerned, because it's higher than our peers, whether it's JSW or Tata. But we are trying to catch up with going into pelletization in a bigger way, going into having stamp charge batteries, which others have gone for. So these are 2 things that will help reduce our energy consumption and, as a result, the carbon footprint. The other thing is depleting raw materials. The mines are depleting, so we are looking for the statutory approvals so that we can venture into new areas and at the same time use our slimes and tailings for converting them into pellets. So the dependence on virgin raw material comes down, and with that we'll be able to do justice to Mother Nature. And then comes utilization of wastes, which is a challenge. So any steel industry produces tons and tons of wastes. So these wastes have kept piling in our premises, and now we are disposing them off, helping people find ways to use them, and giving, selling them off at a low price so that these can be gainfully utilized, and we can have more space in our plant for not only dumping the waste, but also for further expansion and creation of additional capacity in the steel plant. And one more thing, because I am in an educational institution, I would like to appeal to the youngsters that it's time that they should not only be fascinated by the software industry, but also come in for the blue-collar job of manufacturing and construction. That's very important if we are to be sustainable. So thank you all. That's what I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bhaumik. I think on behalf of the youngsters sitting here and in the younger generation, I can vouch for the fact that these people, the youngsters today, I think have definitely a focus area as far as the core industry is concerned. And anytime, I think they are fascinated by the core sector. But that was so nice to hear from Mr. Bhaumik in terms of what steel industry has gone through and the role for the youngsters. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move into specific questions, and I will request the panelists to talk about their views for maybe 3 to 5 minutes each. And we'll start with Mr. Gupta, because I understand Mr. Gupta has a meeting with his chairman. Mr. Gupta, can we briefly ask you in terms of, we talked about supply chain, so how do you think supply chain plays an important role in terms of helping improve sustainability?
I think it's a very good question, Dr. Monti. And for the Vedanta, the supply chain is a very, very a big issue. I can say that because we are having big power plant of 3,600 megawatt, and we are transporting around 20 million ton of coal every in a year. Secondly, we are having the finished good, then other commodity also. And secondly, we are transporting bauxite also from our mines to the refinery. So it's a huge raw material to and fro, and wherein we have taken several initiatives for the sustainable operations. So first thing I would say, for the alumina transport, we have taken around 14 rakes BTAP, so that we reduce the carbon footprint and we are avoiding vehicular transport. First thing, the alumina transport, we are 100% we are doing by the railway. Secondly, we have our own port, Visakhapatnam port, wherein we are transporting our finished goods, which is going all across 50 countries. So by doing the bulk transport, another area wherein we are reducing the carbon footprint. Thirdly, you might have heard that we have recently acquired around 4 coal blocks. One has already started, Jamkhani mines. Jamkhani mines is very nearer to Jharsuguda plant, and 2 more coal blocks which are just adjacent to the Jharsuguda plant. It's hardly 35 kilometers. So we are now planning to have the mechanized conveying with the belt conveyor, so that entire coal to the plant is coming by the belt conveyor, so that by which we are avoiding road transport of the coal. At least 30,000 tons of coal which is coming, we are going to make it zero, maybe by within 3 years. So this is one thing which we are doing in a big way. Thirdly, in the bauxite also, wherein we are opening the mines, we have planned to put up a 38-kilometer long belt conveyor, so that there is no vehicular transport, by which we are going to reduce 100% carbon footprint. It will be only electrical energy which will be consumed, and that power also we are going to give by the solar panel. All belt conveyor we are going to have installed solar panels, so that the power generated through that will be supplied to the motors of the belt conveyor. So 100% green power will be used to run those belt conveyor. So this kind of initiative which we have undertaken in Vedanta Aluminum, by which we are ensuring the sustainable operation and reducing the carbon footprint which we are having with the vehicular transport. Thirdly, the ash which we are generating, like what Mr. Pandey has told, the sustainable solution for the hazardous waste and the byproduct. And we have long-term agreement with certain cement companies, and in that cement companies also, we are now ensuring that this dry fly ash is going by rakes only. And we have made the system to load the dry fly ash in the bulkers and by rake, so it will go from the plant. So these are this kind of initiative which has been undertaken at Jharsuguda and in the Lanjigarh for ensuring that we have the sustainable supply chain management. So this is what I say from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I think a very pertinent area, again, supply chain in terms of waste management, managing inventories, in order to increase sustainability measures across. I'm sure each one of us will agree today, in a world of technology and in the world of emerging technologies today, technology plays an important role in everybody's life, whether it is in the corporates that we work for, in our lives today, from what we do right from the morning when we get up, to our mobile phones, to our laptops, to technology, in fact, has played a major role in the complete transformation process. My next question would be to Daniel. And Daniel, what do you think would be the role of technology to improve quality, safety, and help in decarbonization also?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mohanty, to ask this question. It's probably key to an engineering company like FIV to be able to provide solutions to improve performance of existing equipment, and to also see how we can reduce the carbon footprint. So to make it, I think, easier to, maybe to give you a couple of examples of what we are doing. If I can start for the steel industry, which I think we are known for in India, which is in reheating furnace. To give you an idea, for reheating furnaces, if we provide waste heat recovery boilers together with evaporative cooling system, which we're installing now in JSW plant in Tornagalu, we can reduce the energy consumptions by about 10%. That's one way of doing it. If we continue with something which we are doing now in Europe, but we are not yet implementing anything like this in India, is with a reheating furnace. We by doing oxygen enrichment in the comburant that goes into the furnace, we can also, if you go up to 40%, we can reduce by 10 to 20% our CO2 emissions and of course the same fuel consumptions to reduce for the reheating furnace. So there are some technology which to take from existing equipment, which we can help by making little steps to try to reduce the carbon footprint in quite a significant manner. Of course, best practice with our clients would be also to do hot charging, and hot charging of slabs into the reheating furnace is also reducing the energy consumption by another 7%. So if you start adding all these together, you can really reduce very significantly the carbon footprint that you can have in this part of, for this type of process equipment. If I continue in the digital activities that we do, of course, like most other companies, we are building many tools to try to improve the efficiency of all our equipment using that. In the aluminum industries, we have a product, a series that we call Amelios, which we use for the green anode plant, and to try to have full traceability from the raw material until the spent anode at the end. And by monitoring all of the parameters throughout the life cycle of the anode, we can manage to improve the quality of the anode, and of course reduce the outages for the pods, which will reduce the emissions of very harmful gases. Also, it will help to reduce the consumptions because we stabilize the quality of the anode. So by doing that also, we can save another 3 to 7% of carbon emissions. So just purely by having a tool like this. So we have installed some of this equipment in Hindalco in India, and but what we installed was a 10-year-old system when Hindalco built Aditya and Mahan. And of course, now we have improved a lot since then, so I think we need to do more collaborations with our client to see how to show that we can improve the performance of their plant. If I continue in our combustion equipment, of course, because we manufacture a lot of equipment in combustions. I mean, now we have a full range of burner that up to 50 megawatt that can do 100% hydrogen. So that's, technically speaking, is something that we can do easily. We also have regenerative burners, for example, in holding and melting furnaces for the aluminum industries. We have what we call a twin burner, which is, we have equipped more than 300 furnaces in the world, which reduces the consumptions of fuel consumptions by 40% for just by using a regenerative burner in the aluminum industry. So we have this type of technologies we can offer. If I continue, maybe also some examples. We do a lot of collaborations with our clients. For example, with Hydro Hydro Aluminium in Norway, at the moment we are working on a pilot plant to make the first, I would say, 100% green hydrogen aluminium production facility. So that's something that is happening as we speak. And so we'll be producing the first green hydrogen aluminium in the world, 100%. We're also working with many companies I mentioned to you. We do work in the hydrogen field with companies like Atlas Copco, or also working with Boeing, not Boeing, Airbus, and to try to make hydrogen tanks, liquefied hydrogen tanks, where we do the full production and the testing of those tanks to go from 450 to 900 bars. And when we do the leak testing of hydrogen tanks, we go up to 40,000 cycles of testing to make sure that there's no leakage whatsoever. So this is just some of the examples of the technology that we provide. Also in aluminium, I was going to mention, we have at the moment, I have signed an agreement with TriMet and also Aluminium Dunkerque in France to try to work together towards doing carbon capture and sequestration, and to see how we can find solutions together to reduce the carbon footprints of these 2 aluminum smelters in France. So these are just some of the ideas that we are trying to work in collaborations with our clients to see how we can basically to provide a more sustainable future for all our industries.
Thank you, Daniel. I think a lot of measures that they have been doing. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to put forth this question to a company that, of course, is known the world over for the project management that they do. Mr. Kumarasan, how important is recycling to the green energy concept and sustainability in general as far as L&T is concerned? And I'm sure you've done a lot of measures on that.
Thanks, Professor Kumar. Before I come to this recycling and the sustainability, to add few points what Mr. Daniel said other than the technology, I would like to speak too about the DPC projects and the construction sites, what we are doing. Safety is that our paramount and importance. Safety and qualities are two core values to L&T. We follow the principle of zero harm at site, and also when it comes to quality, we do first time right and every time. That takes away a lot of energy and time. This both safety and quality, the digital is being extensively used by us. Today, construction sites are completely managed by digitally. The time a workman enters into the gate till he goes to the workplace and comes back to gate and go back to his colony, till such time complete the tracking has been done through digital. The digital tools like IoT, RFID cards, this is all helping us to take action. Especially in safety, we have developed many in-house apps where it is a person is walking below the suspended load, below the crane or something. It gives immediately, it senses and give an alarm to that the person is immediate supervisor and the person who is sitting in the control room, so that the accidents are prevented before it happens. So I can keep adding so many initiatives, what we are doing in the safety and other things we can say. Coming to, to be very specific with the construction industry, it's a big challenge when it comes to recycling. The recycling that, we are striving hard to, first of all, to achieve that net carbon and net water neutrality. Certain initiatives, what we have taken is like, it's a very simple thing which we are doing, as I said, about recycling the slag and making it a sand. We don't use, possible extent, we don't use the sand, river sand. We manufacture sand and use those sands, which is well received by all the consultants, academias, and research and technologists, so that we use extensively that for the concreting. And second is there is a wastage. When the concrete is used that, there are wastage. We also pick up those things and recycle it and take out the aggregates and other things, thereby not harming much on the sites. We are working very hard to make it, how to, water neutral, how to use more. While all the permanent establishments, like all the plants are today equipped with zero discharge, the challenge is that is the construction water which we consume a lot. How can we recycle? How can we reuse and become net neutral? Again, the green is concerned, lot many things are happening across the world, and that L&T is not behind. That much I can say that, we are also into the electrolyzer plant and other things, probably that you will get to know that with various, companies, this to media news and other things that you will come to know. And overall, I would like to say that technology is playing a very big role, and digital, that we are the front runner in the construction industry to digitalize more than 150,000 of equipments equipped with the IoT. The equipments, what we supply to the customer is that, all is with it the chips, everything, one can monitor all those things from the control room. And also that somebody in that Mr. Sunil Gupta said logistics and transportation is the biggest challenge. What we are trying to do is how to minimize the fossil fuel. Some of the initiative what we have taken is we move by rail and take from the nearest location, taking away from that, using all the water and surface transport facilities to bring down the whatever little bit we can do for the sustainability we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumarasan. I think that was really insightful. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll be happy to know that we have partnered with L&T in a couple of projects, and in fact today we were discussing few more, and look forward to be part of such movements. Thank you. Taking off this point of digitization from Mr. Kumarasan, can I ask Mr. Kailash, what would be the challenges and the opportunities of digitization in the manufacturing sector today?
Yeah, so very apt question. So basically, if you see the manufacturing industry, so we have the blend of old and new technologies. So how to digitalize the old plant is one of the biggest challenge. So before that, actually, I will tell you one thing that if you purchase anything from Amazon, if you want to purchase iPhone, if you write that iPhone, Amazon will also prompt you that if you purchase, the users who purchase this iPhone also purchase the case and the screen guard. And you will not believe that Amazon has 25% of revenue because of that real-time promptness. So they are using digitalization in such a way that they are increasing their revenue on the basis of digitalization. So it is the biggest challenge for manufacturing industry, that how to digitalize the old technology and the new technology. Now what we are doing, that we have an old plant and the new plant also, we are trying to take the data and we are trying to take that data, analyze that data and predict something to get the advantage of that data. So I will talk about the safety. So now we have a systems where we are predicting the PPE's issue. So in any case, because we have a CCTV cameras, and through that image, the prediction is there that if someone is not wearing the PPE, not wearing the helmet, we are getting the prompt and also getting the SMS. The managers of that person is getting the SMS that this person is not wearing the PPE, proper PPEs. Apart from that, basically digitalization we are using for the reliability and also improving the productivity. So we have the AI and ML system. You all know that in aluminum smelting, anode defect is one of the biggest constraint for sustainability. Because if you have the anode defect, your energy will increase. And if your energy will increase, it means that you have a problem. So what we are doing now, because we have a data, we are predicting the anode effect before the actual anode effect. And we are trying to mitigate that, the issues of anode effect. So that we have also started doing. Apart from that, we are doing many prediction process by using AI and ML to get the advantage of digitalization. In waste management, first time I think in India, we are utilizing blockchain. So I think next month we'll inaugurate that project. So in our Aditya Aluminium plant, we are going to utilize the blockchain for the trace of our waste, hazardous wastes. So I think first time we'll implement in this India, this technology. So we are with the technology, we are utilizing drones, we are utilizing many other devices to mitigate our safety risk, like we are utilizing drone for height to work, we are utilizing the equipment to predict and to get the real-time value of oxygen when the people are working in confined space. So this technology we are using in our plant, and we are creating a data lake. We are trying to take our entire plant to digitalize and to get the data and to use that data to predict our failures, to improve our reliability, production, productivity, and sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey. I think that was really insightful, the use of AI, ML, and more importantly, predictive analysis in terms of reducing waste management and even safety for that matter. I think that was really nice. My next question would be to Mr. Bhaumik. And Mr. Bhaumik, can I ask you, what do you think would be the role of innovation in product mix today to improve sustainability and environmental safety?
Thank you, Professor Mohanty. As far as sustainability and environmental safety is concerned, innovation has a big role to play. The steel industry, as we all know, has been depending on the coke oven, blast furnace, and BOF route for production of bulk quantity of steel, and that has been the most techno-economically viable way of producing steel. But with the need for reducing the carbon footprint, the adverse impact on the environment, is necessary that we gradually move away from this process to greener processes, which may be using the electric arc furnaces, recycling the scrap, and use of hydrogen on a larger scale. So this will call for innovation, thinking out of the box. In order that we have technology which makes it economically viable, production of large quantities of hydrogen, generation of scrap. So these all will call for thinking at a different scale and taking things forward at a quick pace before time runs out. So the other important thing that we need to do is explore other raw materials. The waste materials need to be recycled back into the system. As we know that whatever we take from Mother Earth has to go back to Earth. So that we have to ensure. So for that, whatever new thinking that has to be done, whatever new technologies that need to be developed will have to be done. When we come to the product mix, it's necessary that the steel industry is able to develop higher strength steel with lower weight. So that is what will help us in making more vehicles with lighter weight and environmental friendly buildings. So that is one direction we need to work on. Besides that, as Mr. Pandey said, that use of artificial intelligence, digitization, digital technology, digital twins, we will have to go in a big way so that we not only fine-tune the process, and in the process of fine-tuning our processes, we increase their efficiency, and when the efficiency increases, they become economically more viable, and at the same time reduces fuel consumption. And that is the basic route to decreasing our carbon footprint. So whatever it is, we need to innovate, and that has to be a constant process so that we become really sustainable and environmentally friendly. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhaumik. Ladies and gentlemen, because of a paucity of time, we will not be able to take questions from the audience. I'm so sorry about it because we are running against time. But I must thank my panelists for a wonderful discussion that we've had in terms of a couple of important areas that we discussed on, starting from reducing carbon footprints, to focusing on the ESG goals, to the area of water management. We talked about environmental safety, we talked about use of solar plants, and thereby went into the area of renewable energy also. We talked about product innovation, and we talked about innovative measures towards achieving that. We did talk about digitization and predictive analysis. So out and out, I think the focus of this particular panel was, we did discuss about sustainability. We did discuss about what these organizations have been doing with respect to sustainability. We also discussed about the role of technology, and I think that's an emerging area where we are utilizing technology to reduce carbon footprints and look at the sustainable goals in a big way. And I was equally happy to know about the fact that industry-academia collaboration has been a major area, and from the university, we look forward to that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will wrap up the panel discussion on this. So thank you, all my panelists, And thank you, the audience, for being such a wonderful audience.
Thank you very much, sir. And now I would invite on stage Mr. Prabodh Mahanti, Managing Director, SN Mahanti Group, one of the mining giants of Orissa, Orissa born and Orissa bred. I would invite sir and I would request him to kindly felicitate our panelists and our moderator of this fantastic and extremely informative panel discussion, Shri Prabodh Mahanti ji. आपसे मैं सबसे पहले अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी to felicitate Shri Atanu Bhomik, Director in Charge, Rourkela Steel Plant. I would then request to kindly felicitate Mr. Kailash Pandey, President and Cluster Head, Hindalco Industry Limited. I would request sir to kindly felicitate our panelist, Shri Kumare Sunti, Executive Vice President and Head Minerals and Metals, Strategic Business Group, L&T. And I would request Shri Mahanti to now kindly felicitate Mr. Daniel Brunelli Brondex, Country Head India, Fives Group. And now I would request sir to kindly felicitate the sailor of our session, our moderator, Professor Kumar Mahanti, Director Corporate Relations, KIIT. Thank you very much, Shri Mahanti. I once again thank all our panelists and our moderator, and I would request them to kindly take our seats off stage and be a part of the next coming up. We have our memorial lectures now. I would once again thank. But I would request everybody to kindly, first of all, step forward for a group photograph. All our panelists and our moderators together. Please, sir. Yeah. And I would also request Shri Prabodh Mahanti sir to kindly join our panelists and a moderator of this session for the group photograph. With that, a heartfelt gratitude and thank you from the bottom of our hearts for such an enriching panel discussion to all our panelists and our moderator and Shri Mahanti. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the memorial lectures. But before that, couple of things as a reminder. Everybody who would like to go for the IIMT visit, please join us outside the auditorium as the bus will leave for the same at 2 p.m. sharp. And also, do visit the expo area, participate in the quizzes and everything, and you have the chance to win a cash prize up to 50,000 rupees. Along with that, ladies and gentlemen, the core committee meeting is scheduled to be happening in the Kids Tower, and the bus for the same will also leave at 2 p.m. With this, as I move forward towards the memorial lectures, I would once again extend heartfelt gratitude to all our sponsors who joined hands with us to make the 77th annual technical meeting. I hope such a grand success. Thank you very much to everyone. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we prep to begin the first memorial lecture, and that is the Professor N.P. Gandhi Memorial Lecture 2023. On the recommendation of Mahatma Gandhi, Professor N.P. Gandhi was chosen as the most eminent personality for establishing technological branches of study at the Banaras Hindu University by Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, founder BHU. With his pioneering efforts and meticulous organizing abilities, Professor N.P. Gandhi established a composite unit of geology, mining and metallurgy at BHU in 1919. In 1923, the Department of Mining and Metallurgy came into existence and the first ever bachelor's degree courses in mining and metallurgy were started. Professor Gandhi's vision and untiring efforts resulted in the production of high-quality metallurgical engineers well equipped to meet the challenges of pre- and post-independent India. Throughout his career, he had striven to establish strong industry linkages and maintain high professionalism. After retirement from BHU in the year 1942, he continued to take active interest in metallurgical profession and founded the Bombay Metallurgical Society and set up the Metallurgical Testing Laboratory at Deolali, Mumbai. In the year 1961, the Indian Institute of Metals instituted the Professor N.P. Gandhi Memorial Lecture to perpetuate the memory of a great teacher and professional. Since 1980, the BHU MET Trust now, the Professor N.P. Gandhi Memorial and Metallurgy Trust at BHU is a co-sponsor of this lecture series. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be welcoming the chair for the memorial lecture. The session will be chaired by Dr. Samir V. Kamath, Secretary, Department of Defense, R&D and Chairman, DRDO. Dr. S.V. Kamath has taken over as the Secretary, DDR R&D and the Chairman, Defense Research and Development Organization on 26th of August 2022. Dr. Kamath completed his BTech in Metallurgical Engineering from IIT Kharagpur in the year 1985 and PhD in Material Science and Engineering from the Ohio State University, USA in 1988 and joined the DRDO in 1989. He has provided leadership and direction to several critical materials programs in DRDO, such as development of high-strength steels for naval ship hulls, development of high-temperature titanium alloys and nickel-based superalloy-based component for the aero engines, development of tungsten heavy alloys for kinetic energy and penetrators, development of fused silica randoms for missile seekers, development of armor solutions for personnel as well as combat vehicles and stealth materials for airborne and naval applications. These have found use in various systems being developed in the DRDO laboratories. I now request Dr. S.V. Kamath to take over the proceedings, so please.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed my pleasure to introduce Professor V.S. Raja, who's the N.P. Gandhi Memorial Speaker today. Professor Raja is currently an Emeritus Fellow in the Department of Metallurgical Engineering and Material Science at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. He has been a visiting professor at Chalmers University of Technology, Sweden, University of Nevada, Reno, GKSS, Germany, Tohoku University, Japan, and INSA in France. Professor Raja has made pioneering contributions to corrosion education, research, and mitigating industrial problems. His research interests include structure property corrosion, topics mostly focused on localized corrosion, environmentally assisted cracking of light metals, weld-related corrosion, development of novel coatings and advanced ultracritical steam oxidation. He has made seminal contributions to the understanding of the mechanisms of stress corrosion cracking of aluminum, magnesium, and titanium alloys, steels, and stainless steels. His work has unraveled the complex interplay of electrochemistry, surface chemistry of films, and the metallurgy of the alloys towards stress corrosion cracking that form the basis for developing alloys with outstanding SCC resistance. Professor Raja has supervised over 35 doctoral and over 120 master students and published over 250 papers in peer-reviewed journals. He is the lead editor of the book Stress Corrosion Cracking, the Theory and Practice, and co-author of the book Corrosion Failure Analysis, Basics, Case Studies, Basics, Case Studies, and Solutions. He's the editor of Corrosion Science Journal and editorial advisory member of Corrosion Science, Engineering, and Technology, and Materials and Corrosion, and served as the editor of Transactions of Indian Institute of Metals for 6 years. In recognition, Professor Raja has received several national and international awards, including Mascat Award by the Electrochemical Society of India, Excellence in Teaching Award by IIT Bombay, Professor S.P. Sukhatme Award for Excellence in Teaching by IIT Bombay, Meritorious Contribution Award of NACE International India Section, Vasvik Award for Industrial Research, Impactful Research Award by IIT Bombay, the ASM IIM North America Lecture Award, Technical Achievement Award by NACE International, and several other awards. He's a fellow of NACE International USA, Indian Institute of Metals, and the Electrochemical Society of India, and the first Vice President of International Corrosion Council. I'll request Professor Raja to come onto the stage and deliver the N.P. Gandhi Memorial Lecture.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the very kind introduction. At the outset, I wish to thank the Indian Institute of Metals and N.P. Gandhi Memorial Metallurgy Trust for providing me this opportunity to deliver this very distinguished lecture. It is a great honor and privilege to deliver the same to commemorate the pioneering work of late Professor N.P. Gandhi. Going through his achievements, I feel greatly humbling experience. He has been a great motivator, and that makes us feel that we should always work and contribute to the metallurgy and material science. As has been told, Professor N.P. Gandhi was an illustrious person topping all the academics and also a nation builder, a builder of the academic programs, pioneering the two important departments at BHU. I shall pay my tributes to Professor N.P. Gandhi before I commence my lecture, Basics, Innovations, and Embracing Challenges to address the corrosion in critical technologies and environmental concerns. Can I have the slide, please? Can I have the pointer? Pointer is not visible. Do you have another pointer? No, no light.
Forward or back. Pointer not working. Screen.
Okay. Oh, it's not working screen. Okay. Thank you. Well, I think the pointer doesn't work in the screen. That's fine. So I choose to emphasize the importance of taking up the basic work and then look for innovation to solve the problems. At the same time, whenever there are some challenges, we should take it. It doesn't matter it takes 5 years to publish the first paper. And that is something very important that for researchers that we do in India. So before I do this, and I need to acknowledge the vast contribution made by my students and the various collaborators that I have interacted over the last 37 years. Of course, I need to acknowledge my professors, Professor S. Ranganathan, Professor Kishore, and Professor K. Chattopadhyay, who taught me how to do research, how to be critical when you start looking at the data. So with this acknowledgement, let me move on to my talk. I talk about 3 dichotomies that are involved in those who work on materials. Okay? These are all related to energy. When you talk about energy, environment is a problem. When you talk about productivity, consumption, dwindling resources are the problems. When you talk about employing engineering alloys, corrosion is a problem. How to really address all this and what role corrosion plays in addressing these 3 dichotomies is going to be theme of my talk. When you talk about materials, the materials are generally used for 2 types of applications. One, those involving structures, the other one involving the devices, right? Now, if you look at the periodic table, now look at the materials which are used for primary elements are like iron, cobalt, nickel, and so on. And we also look at the material elements which are alloyed to strengthen these basic materials. If you look at all of them, thermodynamically, they are all prone to corrosion. Rarely are those materials which are immune to corrosion are being used. So the structural alloys that we talk about are inherently thermodynamically prone to corrosion. Now let's go to the materials used in device applications, right? Be it a semiconductor or be it a magnetic materials, they're all thermodynamically prone to corrosion. So if they don't corrode, we get surprised. Now, how do you really handle this particular dichotomy that we use materials which are prone to corrosion naturally, but we need to use them for real engineering applications? Only one way that we can do is understand the corrosion mechanisms, increase the kinetics of corrosion. The life expectancy can be done not by thermodynamics, we accept it's going to corrode, but looking at the kinetics, which means understanding the mechanisms. So when you can understand the mechanisms, you can intervene the corrosion process, extend the life of these particular engineering components and the devices. So that becomes the basis of our material developments. So in this direction, I have 3 themes to address. One, lightweighting versus environmental assisted cracking. The basic research which I have been introduced in the beginning, that led to high strength aluminum alloys. At the same time, you also have high stress corrosion cracking resistance. And we talk about application of innovation, existing literatures, existing science, so that you can develop coatings which are having for longer life, at the same time, environmental friendly coatings. Now, we look at a challenging task which we've done recently, where we carried out work related to oxidation of the metals at advanced ultra-supercritical steam oxidation conditions. So these are the 3 topics I am going to now present at all. Well, we are all professors, the real people who work are the students. And these are the people who contributed to my understanding of the stress corrosion cracking behavior of the aluminum alloys. Now there is a dichotomy, right? We talk about lightweighting, so we increase the strength of the steel. When you increase the strength of the steel, they are naturally more prone to failures. Higher the strength of the steel, more prone to stress corrosion cracking, and more prone to hydrogen embezzlement. Same is the case with aluminum alloys. If to make it the aluminum alloys of high strength, like peak aging conditions, they are more prone to stress corrosion cracking. Now, how do you really develop these aluminum alloys which can have high strength and as well as high SCC resistance? So generally speaking, those who are the mechanical engineers, they design the structures based on the materials which are fail-safe design, where you talk about threshold stress, actually, below which it is supposed to be not failing, or we look at the defect-tolerant designs where the fracture toughness, crack growth rates all been done. Traditionally, we all know there's something called threshold stress. Traditionally, we know that there is something called threshold stress intensity for cracking. Indeed, they don't exist. In fact, it is something like a creep working at ambient temperatures. It is all time-dependent factors. The kind of, for example, you measure threshold stress at for shorter time, it is not really valid. So the metal is deemed to be resistant to stress corrosion cracking. It may not be over a longer time period. So the problem is that there is only one way that increase the life, and don't look for a material which can be lost longer. So that is the whole idea of now looking at there's no threshold stress intensity factors, there is no threshold stress, below which you can apply any materials. Now coming back to aluminum alloys, as a metallurgist, we look at these equations to increase the strength. A pure aluminum has got a strength around about 70 megapascals, but we are able to develop aluminum alloys can be 600 megapascals, right? And using these general equations, we develop various kinds of precipitation hardening and so on, right? But then, while doing so, these phases which are being developed, they have a different chemistry than the matrix. Obviously, their electrochemical properties are entirely different from that of the matrix, and that causes the corrosion and a various type of corrosion, but that corrosion in turn leads to stress corrosion cracking. Stress corrosion cracking is not just one type of failure, it is a host of corrosion processes that could lead to stress corrosion cracking. Okay, so this is something that's very important to understand. Now, my first work started with Dr. Hegama Mukhopadhyay is here, who introduced me to the subject, where he starts saying that let's look at the multi-step aging treatment, where you age alloy below the GB zones temperatures, introduce more homogeneous nucleation, and so the strength can be increased, and so as the SCC resistance. But when you look at this data, where we carried out flow strain test actually, you found that yes, in the peak aging conditions, we have 575 megapascals strength, and the elongation in the air is about 12% elongation. But in the environment, you see a completely brittle fractures, and the ductility is hardly about 3% that happens. On overaging, you found, yes, it is really increasing the ductility. Of course, we all know about it, and there is a reduction in the strength of the alloy. But what was interesting to us was, you look at the grain-bound chemistry precipitates, and you find that the precipitates have a rich or higher amount of copper content. So we found that there is a transition from intergranular cracking to a transgranular cracking, and there's a change in the chemistry of the grain-bound precipitates that resist the corrosion. When it resists the corrosion, that also means that resisting the hydrogen evolution. And so what happens is, so till the time, the concept of stress corrosion cracking was in a peak age conditions, we all know the coherent precipitates, there's a coplanar dislocations, and so that causes the stress corrosion cracking. So we changed the idea that it is not necessarily the case. For example, we are going to have overage conditions, you have a wavy slip, and so yes, stress corrosion cracking is really possible, okay? But that is not the case, because we found that the cracking is not transgranular as you expect from planar slip, the crack is more of intergranular cracking, okay? So that is possible because of the change in the chemistry of the precipitates at the grain boundaries. Now, so that means the grain boundaries plays a very important role. The grain boundary chemistry plays an important role. So what again went on to do was, yes, can we really control the recrystallization process? We see here very clearly, yes, that can be done by adding additional element, which is called as scandium here. The scandium addition now reduce the grain boundary recrystallization process actually, and so you find that when you change the grain boundary characters, you can have high strength as good as the peak age conditions, and also have very high ductility that taking place. So that is where we started looking at further. The question now is that we need to have high strength, that we need to have very fine precipitates, that we also have to have a grain boundary precipitates which are noble in characters. Can we put them together in a heat treatment? Therein we can have very fine precipitate. We can see at the last slide there, where you can have noble precipitates in the grain boundary. We have very fine precipitates. Please notice the precipitates are still finer. So when you do this, so we start looking at, it's not that something we have done something new. There was something called as T6I6 treatment actually, which was not possible industrially, but then the student was quite innovative in terms of bringing down the heat treatment time to very low values, and he called it as a modified aging treatment. So when you do this, what happens? Basically, you can able to get modified alloy. Please look at this modified alloy here. The peak age alloy has got fine precipitates with the grain boundary precipitates which are active in natures, but MA gives you a precipitate which are finer in natures, but then also gives you a grain boundary precipitate which are resistant to SCC. So if you look at the copper content, the copper content in this alloy grain boundaries are excellent actually. So we should expect an increase in strength. So if you carry out the stress corrosion cracking test on this alloy, you see very nicely 7050 alloy and 7010 alloy. Both alloys shows a significant improvement in the strength, at the same time a significant improvement in the ductility. So as you notice here that the ductility of the overage alloy, the pink curve, and the modified alloy, you find that ductility is almost going to the same, and the strength is really very significant improvement in the strength. The question now is it now are we happy? We did not become happy when we start carrying out what is called as a fracture mechanics test. When you do a fracture mechanics test, yes, in fact, this alloy shows a lower crack growth rate, no doubt about it, compared to peak age alloys. But then look at the fracture surface. The fracture surface is now clearly a transgranular brittle fractures taking place. Of course, in a slow strain rate test, you don't find that quite ductile here, but in a test where we carried out for 40 days, you find there is clearly a transgranular brittle fractures. Even in the slow strain rate test, what you see the last slide there, you find that we were going to charge it at minus 1100 millivolt, the cathode is charging, the alloy becomes brittle. It is also possible to do that. It happens even for the overage alloy. Please see, the overage alloy and peak age alloy, both of them become brittle. That is, nothing is now permanently resistant for SCC. So the idea here is that the hydrogen that accumulates over a time period causes the cracking. So the concentration of hydrogen becomes a very important factor. So we try to understand this more in details. Okay? So we try to understand, okay, what are the relation between phases, electrochemical behaviors, and interaction of dislocations in all the same time. So that was the kind of work carried out by 2 or 3 of my PhD students, which I am presenting now. If you look at the literature of aluminum alloys, you see these are the predominant heat treatments, and you look at the phases formed. I have summarized here GP1 zone, GP2 zones, eta prime, and these things. Now, the question is, if you can understand how these precipitates affect the electrochemical properties, affect the deformation process, then we can understand how to tailor an aluminum alloy that can have very high resistance to SCC. So this was done by a careful heat treatment to generate the various kinds of phases. Of course, it is not possible to generate single phase actually, because it's a multi-component system. Multiple phases are being formed in this actually. So, but we indeed get a combination of phases wherein we can able to analyze the properties. Okay? So we look at this. It's a very interesting behavior, we thought. I don't want to go into details. All I like to say is that if an alloy generates more hydrogen, it is prone to hydrogen embeddlement. If the oxygen reduction kinetics are going to be better, then it suppresses the hydrogen embeddlement behavior. So if you look at here, so very interestingly we notice that those alloys which are showing high resistance to SCC were the one which are showing high hydrogen evolution. Please look at this one. Oh, I can't see this. The right side diagram, you see that the ZP1, ZP2, eta prime, and eta shows higher kinetics of hydrogen evolution reaction. These are the alloys which are showing high resistance to SCC. So despite having high hydrogen evolution, the alloy shows high resistance to SCC. So we looked at the other factors like, theta max or the dynamic recovery rate, all these factors we determine in these cases actually to find out what is happening to dislocation mobility in the alloy in presence of hydrogen. So it's a very interesting thing that I can say that when you are going to have overheated alloy in air, you see the work hardening coefficient increases, but we are going to do this in the environment. Now you find the looping takes place. The hydrogen in the alloy encourages looping, encourages cross-slip because of the vacancies that are being created. There's a change in the way the mechanism of deformation is happening in these alloy conditions. So we also looked at dislocations. I think we don't have much time to discuss here. Okay? All I would like to say is that there is a real change in terms of the hydrogen evolution kinetics happening in alloys which are supposed to be more resistant to hydrogen embeddlement. I'll come back to this. We also looked at the surface oxide films role.
Professor Raja,
Yeah?
5 more minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, so thank you. So we looked at this. I think I'll end my talk here only. So we looked at the other alloy systems related to magnesium alloys. We all know that magnesium alloys are prone to hydrogen embeddlement for sure. And we expose the alloy to these chloride conditions. You see that, in fact, you see this left-hand side bottom curve, the hydrogen evolution increases with the time and increases when the chloride concentration is more. So you find that the hydrogen evolution increases because there's a pitting here. The pitting and hydrogen evolution are interrelated to each other, and so that's what the case is now. So we did a kind of combination of experiments to unravel this mystery. We found, to our surprise, when you do a cathodic charging, the magnesium alloys SCC resistance increases. We all know that when you do a cathodic charging, when the metal is prone to hydrogen embeddlement, it is supposed to have lower ductility. The ductility is not supposed to increase when you do cathodic charging because the hydrogen evolution kinetics increases when you negatively charge. The contrary happened here in this case. Okay? In fact, the plot number 2, if you see here, that is the OCP without hydrogen charging, but you see here the one which is 4, you see that there is increase in the ductility when I go to hydrogen charging. That means you can increase the voltage, even then the alloy is more resistant to hydrogen embeddlement, primarily because this is aided by pitting, and pitting indeed generated hydrogen. That means there's a problem. The issue here is if you can form a strong film, then I think you can resist the hydrogen evolution, and so you can resist the hydrogen embeddlement of the alloys. So the strategy to improve the hydrogen embeddlement behavior of aluminum alloys, okay, at the metallurgist, we look at the precipitation in terms of the sizes, distribution, volume fraction, and so on. Let's see the right side of it now. But from the electrochemical point of view, you have a lot of things to learn here. The first is, yes, you can have a coherent precipitates in the matrix. Still you can have, and you can have resistance to hydrogen embeddlement. So that is not expected. The coherent precipitates are supposed to be prone to hydrogen embeddlement. That's not really required. Noble grain boundary precipitates is one of the most important requirements. The intermetallics that we generate in this are the one which creates more hydrogen. So from the electrochemical point of view, you must have low hydrogen evolution kinetics, which means low hydrogen exchange current density. It's important. How do you do it? I think we need to alloy it. We need to work on some kind of, computational modeling to see how we can alloy this and so that we can have lower hydrogen kinetics. Increase the oxygen reduction kinetics. Can these precipitates improve upon it actually? the ability to form strong passive oxide film to suppress hydrogen is another important strategy to do this. Unfortunately, I am not able to continue. Can I continue some more time? Okay. I'll go to just one talk of this actually, which is related to the coating. This is related to environmental one now. See, a very interesting thing that happens in the corrosion community. See, there is always a change. We started with the chromates, it's toxic, went to phosphates, it has a problem of eutrophication, that is no good. Now we talk about zirconia, silicon dioxide, and so on. It's always evolving. We talk about paints, which gives you volatile organic compounds, right? Now, it is important to address this. It was done in collaboration with the NMRL. Okay? What we did was, we can take simply a LDV, low density polyethylene, can be used, but the low density polyethylene is not having any polar group. It doesn't have addition. You can graft it with the malic acid, introduce the polar group, and you can get very nice coatings actually, right? And you can have significant reduction in the VOC. In fact, VOC is not existing at all here. The volatile organic compounds don't evolve from this. The cost is very low. And look at the corrosion behavior. The corrosion behavior in terms of impedance studies and salt spray has been really, really very fascinating, this one actually. The last one, which I just wanted to talk about, is the study of oxidation behavior of alloys for advanced ultra-supercritical plants, okay? And this was done by these students, and Professor Kannan Nair was involved in designing this reactor, okay? So we did make an indigenously this system right from the scratch in terms of understanding heat transfer, mass transfer kinetics actually. And then we designed the system where we can operate this at a temperature 710 to 760 Celsius and the pressure around about 32 megapascal pressures. Control the oxygen content, we can carry out these studies. Of course, student took nearly about 5 years before he could publish the paper actually, okay? But this is a kind of flow system, how the system is really operating. Now, we are able to look at the corrosion kinetics. We can able to see that how the temperature affects the oxidation kinetics of these alloys. We look at the activation energies, and what we are looking at here is the oxidation in this steam conditions are entirely different from that of in air. You can see this alloy, which is 617, which is proposed. You have a very thin oxide here, very thin oxide. Right side, you can see this green color, right? But you go to 304 SCU, the kind of oxide you get are entirely different now, because we have a new problem called chromium volatilization. That chromium volatilization reduces or evaporates all the chromium oxide on the films, okay? That is depending upon the pressure of water. You can see this as the pressure of the water increases, the chromium volatilization increases, and so the one on the bottom side, you see there's a problem, okay? So, and well, I think I will just, we did some kind of electrochemical studies to understand the oxide film formation, the defect densities, and so on and so forth. Then I would like to just make my concluding remarks here. The corrosion mitigation has larger implications for the society. And as no engineering alloy is thermodynamically stable in chemical environment, it is imperative to understand the corrosion mechanisms to develop better alloys and establish kinetics. If you want to talk about life prediction, you need to understand the mechanism. Newer technologies, the environmental concerns, the depleting resources are key drivers for research. Research in these areas are far more challenging and interesting. Now we talk about hydrogen economy now, hydrogen energy. Now I think we thought earlier the gaseous hydrogen is not affecting the metals. We always teach people that gaseous hydrogen, no hydrogen embeddlement, that concept has changed. With the high pressures, now we do see that there is hydrogen embeddlement because there's some other process is happening on the surface. So corrosion is still becoming live, and so there is a lot of need for us to carry out research in this direction. With this, I'd like to thank all of you for the kind attention, I again would like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Raja. It's my honor to give you this from the organizers. Thank you.
Once again, heartfelt gratitude to Professor V.S. Raja and our chair, Dr. S.V. Kamath. Thank you very much. And now, dignitaries, moving on to our next memorial lecture. But before that, a quick announcement. In the land of Lord Jagannath, we would like to tickle your taste buds with authentic Oriya cuisine that is there for lunch. So if any of you would like to join us for lunch, the lunch is open with authentic Oriya cuisine in the menu today. And now our next memorial lecture is the Dr. Daya Swaroop Memorial Lecture. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Daya Swaroop was principal of the College of Mining and Metallurgy at BHU during 1942 and 1962, a crucial period in the history of the institution. Following the independence in August 1947, Dr. Swaroop worked ceaselessly to emphasize the importance of the college and its importance and the role it was destined to play in free India. For 34 years, he worked as a teacher, out of which more than 20 years he was the head of the metallurgical and mining departments. He secured grants from universities and Government of India to equip laboratories and workshops of the college with latest equipments and instruments. He selected young teachers who had distinguished themselves in college and got them trained abroad, with the result that within a few years, BHU had the best equipped departments of mining and metallurgy in the country. So there is no mining and metallurgical activity in India today where his ex-students have played a key and crucial role in nation building activities, be it in steel, non-ferrous metals, mines, or engineering industry. In 1989, the Indian Institute of Metals instituted the Dr. Daya Swaroop Memorial Lecture to perpetuate the memory of a gifted teacher, a warm-hearted person, and an able administrator who loved his profession and his students. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be welcoming our chair for the lecture, and he is Professor B.S. Murthy. Professor Murthy started his academic journey with a diploma in metallurgy and obtained his BE from VRCE Nagpur, ME and PhD from IISc from Bangalore. After serving at IIT Kharagpur for 12 years, he has been a professor at IIT Madras for 15 years before taking up the director's position at IITH in August 2019. He's an institute professor at IIT Madras and an adjunct professor at Toronto Metropolitan University and University of British Columbia, Canada. He is a recipient of numerous awards, including Shanti Swaroop Bhatnagar Award, Distinguished Alumnus Awards of ISC and VNIT, National Metallurgist Award, Honorary Doctorate in Deakin University, and a lot more. So I welcome our chair, Professor V.S. Murthy, to the session, and I would request her to kindly take over the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This year's Daya Swaroop Memorial Lecture will be delivered by Professor Mukhopadhyay. I request Professor Mukhopadhyay to come forward. In Hindi, we have a word that is used called Guru Bhai. So Mukho, as we always call him as our lovely brother, he is my Guru Bhai. We both did PhD with Professor Ranganathan. He's about 3 years senior to me there. Go ahead. So I would possibly do not go by this format. Maybe if you insist on, I will do that. So, okay, maybe that's better for the rest, the benefit of everyone. Professor Mukhopadhyay started his career as a metallurgical engineer from B College Shivpur, a very famous place everybody is aware of. B College Shivpur rules country more or less in metallurgy to a large extent, and which is right now called IIEST Shivpur. He got his ME and PhD from Indian Institute of Science 1985 and 90, and then went to McMaster, Canada, and then joined CSIR in 1994 as a scientist, and then moved to BHU in 98. And he has been there since then at BHU, one of the very prominent figures in the field of physical metallurgy, I would say. Started his life with working on quasicrystals, and then moved to many fields, including mechanical behavior of materials, composites, high entropy alloys. I can keep on naming all the areas which will possibly go a long way. He is presently serving as the head of the department, professor. He was head of the department till recently, until 20, and he has got the prestigious Humboldt Fellowship, and then also as a visiting senior scientist in a number of international institutions, including Dresden, McMaster, Yonsei, and so on and so forth. He has won a number of awards and has been very prolific publisher in the areas that I already mentioned, some of them, and many of them are listed here. Published over more than 250 publications, and so many invited lectures, and visited a number of countries. And more importantly, I would say a big brother for many of us, and a very, I would say, passionate researcher and teacher. And I'm very happy that I'm sitting here to chair this session, eagerly looking forward to hearing Mukhoda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor B.S. Murthy. And it's my privilege that I could get Professor Murthy as my chairman, so I can take liberty and I will be able to say whatever.
Only small request is you can't take liberty on the time. so I was just now given a slip that you have to complete by 1:25. Okay, this is about exactly 30 minutes you have.
Sure. So I would request just 5 minutes before, just to give me a hint so that I can wind up. Yeah. So first of all, let me thank the Indian Institute of Metals Council member and the award committee to select me to deliver this Dr. Taha Swarup Memorial Lecture. I would like to, because as I said that I would like to share some of our exciting work which we are doing of late. So I thought this will be befitting. And this topic is actually the high entropy alloy. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay. Okay. So anyway, it's a high entropy alloy to be precise. That's where I would like to talk about it. And I, as a physical metallurgist in the country, I'm excited about this particular concept and how and where we can take it forward. Now, before that, I must acknowledge the help and support of Professor B.S. Murthy. He was the person who introduced me in this subject. In fact, I remember when I was just taking an interest and he made me examiner of some of the high entropy alloy thesis. So I started taking interest, and one of the workshop he invited me, and from there onwards with my students I started looking at it much more seriously. So I must acknowledge the kind of help and support what Professor Murthy at that time extended to me. So this attribute already has been mentioned. Only thing I would like to mention that 1989 this award has been started by Indian Institute of Metals because of his enormous contribution as a metallurgical education in the country. And I feel really fortunate that I belong to the same department, and nearly 25 years I have spent. I do not want to say all these details, but only saying that the kind of book he published, that time it was a real contribution to the metallurgical education, even in Hindi at that point of time. And 1989, I could see the list of illustrious speakers, and I am humble that I am now joined that, kind of list to give a lecture. So I hope I will be able to share some of our excitement in terms of the research, what we are continuing. Now, let us look at the materials development so that we can appreciate where we are, what are we doing, what we should be doing. If you look at in a very precise manner, now that pointer is not working, but I would say from 1984 onwards, there are several things which as the new materials, the Indian metallurgists and material scientists were aware of it and they were involved. First was quasi-crystal. Second, it was high temperature superconductor. Then the bulk metallic glass. Then came nano materials, carbon nanotube, fullerenes, nano dot, carbon, quantum dot, then graphene, which is a two-dimensional carbon layer. Then after that, slowly we see that suddenly steel was so old, people were not realizing that steel has also many things to offer. So the nano-benetic steel came in the picture in terms of the ultrafine grain. Then the severe plastic deformation is one such area where it has changed many such things. So I just wanted to show, but these are all possible because of some of the advanced characterization technique. Now we can see what is there in the grain boundary. GP zone we can see much more clearly. We can see the inclusion materials distribution because of aberration corrected transmission electron microscope, atom probe tomography, APT microscope, and also kind of STM HADAF, the new, which is the revolution in terms of the TM kind of studies. I'm not listing the various kind of processing technique, for example, the additive manufacturing and all, and severe plastic deformation, mechanical alloying. Those are all I have kept it aside. So after nano-benetic 2004, the high entropy alloy. People do discuss a lot about the name and nomenclature from thermodynamic point of view. That is an issue, but leave aside that issue, the kind of, it has opened up, and it has opened up the issues and kind of scopes. It's enormous. That's why I feel like calling it's a renaissance in the physical metallurgy. Otherwise, the physical metallurgy was really kind of bogged down with the traditional concepts and all. Now you require many new concepts in terms of the deformation, in terms of the stability, in terms of the structure. So let's look at some of the things. As I said that high entropy alloy, I will be using that word, though many people do not like to use it. And one of the discoverers, he said that better you should use multi-component high entropy alloy. So I restrict to that. It basically means it's a high concentrated alloy. Normal alloys are just one or two major element, kind of principal element, but here at least the 5 elements. The kind of definition started, these are all empirical definition, as yet to be proved physically. And it says that just conventional alloys are the low entropy alloy, just like a super alloy, steel and all. Medium entropy alloy, just if you increase the concentrations, then high entropy alloy, at least the 5 elements, where the configurational entropy, which plays an important role for stabilizing. It's a very important concept. For example, A, B, C, D elements, if A and B, they do not like each other, there will be a repulsion force. B and C repulsion, but A and D, there will be a negative force or attraction. So the combined effect, from that combined effect, perhaps you will be able to really look at that kind of synergistic effect. What it means from physical metallurgy point of view, that we are no more confined in the end. We are just going into the center. This is that example in the ternary diagram in the corner, that where it shows that in the central region you are exploding various composition, which was not the approach in the physical metallurgy of alloy design and development. That's the new concept, and that's why. So if you look at the free energy, is basically you have to get the free energy change lower. That means the del H and T del S. Del S is the entropy, and this entropy is the which will give you the, because of the configurational entropy, it will help even del H enthalpy which is positive, that means the repulsion force is acting. Now, configurational entropy, the plot which has been shown that it gets saturated. So 5 to 6, 7, 8 elements, perhaps it will work. Now, just to look at the physically, what it will look like, so many elements which are present. So now we have to recall the Hume-Rothery's rule. What Hume-Rothery's rule suggests. Hume-Rothery rule is a very simple principle, kind of one principle alloy, where you have to look at the distortion or the atomic size factor, valence, and electronegativity, and the crystal structure. But here you have to look, extending the Hume-Rothery's rule much more than that. You will see the lattice distortion, and lattice distortion is a very crucial for many of the physical, mechanical, and the functional property. That's where people have started realizing. But of course, because of that, long-term stability is a question. Diffusivity. It has been shown that because of so many elements are present, the diffusivity is not so easy. But some cases it is easy, so there are a kind of effect is required. I must say that first book on high entropy alloy came from India, were co-authored by Professor Murthy, Professor Ranganathan, and one Taiwanese author. And Professor Ranganathan, long before he was advocating that cocktail effect, and people are saying, what is that cocktail effect? Cocktail effect is when you put all the elements. Normally, we know the rule of mixture will take care of the maximum property you can achieve. But the cocktail property is much more than that. So people are trying to understand that whether we can predict cocktail property or not. And that's where the DFT calculation, and some people have shown that yes, cocktail property do really exist in certain cases. These are all just thermodynamic parameters to really decide or predict whether a high entropy alloy is possible. I must say the whole concept of high entropy alloy was to get a solid solution alloy, no intermetallic, single phase solid solution alloy. If you can get all the elements together and get a single phase substitutional solid solution, you can get many such deformation effect, many such advantages. That's where the driving force it was. So these are all the parameters. I will not go into the details, but atomic size mismatch, which one can extend from the Hume-Rothery's rule. Hume-Rothery's rule, if you extend it, it says that 3.2, the distortion factor is allowed for the binary alloys. But here, people have found out various, this thing is the mixing enthalpy, atomic mismatch, valence electron, mixing entropy, and this. Eventually, your Gibbs free energy, which will play an important role. Now, the aim was to get a solid solution single phase, but really we could not get lots. There are lot many papers which have come up, but roughly nearly about 100 alloy system where the single phase of multi-component, multi-principal alloy is a solid solution it was demonstrating. So that means not only the configurational entropy is enough, your enthalpy is also important, electronegativity is also important. More than that, atomic distortion factor. That means atomic size mismatch factor, which will take care of. Now, just to give you an idea of where the field has gone. See, if you look at it, that initial was the 3D transition metal, where the Oxford professor, Professor Cantor, he showed that first you take a manganese, chromium, iron, cobalt, nickel, first 5 elements of the first series of 3D transition metal, and he could get the single phase FCC, which was very attractive. And people are trying to develop that material because it can replace, in many cases, your superalloy and other alloys. So you can see that 3D transition metal, and you can have brasses, bronze refractory metal. That means all refractory metals, elements, if you can put it, you will get high temperature material, 4F transition metal, light metals, precious metal, high entropy alloy, interstitial compound. Precious metal high entropy alloy, just I would like to remind you that in Banaras I have heard that Panchadhatu, Ashtadhatu, there are some kind of alloys available. They used to make all the noble metal put together, and they used to say that it will wonder in terms of your graha or dasha. But whatever it may be, the concept was there, and earlier also people were trying, but it has not gone into the kind of the scientific level. Now, the concept again that, as I said, the solid solution was the main idea, but later on people saw that intermetallic compound also comes. So we need not have to be very finicky about that. We have to have a single phase solid solution. What the aim should be, single phase with intermetallics coming together if the property is good. And here only that high entropy intermetallics. Again, it's the term many people may not like, because the entropy itself, I'm sorry, it doesn't work, but if you look at the curve, that the ideal solid solution is the flat line in terms of the configurational potential energy. But the short range order, you see there's some small fluctuation. High entropy alloy, always the short range order is there. Then if you do the further heat treatment, it can have the short range order and long range order. If you settle it, the intermetallic, the completely ordered intermetallic, then it will be like a long range ordered structure. In that long range ordered structure, if you talk about configurational entropy, obviously it cannot be so high as a solid solution, but still it has a role to play. And people have looked into it that this high entropy intermetallics has an important role to give rise to a very good property in terms of the functional property. It may not be a structural property per se, but the functional property, it's really good. Now, what we wanted to look at it, our students looked into it, that whether we can develop low density magnesium containing, because there is an importance to use the magnesium. Magnesium is a lighter element, and at the same time it has a low strength. So what we tried to do is, of course, we followed some of the literature thing, and we saw that magnesium, aluminum, silicon, cadmium, we kept this one fixed. Then we tried to put iron. We tried to put iron, nickel, iron, copper, zinc, just to try to see what is the kind of property in terms of the mechanical and also in terms of the stability. What phase we are going to get it. My first interest was that magnesium is the HCP. Aluminum is FCC, silicon is a diamond cubic, chromium is BCC, iron is BCC. So suppose if you are going to get a solid solution, what structure you can predict, whether it is a BCC, FCC, HCP. So we could see that there is a concept of host lattice one can introduce in the high entropy alloy. Host lattice normally comes from the high temperature stable element. That lattice may not collapse easily. So that will take other elements put together and try to get kind of structures. So we predicted that this could be BCC because you could see that iron and chromium is a very high melting point. And we found out that it works, but it doesn't work fully based on that interest, based on that concept. There are a bunch of kind of alloy systems which have been reported, and it seems there is a good idea to develop the low density magnesium containing alloy. I won't say magnesium best. Of course, one can go to the equiatomic, which was the initial concept of high entropy alloy. One can move from the equiatomic to non-equiatomic kind of situation. So the LDHEA, low density high entropy alloy, if you just follow the curve, you can see that where it puts, and here it seems, it suggests that there are some kind of potential advantage of developing this particular kind of system. So what we did, we followed the mechanical, there are many production route. We followed the mechanical alloying route, took the individual element and trying to find out how it is going on slowly. Which elements are going first, the solid solution, then other, then finally what is happening. As I said that we predicted that perhaps it will be a BCC, so we can see the clearly BCC phase is coming after 60 hours of milling. And if you look at the melting point of each element, the way the elements are dissolved, that goes in the sequential milling situation. And of course, the melting point also suggests sometimes the diffusivity of that particular element. When we looked at the homogeneous alloy, the powder, it seems to me that all the elements are uniformly present. There is absolutely no difficulty in terms of the segregation. These are all TM and STM EDX kind of elemental distribution which conforms. But when we did the heat treatment, we found that the BCC phase is no more stable. BCC phase has given rise to bunch of the intermetallics and many of the silicides and the monoclinic and BCC B2 phases. So whether that is desirable, not desirable, depends on the further property, but it looks like it is not stable in all the magnesium containing system. These are all much more detailed kind of analysis to show that which are the intermetallics which are forming. So we found out that chromium silicide, aluminum magnesium, aluminum iron, monoclinic kind of system. So we tried to understand why it's happening. The BCC, when we are doing the milling, we are getting BCC, but after that we are not getting. The one reason that magnesium normally doesn't go into many of these things. For example, with chromium and iron, it's a positive enthalpy. So that means it's a repulsion. So magnesium, to get it into the kind of other system is not easy. And and moreover, the distortion is a delta. Atomic distortion is a 12%, which is highly unacceptable as far as the solute solution is concerned. So these three systems we found out. Then we found out that nickel containing seems to be better in terms of the spark plasma sintering and final alloy system. And there I do not want to go into the details that how the sequential, but just to say one word, that the BCC phase, what we got after milling, that was not stable, and it transforms to the various kind of intermetallics. And when we did that SPS and then tried to get the mechanical properties, it gives a very high hardness. And the modulus is 229 gigapascal, which we never expected. So that means there is some reason that one should look into it and further develop this alloy. I will just quickly move into the high entropy alloy to high entropy steel. High entropy alloy, and of course that aim is towards the low density system. And I know that Professor Ranjit Ray is there, low density steel he was advocating for quite a long time. And I remember in 2016 in IIT Bombay, IIT Kanpur, when he was giving NP Gandhi Memorial Lecture, he addressed that low density alloy and low density steel. So here what we are trying to look at this, the iron of course is a non-equiatomic, not that all elements will be equiatomic, which was the primary concept of the entropy alloy, the initial kind of concept. But then we found that there is a kind of phase evolutions and other things is very interesting to study. This idea, of course, the high entropy alloy to high entropy steel, it was first advocated by Rabe in Germany, and we are trying to closely look at it, that how that is possible and extend to various other systems. But here again, the delta is a factor, atomic distortion factor. So you cannot, or you may not get perhaps in the kind of same solute solution. So there is a difficulty, and because of which when we do that milling and then when we do the heat treatment, we found it's not a single phase, it's a multiple phases which are coming up. But the single phases, when you get it, we see that it is reasonably kind of, it's distributed, and kind of hardness we get 10.4 gigapascal, which is also very attractive. So what I want to convey the message that high entropy steel is a very prominent kind of idea. One can take it forward and look at that with a low density configuration. Because of that, so many elements are together, perhaps the synergistic effect will be much more. Okay. Yeah, so now I have to move slightly faster, and this is again a high entropy alloy without any interstitial element. And here, very interesting thing, that you get a very super alloy-like structure, B2 and BCC. And this is a Ascast solidification structure. And what it gives the idea that it may perhaps can replace at one time the superalloy, the nickel-based monopoly superalloy. It may be the high entropy superalloy can come up very fast. And here, that because of the superalloy microstructure, you can see that BCC and B2 ordered phases are present, which gives rise to high strength and the stability. Okay, this again, the mechanical property is also interesting, and it is only suggests that it's worth looking at it and exploring in this direction. I will just quickly finish the high entropy intermetallics. We also looked into the couple of high entropy intermetallics, sigma phase, then the gamma brass, which in metallurgy, transition metal series, we say chi phase, but the copper zinc alloy system, we say gamma brass, and then the C14 Lavoisier phase, MgZ into what Professor Raja was showing. C14 type Lavoisier phase has a very good, interesting hydrogen property. So, and that also titanium, zirconium, vanadium, chromium, nickel. So, is a B2 type of Lavoisier phase. A should be hydride forming, B should be non-hydride forming. So, absorption, desorption, and storage. These are the three important criteria for selecting the hydrogen storage material. I will quickly go through it. That this we showed in the Philosophical Magazine letter first, that single phase high entropy alloy is possible. That was the first time we reported. And after that, we tried to look at the various hydrogens property and extending the various order. And it looks like it's a single phase Lavoisier phase. It's a multi-component, 5 elements, all are more or less equal. And you can still get the high entropy Lavoisier phase. And these are the 1 or 2 slides just to show that absorption and desorption. And absorption and desorption, it shows that 1.5 and 1.8 kind of absorption, desorption, and more important, this kind of system, unlike other hydrogen storage, that hydrogen storage amount, absolute amount perhaps is less, but this absorption and desorption kinetics is very good. So that's where we have to look into it. And these are all just some detailed studies. And cyclic stability. Suppose the material you are using and various cycle, you have to see whether that particular phase is stable or not. If it is not stable, then it is of no use. So it looks like it's a quite well, it's stabilized, and this can be used as a high temperature hydrogen storage material. So my concluding remarks will be that hydrogen, this high entropy alloy, which people may call concentrated alloy, and people may call multi-principal, multi-element alloy. But the high entropy alloy, the name has gone, and it has been ingrained so depth in the literature. We should continue this high entropy alloy concept. But nevertheless, if our aim is clear that to develop the new material in terms of this high entropy concept, I think we will be able to hit some of the new materials. And there are lots of challenges because it's a multi-dimensional phase diagram. Now is a 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional phase diagram you cannot do. So the thermocell and this first principle DFT calculation is also important. So therefore, I would say that it's a real challenge, and many of the fundamental things and many of the physical metallurgy principle for high entropy alloy has to be understood, and perhaps it has to be reworked. That's where I feel we are. So this work has come out from many collaborators and also my students. And in addition, I would say, as I have acknowledged earlier, Professor B.S. Murthy, and I also acknowledge Professor Ranganathan because he was also instrumental me to work in this high entropy alloy. And Professor K. Chattopadhyay, he also has a very good idea about the material stability, and both of them are my supervisor. And I would like to thank my wife also, Professor Shantanu Mukhopadhyay, who happened to be here among the audience, and for the support so that we could complete this work, and I'm sure we can continue the work further. This is the place Kashi, one should not miss it. Moreover, it's the Prime Minister's place and Prime Minister constituency. And this Kashi Ghat, once in a lifetime, you should have it. And once you visit Kashi and Ganga, you should also visit our university. This is the Banaras Hindu University main gate. Though we have become IIT BHU, but we are inseparable from BHU. Though the field started with the BHU metallurgy, and now it is IIT BHU metallurgy, nevertheless, it is the Sarva Vidya Ka Rajdhani. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's also called the Mecca of metallurgy. No? All of us know. Somewhere we can go back and look at our ancestry. Anybody sitting here would have some connection with BHU. Thank you, Professor Mukhopadhyay. Wonderful having listened again on something which is my favorite topic. Thank you very much, Professor Mukhopadhyay. Thanks to all the audience. I have a small job to do.
Thank you very much, Professor Mukhopadhyay, and thank you very much, Professor B.S. Murthy, for chairing the session. And now we move on to the final memorial lecture, and that is Shri G.D. Birla Gold Medal Lecture 2023. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a great leader, Shri G.D. Birla, who was a reformer, an industrialist, and above all, a nationalist, known for his entrepreneurial spirit and considered a doyen of Indian industry. He laid the foundation of the Birla Empire. As a visionary businessman, Shri G.D. Birla has gone down in the Indian history as the creator of one of the India's largest industrial conglomerates. Raised in Pilani and Calcutta, Shri G.D. Birla forayed into business during World War I. Known for his far-sightedness, he was highly vocal about his support towards domestic enterprise and his distaste for foreign capital and foreign goods. He endeavored to substitute foreign textiles with homemade clothes using the best technology available. In 1925, along with a group of pioneering industrialists, he set up the Indian Chamber of Commerce, which was closely associated with the Indian freedom movement as the first organized voice of indigenous Indian history. With Sir Purushottam Das Thakur Das, he co-founded the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, that is FICCI. He represented India at the first and second roundtable conferences in London along with Mahatma Gandhi. In 1945, he was one of the authors of the Economic Development Plan known as the Bombay Plan, a major private sector initiative. The period between 1921 and 1925 was one of the most crucial in Shri G.D. Birla's career, establishing him as the foremost industrialist of pre-independence India. Shri G.D. Birla helped shape the educational trajectory of the country. The G.D. Birla Gold Medal was established in 1985 in his honor. And now, to chair this session, I would welcome on stage Dr. Komal Kapoor, Chief Executive, NFC. Welcome, sir. Dr. Kapoor, as I said, is the Chief Executive of Nuclear Fuel Complex and the Chairman of the NFC Board. He is an outstanding scientist and a metallurgical engineer, joined the 33rd batch of BARC Training School, Mumbai in 1989. Subsequently, he was posted to the NFC and served in various capacities for more than 3 decades. He has obtained doctorate degree in metallurgical engineering and material sciences from the Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. Dr. Kapoor is an adjunct professor in Homi Bhabha National Institute, Mumbai,
and the guest faculty at the University of Hyderabad. As head of the 3 nuclear fuel cycle facilities, Dr. Kapoor is contributing significantly to the Indian nuclear power program. He is responsible for setting up a large greenfield project at Kota, Rajasthan, to meet the fuel requirements of upcoming reactors in the country. I welcome Dr. Kapoor for sharing the session, and I would request him to take over the proceedings.
Thank you. So I have a pleasure to call upon Dr. Raghavendra Tiwari. He's an outstanding scientist and associate director at Materials Group and Materials Science Division at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, BARC. It's pleasure for me to have you on this occasion. I have great pleasure because I've been interacting with you. So Dr. Raghavendra Tiwari is in the research career for last 34 years. He has worked on many alloys and materials. Fantasizing field of material characterization and microscopy has always attracted him to develop new materials, find out underlying mechanisms, and provide solutions to unsolvable problems. The work of Dr. Raghavendra Tiwari on structural relationships among the various phases observed in different niobium-based in situ composites has provided great details about the evolution of these phases in different temperature regimes. Establishing such interrelationships among the phases has not only optimized the concentration of various alloying additions in the in situ phases, but also has helped in developing a new series where formability of these alloys as well as oxidation response can be simultaneously optimized. As a consequence of his studies, proper selection of elements to balance the oxidation and high temperature strength of these alloys is possible. The new niobium moly-tungsten chromium alloy, which can sustain strength up to 1300 degrees centigrade, has been developed up to semi-commercial scales using the formation of one of the phases to refine the morphology and other phases in the highlight of this paper. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari. I think we have fixed time, so kindly be in time. Thank you very much.
So how much time you are giving me?
I understand it's 30 minutes, so I'll give a call just 5 minutes before that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, at the outset, I want to thank the organizer and council member of IIM for considering me worthy enough for this very prestigious lecture. And it's a truly honor for me because if I look from Dr. Banerjee to Dr. G.K. Day, so I am a 3rd generation person who is getting this sort of a respect from the IIM. Thank you very much for everything. And I must also say thanks to the organizer for giving very nice hospitality, taking care of all the aspects of that. See, today's lecture I want to dedicate to my senior, and he was my PhD guide also, and he was throughout the life he was a mentor for me, late Dr. Shri Kumar Banerjee, who has introduced me to this field. So I will rather go into a detail, I will quickly cut short because I don't want to fall too much between you and your lunch. So let me go to the thing, is that what is happening is that a niobium alloy, because in BRC we work series of alloys, and from uranium to hydrogen, if you look the entire periodic table, we go across that. So in the process, what I find is that niobium is the one very wonderful element which has not given due consideration. One, because it is a very costly. In India, we do not have any ore, so we have to depend upon this thing. And third point is that processing is very difficult. You have to be very, very careful in processing. So these 3 points bring together, if you go, then niobium alloy was not getting it due. If you look carefully, among all the elements present, the widest range of application from 4K to 1400K is qualified only by one element called niobium. So I thought that let me give the flavor of this, why niobium should not be used. Because now when you talk about the development, the developed country should use all the elements in their periodic table with equal dexterity. So that's the basic aim of doing this. So before going for that, I wanted to give a definition of refractory metal. If you go to the conventional refractory metal concept, then it was said all the elements which have melting point above 2000 should be called the refractory metals. In that, 4 elements, niobium, moly, tantalum, tungsten and rhenium. These 5 elements qualify that. Out of them, niobium, moly, tantalum and tungsten are BCC, and rhenium is not BCC, it's SCP structure on that. Later on, this definition was little bit modified and temperature was down close to 1850, so that zirconium can also be added, which is having melting point close to that. And then 14 more elements were added. The reason of doing is that they have certain application. But let me give the comparison in the BCC refractory metals, that is niobium, moly, tantalum and tungsten. What you can find over here, niobium has the least density. Rather, in fact, the niobium density is lower than the density of nickel. So if you are using niobium alloys, you are making your material lighter. That's why one of the driving force in the aircraft industry where people wanted to go, because 4th generation nickel-based super alloys have reached to the 0.95 temperature. No more headroom is available. Any accident and you will have the melted structural material. That is where the research on the niobium has to take relatively serious consideration on that. The second point is that DBT temperature is very low. It is so low that you can, actually it is 50 niobium, which has lot of contamination. If you go the pure, it comes down further. So this element can be used for many things. For example, tungsten alloys, you can never bring to room temperature because DBTT is 200 degrees centigrade. So that is why niobium has lot of application on that. So let me take it from the 4K. Let me start from the lower temperature. See, superconductivity, if you look on the element wise, niobium stand out because it has a superconductivity temperature at 8K, which is the highest among the elemental point of view. But if you go to if you start making compounds, niobium compounds in form of the niobium tin, niobium germanium and all that, the TC temperature goes up. These are the workable superconductor. You can always have a high temperature superconductor if you want. But if you want to make the bulk superconductor, 3D superconductor, these are the element, this element provide you the way for that. And that is why people look for this. Now in BRC or in DAE as such, why I am interested in superconductivity of that? Because in BRC, in DAE we are trying to develop the LINAC, that is linear accelerator. Idea is that linear accelerator, we will increase the energy of proton to the level of GeV, and as a consequence, we can, when bombard on some heavy Z element like lead, it will spell out lot of neutrons. And these neutrons can be put into the reactor, so make the reactor critical. So in the case, what happens? That the reactor, in the 4th generation reactor, will be always safe. If there is a danger, you switch off the accelerator, reactor will go to a non-critical condition. Right now, in the generation 1 nuclear reactors, they run in the like accelerator and brake mode. You take them to the critical level. If you find danger, you try to control that. It is not the way the correct control. This is the inherently controlled system that we are working on. And to have the GeV electron, GeV proton beam, you cannot have a conventional way. You have to have RF cavity to increase the strength of that. For that purpose, what happens that if you take the normal cavity element, its resistivity is milliohm. But if I go superconducting cavity, my resistivity drops to nano. That means 10 to the power 6 power advantage you get. But since you remember that power dissipation is R square, so it is 10 to the power 12 advantage you get. That's why entire world is running for the superconducting cavity. But moment you try to make superconductivity, the niobium is not a very pure niobium, it's just like a pure gold. You touch it and you damage it. On the surface, any work done on the surface, because NFC is doing for a lot of work on that, they know that part. And any touch will not only disturb the chemistry, but also the topology for that. And these two are very, very dangerous for the superconductivity property of that. So what this is, one of work my students was there, that is Anirudh Bose. He was working on this, so we started the work like putting indenter on the sample. This is an niobium sample, and you put an indenter. So we put two kind of indenter. One is the which is having the pyramidal kind of thing. Another is the what we call is this is called dent, Another is called pit, which is circular on that. And then you put series of indenter and try to put for the electropolishing, because this electropolishing was required to give the final surface on that. So when this series of experiments done, I am not going to detail of that. Then what happened that immediately it turned out that if once you get the pit may be only 10 micron, but even if you remove the material up to 120 micron, the pit remains its entity intact. The reason is when you are trying to polish it, the surface is going away, but the depth of the pit does not reduce in a commensurate way. It will remain. The only thing is that will become shallow. But other dents can disappear, but the pits are more dangerous because the acid goes inside that and it started eating away the system on that. So because of this, several other work are there, some modification took place. Similarly, in the case of stirring, if you do the stirring, then you see that the debris can be removed, but stirring creates a problem because stirring is generally is inhomogeneous because stir generally is run from the bottom of the sample. So the speed controls the current. Now, speed is not uniform throughout the sample. You will have a differential dissolution of the niobium. And that is one of the problem later on the find. If you put multiple rows, multiple stirrer on the sample, then there are some dead zones are created and you will find that your sample is not properly polished. So that is the two other reasons were there. We did a lot of work on that. But what I wanted to show is something on the impurities. See, hydrogen is the major culprit. The problem is when you go for high frequency, hydrogen hopping frequency started matching, and that takes away a lot of heat or generates a lot of heat in the process, and that's why superconductive properties are compromised. Now, how to take hydrogen out? See, niobium is a BCC metal. It actually absorbs any time hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, whatever comes on the way it absorbs. It's a very good solubility for all of these things. But when you want to take the material out, it doesn't happen so easily because the niobium oxide layer forming on the top of this will resist. It does not allow the elements to go up. As a consequence, there's a lot of efforts have to be made how to do that, how to find this property. This part nobody knew. So we did the microscopic analysis on that, and then we have shown that this Nb2O5, if you heat in situ, you can find that nearly 350 disappears. But moment you go to 450, it reappears again. Now this mechanism was not clear to anybody, and everybody has some systematic guess they were making. Americans had their own guess, we were having our own guess. There was no systematic study. This was first time done. And when it was done, and we combined with the SIMS results also to show that Nb2O5 indeed comes down at 400 degrees centigrade around something, and if you do further, it increases. And we proposed a mechanism, and that changed the entire scenario. Just I will spend 1 minute in this, that you can see that in the beginning, the niobium oxide forming at the metal surface, on the surface of metal. So you have two interfaces, vacuum oxide interfaces, metal interfaces, and you have oxide films. With hydrocarbon, it started coming out, whatever vacuum system you have, they started condensing on the system. So when you started heating up, these hydrocarbons, the hydrogen and carbon, they started reacting, and they started penetrating down up to the bottom, and some of the carbon takes away in form of the carbon monoxide, and that's why Nb2O5 started reducing in form of NBO. Once these kind of things happen, you started shrinking in the beginning, but the carbon activity start increasing. So there is a window, little window available before the Nb2O5 goes out and building of the NB carbide take place. Between this window, you have to do the annealing treatment. That was once identified. We have changed the entire cavity making process. I don't want to go into detail of that, but what you can see over here, that old time electropolishing, we changed because electropolishing is not giving the desired result. The final surface should be done by mechanical polishing, then buffer chemical polishing. Instead of all these electropolishing stuff, we removed based on these studies. Now our cavities generated, these generators were given to the US national labs, and now our cavities, because of this small research, have found that very simple understanding of the this thing metallurgy, that they are outperforming what Americans have produced. So now the slightly table is reversed. So what we started getting a lot of orders from the national labs to make these cavities. And I think Dr. Kapoor is sitting right here. He has a lot of pressure now to produce triple R, more than 200, 300 triple R niobium, so that this work can be taken further. Now I will go to another step. Now once we are successful in that, the cavity, then we started coating the cavity. Why not do the coating with the NB3SN kind of compounds? So this has been recently very successfully achieved. Once you do that, your TC temperature shoots up to 17.4. So it saves a lot of energy point of view and no compromise on the performance of the cavity. Now we are going to do very recently, the whole cavity will be coated with this thing. That's a step in the next couple of years' time we will do. Qualify. If this works, then it is a real breakthrough for us for the fabrication of that. And this work is still in the continuation. Now I will take you to high temperature. In the case of high temperature application of niobium, as I said before, you can see that where ODS is failing, where superalloys are failing, where all the materials are failing, niobium can take over. But that window is still not touched because we look for the high temperature ceramics, and between these superalloys, this window is available, which can be very amicably filled by the niobium. See, unlike other refractory metals, moly, tungsten, tantalum, they cannot be worked. They are generally produced by the powder metallurgy process, and that is one of the problem. You cannot make a structural material which is made by the powder metallurgy process because some cavity, some failure can bring the disaster. That is where niobium materials give the advantage. And in case of, with respect to the BRC, our advantage was we wanted to make this niobium alloys because they have very strong resistance against the liquid metal corrosion. Let it be lead and any other material. If you are crossing 1000 degrees centigrade, only materials which are available are the niobium based alloys. And that is the application because in BRC we were proposing for this high temperature compact reactor. This reactor was supposed to go to the places like Siachen, where you want to keep your Jawan standing throughout the year in such adverse circumstances. So this will, once you buried this reactor inside it will 500 kilowatt reactor, which will suffice for all the energy requirement for the Jawan. Or you go to the Andaman Nicobar Island, you want to put this reactor, there's no much population, not much requirement. Once you bury inside the land, it will work for 3 years, unmanned condition, untouched condition. That was the basic idea. Now 1000 degrees centigrade, if you want to go, then you have to require only element which possible is the niobium based alloy. This is again where NFC came up on the way to help us, and this was the material was developed, and the process, I am not going into the process development. Generally in case of niobium alloys, what we talk about is that working temperature should be 1300 is the starting, 1800 is the preferred temperature. In India, we do not have a single press under control atmosphere which can do it. Okay, even if it does it, an annealing of at 1400 degrees centigrade, we don't have a furnace which under vacuum can do that part. So we have to think other way. We had to think out of the box to come out of the solution. So what happened that, what we did was, you can see that if you look from the Chinese material, you don't see, this laser is, these straight small lines you see, that are the carbides. These carbides won't be seen there. So all the Chinese product you buy in the name of niobium 1 zirconium 0.1 carbon, they are actually niobium 1 zirconium, which are easier to melt. 0.1 carbon is very difficult because the moment you try to build 0.1 carbon, by the time niobium melts, carbon activity is so high that entire carbon disappears. So this is one of the problem which was faced, and then we together solved in NFC. Dr. Mirji was there, who is now a superannuated. We solved this problem to retain carbon into the matrix, and that is purely our technology, not even American had that. So this alloy is not commercially available. So when we made this alloy, the problem was that how to process it. To process this material, we did the flow stress analysis right from the 800, 600 degrees centigrade all the way. So what you see is that the flow stress started reducing close to 800, then picks up again. The reason is Nb2C carbides dissolves and another carbide precipitates out. In between there is a gap. You have to catch that gap and work the entire material on that. it gives you one more advantage. 800 degrees centigrade is the warm temperature. So when it's a warm temperature, what happens? Then lot of plastic strain is imparted into the system, so your annealing temperature also comes down. Now all the materials are available, all the machines are available for you to process the niobium alloy. That was the basic hunch of that. And when this was done, we came across to one other problem, which I wanted to discuss, with a typical physical metallurgic problem. Because if you look on the carbide of the niobium, so niobium carbide, there are many carbides are proposed, and most of the carbide I have listed here, which are available in the literature. Why I am telling you this story is that when we got this phase and we started doing that detailed EBSD analysis, what we were found that gamma NB2C was fell very well. Okay. Oops. So what happens that we did analysis, HREM was done, detailed HREM analysis was carried out, and everything was fitting bill. We did the intensity profilometer, everything fixed with the composition. We were very happy. And this paper was published in the Acta Materialia. And then even in HRSTM was done just for the cross-check, and we found everything was working very well. Very happy, we got Acta Mat, everything. But then a student came up. One student came up, I think from BHU. I don't remember the name of the person at this time. What did, by mistake, rather than fitting with the gamma NB2C, he fit with the other alpha NB2C. Now you see, this is also giving the equally well fit on that. Now this gave us a little bit jittery on that, because if we go by this kind of analysis, then I had to either withdraw my paper or to do something else. So we decided to do detailed analysis. This was extracted. We had gone to synchrotron radiation, did the analysis. Finally, saying the finest and finest peak you take up, then you get the best fit is possible with the alpha NB2C. Okay, but the problem is most of the peaks were similar for all the elements, which gives an idea probably there is some structural relationship. Then detailed HREM and the work was done. I don't want to go into detail, but I wanted to tell you when you superimpose these two lattices. So basically what is happening, that niobium atom position is not changing. Only carbon atom positions are changing. Now it is more like in paper what we see is just like elephant. The blind people looking at the elephant. One is looking at the tail, another is looking at the trunk. They are describing the same elephant in a different way. So this paper was then we sent, we were very satisfied, okay, what we had done was not wrong, it's not reported. So this kind of work was done, and this gave us another idea. That is why the reason I am telling it. Then why not, when annealed, this structure was showing another carbide formation, NBC carbide formation, which was giving strength at high temperature. So why not see that what happens if we anneal it? When we annealed it for very long time, we saw the same NBC carbide structure was forming. Old time, there were 3 carbides within a grain. This is done by PED. So they were not matching at all. They were all having a different orientation. But when we did with this structure, it's showing the similar phase on that. That means these are having the orientation relationship, and they have different morphology. So what happens, that lot of analysis was done, and then we have found that why it is happening. We gave the solution for that, and that is why this was a very satisfying work, because now we further bring down the temperature. You take the as-cast material in the niobium alloy, put it inside the reactor, in the furnace, heat it for 16 hours at particular temperature. Now entire NB2C changes into NBC. When it does it, you don't require to work on the warm temperature also. It works at the room temperature with 80% ductility, very simply can be imparted to that. Once this comes, now configuration of warm working at 800 and annealing at 1300 is cut down to 1300 degrees centigrade annealing and room temperature working. Very fine finish you can give, surface, metallic luster is maintained, and quality of this comes out. Now this kind of material, now next level we are going, which is on the niobium moly based system, which is having even higher temperature for that. But question was theoretically why it was happening. See, I suspect that Russian knew this answer, but they never given a proper answer. They have 2 kind of the journal paper. One is in English, another is in Russian. The Russian one gives you the true story. English one always confuses you. So that is, but American unnecessarily followed their practice, and that is where the mistake happened from us. The zirconium addition was not for the solid solution strengthening, but to disturb the equilibrium state of the niobium carbide. So what happened when zirconium started going into the niobium carbide? Zirconium binary phase diagram, zirconium carbon, does not have Zr2C. So when it says Nb2 structure, it disturbs it. And as a process, this phase actually, with the zirconium going inside, it changes the structure, and system suddenly becomes unstable with respect to NBC. That is why kinetics of the formation of NBC increases with the zirconium going. So when we are doing high temperature annealing in the cast structure, you are allowing zirconium to quickly go into carbide and modification takes place. Now, this has changed the entire game plan for our, now we can process this alloy in the commercial scale within DI compounds. So this was one of the very good achievements, and now one loop was there. So we...
Dr. Tiwari, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, done. So now the problem is this alloy has problem with it, it can get oxidized at a high elevated temperature, so we wanted to coat it. Now when you want to coat it, because of the thermal expansion problem, you have to get this layer of NB5Si3. So in that process, you have two phases. NbSi2 is required because high temperature, lot of silicon is there, it will form silicon oxide coating to preventive coating, but silicon dioxide is not compatible with the niobium metal. So you had to introduce this metal. When we were doing it, this idea was coming up long before, but then idea came up, why not to go for the in situ composites? And in situ composite, basic idea is you melt the alloy, silicon will remain in solution. And then when you heat it up, so once silicon, this niobium silicide come out into the matrix, it remains in the matrix forever. And that is why it is called in situ composite. Composite is being produced through the in situ composition of that. So we have done lot of alloys, and this work was done long back in the Subramaniam from the GE company, this thing, and they were trying in a similar fashion. So we had followed that thing and developed series of alloy. I don't want to go into the detail of each and every this thing. Now, Professor Mukhopadhyay was talking about this high entropy alloy. So this I can also call as a high entropy alloy, though conventionally I am calling it the in situ composite, because both the phases have more than 5 elements. And one is ordered, one is not ordered. Okay, so now if you go with that, the problem is to make it commercially acceptable, you have to present the phases. Now we have found out the phase where, if you can see, by changing temperature, different carbide formation takes place, and you can go to the very fine carbide precipitates. And as a consequence, the strength started increasing. Now another problem was the oxide. If you leave this element also, lot of oxidation takes place. So you have to select the element either to one set of element to stop the external oxidation, another set for the internal oxidation, and that's why your alloy chemistry has to be worked on that. We did detailed work on that. Oops, why it is? So we did detailed work on that, and then you can, I'll come back to the, so can I go to the, I will just come here over time. Now currently if I compare the rest of the work with our alloy system, we have the least of the oxidation weight gain, and we have a strength as high as 275 at 1100 degrees centigrade. So this alloy system can be further improved by adding few more elements, because because our problem is in nuclear reactor application, we cannot add any element possible. So we are working on some of this working where 1300 degrees centigrade is possible. So with this, Dr. Kapoor, thank you for giving me time. I don't want to summarize this way. The basic idea is niobium metal is having 4D and 5S element, and they hybridize. Now in the process, lot of covalent tendency increase. In the case of tungsten ether, because the higher D and S formation takes place, they become covalent and brittle. Metal, when you put niobium, it gives very strong tendency of bonding, but metallic nature is maintained. Because of this, it does not decay, the strength does not decay with the temperature. From room temperature to 1000 degrees centigrade, it means maintain almost constant yield point or UTS and all. So because of this, it's a very wonderful material to work on. And we need to explore a little bit more, because when you are looking for a very high steam, a very high ultimate stage of the jet engines, and you want to have a speed 5 Mach or 4 Mach speed you talk about, you require really heavy thrust engine. Then either you increase the load of the engine, or you go with the new set of alloy which can work at the higher temperatures. So choice is there. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big applause to Dr. Tiwari and his work on a material, niobium, which is used for high temperature plus 1000 degrees centigrade, and also liquid helium temperatures at for the superconducting cavities. Dr. Tiwari has already received his gold medal, so we would like to thank him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tiwari, and thank you very much, Dr. Kapoor, for chairing this lecture. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting with our parallel technical sessions. But before that, a couple of important things. We would like to thank SN Mahanti Group for sponsoring today's lunch. It was a beautiful one. And also, we have a cultural evening planned for all of you, 7:15 p.m. onwards at Crystal Crown. So please join us for a very, very colorful evening. And now I would request the annual technical committee to kindly come on stage and take over the proceedings and begin the technical sessions. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
So good evening, good afternoon, everyone. We will be starting with our technical session 2 in 10 to 15 minutes. So whoever wants to load their presentations, they can come to the dais and load their presentation to the computer.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the technical session 2. Let me welcome Professor V.S. Raja, the session chair of this session. So Professor V.S. Raja is a worldwide known corrosion engineer and a professor in IIT Bombay. And over to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to the post-lunch session. Well, before I proceed inviting the speakers, I would like to ask, is there anyone who has not loaded their papers? Please do so. You can go to the side and load your papers. So it's important. Well, we have in this session an invited talk, and followed by that we have a few contributory talks. And I think I understand that invited talk is for 20 minutes. So I would also request the speaker to spare some time for the discussion. So that means maybe 17 minutes of presentation and 3 minutes for discussion would be very nice. Okay, so with this, now I would like to call upon the invited speaker, Dr. Manish Roy, and who will be talking on thermal spray coatings for missile systems, a few case studies, okay? And before he delivers the lectures, I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Manish Roy. Dr. Manish Roy graduated from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, in the year 1985 in metallurgical engineering. And after a short stay with the integrated steel plant as junior manager, he joined for post-graduation. Following post-graduation, he joined Defense Metallurgical Research Laboratory in the year 1989 as scientist. Since then, he has been continuing at different positions in the same laboratory. His main interest, research interest, include materials and surface engineering for tribological applications and nanotribology of self-lubricating films. And he has, of course, a lot of exchange programs and different schemes at various universities. That includes Indian National Science Academy sponsored, Royal Society London sponsored in 2001. And he also had other, fellowships that includes, that includes Senior Marie Curie Fellow of European Commission in the year 2007 and 2009. And he is also in the editorial boards of various journals that include Surface Engineering for Enhanced Performance Against Wear, and thermal spray coatings and tribological performance in IGI Global and so on. And of course, he has made extensive contribution in the field of surface engineering and tribology. And I think, the list is longer. I don't want to take his time, which is precious. We want to hear him. So with this very brief introduction, can I now invite Dr. Manish Roy to deliver his lecture. Dr. Manish Roy.
At the outset, I also like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. There was a small mistake in Professor Raj's introduction, and let me correct it. The journals he said, that was not journal, those are all books which I have edited. Anyway, since we have 20 minutes time, let me finish a short presentation. My topic is thermal spread coating for missile systems. A few case studies, because for missile system there are a number of coatings, number of varieties, ways of coating materials and systems of the various parts of the missiles. We have worked only on limited number of things, and I'll just try to give a brief outlook, overview of what we have done. And it is only our work which is concentrated in Defense Metallurgical Research Laboratory. And there are many other research laboratories and research organizations which are working for missile systems. No, it is not. So let's go to next slide. What have come from? So actually, it's okay. Let me tell, I'm just trying to structure my presentation based on some tribological coatings used in missile systems, then thermal barrier coatings used in missile systems, then we have environmental barrier coatings used in missile systems, and then we have high emissivity coatings for missile systems. And coming to tribological coatings, tribological coatings can be divided in different areas. high friction, low wear rate. There are coatings which has very high friction, but wear rate resistance is high. Then you have low friction, where wear resistance is also high. These kind of coatings are normally called self-lubricating coating. But there is another variety of coating which is low friction, but its wear resistance is also very low. So these are exclusively self-lubricating coating. Those kind of coatings are used only for lubrication purpose, not for any kind of wear resistance. Can I go to the next slide? Yeah, next. My presentation is only low, coatings which is low friction, but it has got good high wear resistance. This is one of the surface to surface long range missiles, and it has got one jet vents made by carbon-carbon composites. The jet vents is connected with one bush type of fittings having a ring, and across that it keeps moving. The movement of the jet vents essentially controls the movement of the direction of the missile. But it was found this system is failing because of, this jet vents is failing because of tribological problem. So we have tried several varieties of coating. Among them, one of the important coating was we call composite coating, which is dispersed with hexagonal boron nitride. And hexagonal boron nitride is very well known for its low frictional properties, as opposed to cubic boron nitride, which is established for its very high wear resistance properties. So we applied these properties across this, across that bottom part of the jet vents, and we can I have to go to the? This only shows the we show some improvement in the performances, and it shows that at beyond temperature of 600 degrees centigrade, which the jet vents come across, the friction coefficient suddenly increases very high. So all the coatings which we tried to apply and see their friction behavior, we found, can I go to the next slide? Okay, put next slide also. And another one. Yeah. This is the microstructures of the coating, and this is the bottom part of the jet vents which was coated, and before the coating as well as after the coating, we see the system remain totally intact. And this is the high temperature wear testing facility under which we carried out characterize the coating, and our observation is, you can see most of the coatings are also the carbon-carbon composites, actually silicon impregnated carbon carbon composites, which is always showing very high friction coefficient at elevated temperature. But when you coat it, it shows very low, around 0.3 and 0.4. And we have tried with some other coatings also, but not all coating could show high, lower friction coefficient at elevated temperature. So we selected this particular coating, which is dispersed with hexagonal boron nitride, and it served the purpose. Can I have the next slide? You can see this is a coated component, and the component of successful usage of the component in the in applications. So let's go to the next one. Now I come to the thermal barrier coating. Thermal barrier coating is essentially a thermal barrier coating system. It consists of a substrate on top of which, next slide, on top of which we have a bond coat. Next slide, bond coat. And on top of that, we give a ceramic top coat. Normally, this ceramic top coat is ETS stabilized zirconium, YSZ, and for most of this thermal barrier coating application, this is a coating which is used. But the adhesion characteristics of this coating with the bond coat is improved by the formation of a thermally grown oxide layer. Can I have this? Yeah, which essentially improves its adhesion with the bonds surfaces. This coating contains some cracks, also some porosities, which are desirable, considering the fact that it should have very low thermal conductivity. So can I go to the next slide? So when you try to design the thermal barrier coating, you try to have low thermal conductivity and high coefficient of thermal expansion. High coefficient of thermal expansion is required because you deposit this ceramic coating on a metallic bond coat, and there are a lot of differences in coefficient of thermal expansion. So the best way is to have zirconia, which is the ceramics which has got the highest coefficient of thermal expansion. But problem is zirconia normally remains in tetragonal as well as cubic phases. And the tetragonal phases, when at a elevated temperature, when it is cooled to room temperature, it decomposes in a monoclinic phase, which has very high coefficient of thermal expansion, resulted in failure of the coating at the interface between the bond coat as well as the ceramic top coat. That is why it is stabilized with yttria, which gives it metastable T phase, and that remains still room temperature. But another important aspect which makes this particular thermal barrier coating different from any other alternative thermal barrier coating, this yttria stabilized zirconia has got ferroelastic toughening. And this ferroelastic toughening is different from any form of transformation toughening. And that important feature of ferroelastic toughening is that it retains the toughness even at high temperature. And that makes this particular coating extremely valuable and useful for aero engine application. But we have used it for missile application. Can I have the next slide? Okay, before that, let me introduce another thing. There are ways of improving rather reducing the thermal conductivity of this kind of coatings. We try to stabilize with rare earth oxides such as gadolinium oxide, ytterbium oxide, and neodymium oxide. Also try to coat up with 2 or more oxides such as yttria oxide or niobium oxide or niobium pentoxide or yttria oxide or tantalum pentaoxide. Also we try to add paired dopants such as neodymium oxide or yttrium oxide or gadolinium oxide or strontium oxide. With this kind of doping, you can reduce the thermal conductivity from 1.8 watt per Q to meter per Kelvin to 1.2 watt per meter per Kelvin. Can I have the next slide? Second is its coefficient of thermal expansion. There are ways of, here you can see one of the very important thing, the coefficient of thermal expansion of the bond coat is higher than that of the substrate material. But still we have to give the bond coat, not that it improves the bonding, but the formation of the TGO is essentially responsible for improved bonding between the ceramic top layer and the bond coat. So, and the coefficient of thermal expansion can be increased by the addition of cerium oxide. Lanthanum cerium oxide is another material, and with these kind of additions, you can increase to something around 13 into 10 to the power minus 6 per Kelvin, as opposed to its 10.7 into 10 to the minus 6 Kelvin. Its original thermal coefficient expansion. Can I go to the next slide? And this can be deposited by both plasma spraying, electron beam physical vapor deposition, suspension plasma spraying, or plasma spray PVD technique. Later 2 techniques are not yet commercialized. First 2 techniques are used I'll say started commercial applications. Electron beam physical vapor deposition technique gives the coating with some columnar structure which shows improved strain adherence, and that improved strain adherence gives a better performance, particularly for aero engine application. But fortunately for missile application, where there is no repeated usage, you just fire the missile, as long as it works, it's fine, and then it is not reused. So such kind of improved performance is not necessary. So electron beam physical vapor deposited thermal barrier coatings are not so popular for missile kind of application. We try to use plasma spray, and can I go to the next slide? And try to deposit it. This shows the microstructure of both. Left side you have electron beam physical vapor deposited yttria stabilized zirconium. On the right side you have plasma spray deposited yttria stabilized zirconium. The top gives you the morphology of the top surface, whereas the bottom you get the cross sectional thing. Yttria, as I mentioned previously, yttria in your electron beam physical deposited structure shows a columnar. In between you have a lot of gaps, which essentially improves the strain tolerance of the coatings. As opposed to plasma spray coating, you see lenticular splats deposited one after another, and it is the addition of the splat that decides the strength of the coatings. Can I go to the next slide, please? This is the XRD technique, which essentially says zirconia. Next slide. This shows some of the erosion behavior of these 2 coatings. And the bottom coating shows that the erosion, actually, for all these coatings shows one important thing, erosion rate, if you plot against the cumulative mass of the erodent, number of particles eroding the thing, it decreases, and at some certain point of time, they becomes constant. And this constant rate, we call the erosion rate. And this erosion rate is plotted against temperature, because erosion is one of the very important degradation mechanism for thermal barrier coatings. And you can see electron beam physical vapor deposited coating has got better erosion resistance compared to plasma spread coating. Next slide. This is one of the interstage of a intercontinental missiles. This is normally made by steel. They have tried to replace it using an aluminum alloy, which will reduce the weight of the missiles. So we have coated it with this ETS stabilized zirconium using plasma spray, and it has served the purpose. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, this is one of the jet vents made of molybdenum substrate. It is used for some kind of long-range surface-to-air missiles. We used it, it worked, but I think they are now going for different kind of substrate for this kind of application. Can I go to the next slide? This shows some of these jet vents again. But this is for jet vents for intercontinental missiles, and these are made of tungsten heavy alloy, something which definitely try to replace. It has worked after coating thermal barrier, ETS stabilized zirconium thermal barrier coatings. Can I go to the next slide? This is one of the spaces used in jet vents. Not all the jet vents movements are by this kind of bush fitting. Some of the cases, instead of moving the jet vents, you try to move it with some kind of spacer. It is very popular in case of aero engines. But missiles, it is not so popular. These jet vents are essentially made of nickel-based, this part of the spaces are made of nickel-based superalloys. We try to coat that surface which is exposed to the high temperature gases, and it also worked successfully. Can I go to the next slide? Then comes the more number of coatings which we are seeing for hypersonic vehicle or hypersonic missiles. This shows some kind of temperature mapping of the missiles or the vehicles, whatever you want. The two important things, the nose cone as well as the leading edges of the wings, these are made of silicon impregnated carbon-carbon composites. The problem with those kind of materials, if it is exposed to water vapor, it transforms to silicon hydroxide. Normally, carbon-carbon composite gives its protection by formation of silicon oxides, but if the silicon oxide is not stable, which goes on silicon hydroxide, you need to give some coating to make it a little more stable. And another important thing, if the air under which it is exposed, if it is in moving conditions, I mean the dynamic oxidation conditions, it will definitely go, and the product is also taken away by the oxide layer. So protection by oxide layer is not possible. So we try to give a kind of coating, we call it environmental barrier coating. So can I go to the next slide? Now, when it comes to thermal barrier coating, although we have tried to show you the coatings by ETS stabilized zirconia, but for missile kind of application, we really do not need that variety because of its better performance. You can achieve thermal barrier performance, better performance in terms of thermal barrier performance, but not by the other mechanical performance. You can have it with lanthanum zirconite. There are certain advantages with the lanthanum zirconite, but zirconate, unfortunately, it has got lower coefficient of thermal expansion. But if you're not going to reuse it, if the coating survives in one flight, that should work well. So we are all now, presently we are trying to develop the lanthanum zirconia thermal barrier coating. Can I have the next slide? These are the advantages. Unlike ETS stabilized zirconium, it doesn't undergo any kind of melting or phase transformation from elevated temperature to the room temperature. Also, it has got considerable high sintering resistance. That's a problem with ETS stabilized zirconia, especially CMAS, especially during the operation of an aircraft engine. But this doesn't have this kind of problem. But it has other problem like cyclic oxidation, it doesn't survive. It also got lower thermal conductivity, which is expected more desirable compared to for a thermal barrier coating compared to ETS stabilized zirconia. Also, it doesn't allow easy oxidation as is possible in ETS stabilized zirconia. Can I have the next slide? This shows you the differences of this property, especially specific heat as well as thermal conductivity, and you can see lanthanum zirconate has got significantly lower values as compared to ETS stabilized zirconia. Next slide. This is a plasma spread microstructure of lanthanum zirconia. Similarly, what we see even in ETS stabilized zirconia, lenticular splat deposited one after another. And splats, addition of the, between two splats gives you the strength properties of the coating. And next slide. And this is electron beam physical vapor deposited lanthanum zirconium. This is of course not our work, I have taken it from literature. Here also you see columnar structure. We expect that this will give up improved performance as far as cyclic oxidation. But anyway, that's not important for our missile applications. I can go to the next slide. As I mentioned previously, the carbon-carbon composite has the problem of formation of silicon oxide as a protective layer, which transform to silicon hydroxide when it is exposed to kind of water vapor. And that under moving air goes up, so it cannot give the protection. So we try to have an environmental barrier coating which gives a necessary protection, but the environmental barrier coating also needs a lot of tolerance in terms of mechanical stresses because of the vibration, structural movements during the flight, and impact during the loading. And it also should show good oxidation resistance, thermal shock resistance, dimensional stability, and abrasion resistance, as is the case with majority of the coatings. And can we go? There are varieties of environmental barrier coating like barium, strontium, aluminum silicate, yttrium silicate, and yttrium silicate. In fact, yttrium silicate is becoming the most popular, but we are sticking to yttrium silicate. But before that, carbon-carbon composite, we try to give mullite as a bond coat. Next slide. This shows some of these our work. We have coated with or without a mullite bond coat, and this shows the morphology of the yttria silicate along with their cross section with or without a bond coat. The XRD pattern shows in case of carbon-carbon composite it is SiCs primarily, and yttria silicate in case of the coating. Next slide. We have exposed this to isothermal oxidation for 24 hours, and here of course we have up to 11 hours. We can see the carbon-carbon composite and the coated part. It remains intact after, in fact, after 24 hours. That much time, of course, you do not need any missile systems. The important thing in the subsection, you see, cross-section, you see there is no oxide layer formation. So yttria silicate itself works as a protective layer, no scale formation. So there is no hydroxide formation which goes away with the dynamic oxidation conditions. Let's go to next slide. We have also exposed this to static oxyacetylene flame. Normally, this is not, it's very aggressive conditions. This condition we don't come across. We expose it for only for 30 seconds, but that was enough. You can see the left side as received carbon-carbon composite, and the other one is yttria silicate coating. It doesn't withstand very well. Can I go to the next slide? We have, of course, exposed this to dynamic oxidation condition for an air velocity of something of the order of 1.8 Mach at the temperature of 900 degrees centigrade for air pressure of 1.5 for an hour or so. And you can see even after the exposure, it survives such a condition. And that, on the basis of that, for the timing, we have recommended to use yttria silicate as a protective environmental air coating. Maybe a better coating we will be able to come up subsequently. Can I go to the next slide? Then comes the last variety of my coating, that is high emissivity coating, which needs high emission. As I had shown, even the missile system, majority of the places it gets so heated because of its such, especially during the flight inside the atmosphere. So if you have a little high emissivity coating, many systems which are inside the missiles are protected. And there are varieties like such as silicon zirconate was silicon carbide zirconate was the initially thought of high emissivity coating, but unfortunately it is found that oxidation is a big problem for that. So people are trying to change it to high temperature ceramic coatings like zirconium boride, hafnium boride, etc. But modified with rare earth, but those kind of coatings becomes quite expensive. We are trying to get some kind of transition metal oxides, which for the time being is working good, but it's very difficult to get coat large area because we are not able to generate enough powders, and these powders are not available commercially. This nanostructured copper magnesium oxide, manganese oxide we produced through some chemical route, and that we sprayed it by suspension plasma spraying. In ARCI, I understand one person is sitting from ARCI. Can I go to the next slide? Next slide, please. There are ways of improving the emissivity of these coatings. One of the ways is doping. Then you can have surface roughness. That also improves emissivity. Surface texture, surface periodicity, coating thickness, and also nanocomposite structure. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, also on the next slide. In this kind of coating, you can see a majority of the emission takes place for a wavelength of something of the 5 microns, 1 to 5 micron. And you can see with increase of the impurity concentration by doping, the absorption, which is in terms reflects the emission also, both increases. Can I go to the next slide? This is another example where the emissivity is increasing with addition of, basically it's a kind of glass coating where you have seen an increase of emissivity with increase of the concentration of chromium oxides. This kind of doping, it increases emissivity significantly. So this is one of the very popular methods of improving emissivity, and we are, this copper magnesium oxide, we are trying to improve its emissivity with addition of the doping, and we'll see what happens subsequently. Next slide. Surface roughness also increases. Understanding has not yet come about this. Generally, people say because of the increase of the surface roughness, the net surface area increases, so possibly that is why the emissivity is also increased. We don't have at this moment any mechanism to control the surface roughness. When increase the surface roughness, then what we generally get by plasma spraying. Next slide. Another is surface texture. A texture surface shows improvement in the emissivity, but reverse trend is also been seen. With our specific coating, we could not do any test because we don't have any mechanism available with us to control the surface texture. Finally, next slide. Coating thickness. You need to have an appropriate coating, something of the order of 20 micron. That is the thickness beyond which generally emissivity doesn't increase. So we try to have coating something between 20 to 30 micron. But with thermal spray, that's not very simple. But at the same time, with thermal spray, it is not very simple to control very accurately the thickness of the coating. But at the same time, you can achieve this thin coating with thermal spray technique. Next slide. Then come nanocomposite coating of high emissivity nanocomposite coating. And the copper manganese oxide which we develop, that is also nanostructure powder. The important thing is it really doesn't improve emissivity significantly, but other mechanical properties, particularly thermal shock resistance, oxidation resistance, very multifunctional work it can do. So this coating, at the most, the best kind of high emissivity coating we have, and we are planning to go ahead with this for the time being. So with this, I think I come to my last slide. Let me see the next. Sorry. This is a morphology of this copper manganese oxide coatings. What generally we see plasma sweat coating, that is what is seen. Next one. And this is the cross-section morphology of this copper, and you can see only those EDAX pattern only confirms the presence of those elements which is expected out of here. During the spray, we don't incorporate any kind of extra oxides, and etc. Next, last one. So I come to the conclusion. A composite coating containing hexagonal boron nitride dispersed to hexagonal boron nitride is useful as a friction reduction coating at elevated temperature for silicon impregnated carbon-carbon composite used in jet bends application. Coming to TBC, it is a complexity of the interaction of 4 different layers, which I mentioned during the TBC. The substrate, bond coating, followed by ceramic top coat, and in between you have formation of thermal ignited oxide layer. It's really, this is such a complex that we have not been able to exploit the maximum potential of this thermal barrier coating, but it has become even further compounded due to the presence, non-reliable, lack of reliability of the processing of thermal barrier coatings. Coming to lanthanum zirconium, which is the most potential coating for this, the kind of application I am looking for. The failure mechanism of this coating has not yet been clearly understood. An integration of experimental technique and some theoretical modeling will probably give us a better understanding about this failure of this kind of coatings as thermal barrier coating. And finally, the most high emissivity coating requires high emissivity and other functional properties attained during which can be attained using some kind of multi-layer coating. And that's one of the reasons why compositional gradient layer coatings are coming in a big way. And now, but rather important thing is that presently people are trying to develop variable emittance coating of many of these spacecraft. So before I finish, let me acknowledge the various sections of our laboratory. The high temperature coating group, which is carried out most of the coating. Of course, ARC I should have mentioned. The non-destructive coating group, which has given us the quality of the coating, assess the quality of the coating. The tribology group, where we carried out our tribological experiments. Ceramic group, which developed some of these powders. Of course, electron microscopy group to show you scanning microscope. Next slide. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Manish Roy, for giving a very broad overview of various kinds of coatings obtained through thermal spray for missile applications. Well, the paper is now open for discussion. If anybody has any questions? Yeah, Dr. Singh?
Nice presentation on coating material. Actually, generally lanthanum phosphate is a very good candidate material for the thermal coating barrier. And I saw in one of your slides, you have used lanthanum and cerium oxide, but not much data on those aspects. And if you are using this mixture of these two, what is the ratio?
Well, we are trying to develop zirconium lanthanate coating.
Yeah, that's what actually.
Yeah, so we have done one coating with some 1% cerium oxide. That did not show us any significant differences in thermal conductivity or the other one, coefficient of thermal expansion. But I think we have to go some 5%, etc. But that will definitely change many of the functionalities of the coating.
Yeah, but lanthanum phosphate, there is no much data. You have not shown anything on that.
In literature, we are not finding, but I am very sure there are many companies who have definitely developed much better coating than this.
Yeah, but you can get the lanthanum phosphate from IREL, Indian Errors Limited. Now they are making this lanthanum phosphate, and that will give you the better result compared to other whatever you have tested.
We will try that as well.
Yeah.
Subsequently. Thank you very much for the information.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Any other questions? I have one question regarding environmental barrier coatings, right? I think so. You talked about, but people have been also using ytterbium, based silicate coatings for the environmental resistant coatings. Actually,
ytterbium. We have not used
ytterbium. Yeah, ytterbium is something.
Yeah, ytterbium. No, I understand that it is also very popular. Ytterbium silicate, but ytterbium is not so readily available.
Okay.
As much as yttrium is available. We have to look for the commercial possibilities also. Hypersonic missiles, hypersonic vehicle, we are not yet successful.
Okay.
So once we have the yttrium silicate, we can think of, even yttrium silicate, its adhesion character, as I showed, it's not to the extent we expect it. I think we need to work on this adhesion, particularly carbon-carbon composite. See, environmental coating is not necessary for metallic materials. Carbon-carbon composites, because its protection is by formation of SiO2 scale. As you know, understand, most of the metallic materials forms a
it is mostly for silicon carbon systems, where is
and the one which is going that in the presence of water vapor, it gets silicon hydroxide, which is not stable in the sense. If you have moving air, it takes away the protective scale. And more it forms, and eventually you do not have enough silicon at all to have formed silicon oxides.
Okay.
So yttrium silicate, the concept is that it doesn't form any oxide, that itself it works as a protective scale.
Okay. Yeah.
But you see other things like M-Trolley, which we use for bond coat, the coating doesn't give the protection. Coating forms an alumina scale. That scale gives the protection against oxidation.
M-Crowley works on a different principle altogether, because it's a compatibility of coefficient of thermal expansion also is important between your oxide coating and the metal. That's one of the things. And during the process,
actually, coating has to be multifunctional.
Yeah. So So thank you very much. If there are any more questions, let us thank Dr. Manish Roy. Before that, I have a pleasant duty to do. Dr. Manish Roy, 1 second. On behalf of the organizers, I have present duty to hand over this memento. Well, we have 3 papers which are being loaded. Are there any other papers? Authors are present here. So if not, let me now call upon the next speaker. It is Jay Kumaran S. Rajan Singh, Sridhar Raju, Deepak Khandelwal, Srikant Pai, Dinesh Rawat, and Devasis Mishra. This authored by these authors, and the paper is on reduction of pin rust in cold roll steel sheets for drums and barrel applications. And they are from JSW Steels Limited, Vijayanagar Works, Bellary, Karnataka. Who is making the presentation? Yeah, please. Yeah, please start. I mean, you have the, yeah. How long would you like to take the presentation? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, fine. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. This is Jay Kumaran from JSW Steels Vijayanagar. So today I have a topic discussion. The topic title is reduction of pin rust in cold rolled steel sheets for drums and barrels applications. So this is a major case study which we took in our steel sector. Like we are facing some issues in our cold rolled steels, and how we observed the cause, what are the probable root causes, and what are the actions we took for reducing this. So basically, drums and barrels is a segment for which we supply cold rolled steels for their applications. And since there is a process of welding take place for drum manufacturing, cold rolled steels are mostly preferred. So they use this drums for the purpose of storage of chemical substances and other food product substances. So they require clean steels in which any chemical reactions, it is not acceptable. And at the same time, the oil which they require is a kind of DOS oil. DOS stands for dioctyl subacate. It is an extract of vegetable oil, so which can be directly used for direct paint application. And because of this, we used to get some pin kind of rust, like in the defect image, if you see some dot like pin type of rust will be generated throughout the coils and on top and bottom surface of the coils. So especially during the season, during the monsoon season from June to September, like that. So for that, we took various steps which will be discussed further. So this is the process routing. So initially we have like our coil producing is from pickling and rolling, and then next it goes for a continuous annealing line where cleaning, electrolysis cleaning will be taking place, and then annealing, and then skin pass. So after skin pass, we will apply this oil, DOS oil. And after that it goes for slitting, packing into a coil form. Whereas if you see this customer process, the coil form which will be formed as blank stage, cut to length, and then they will form for a drums manufacturing and surface treatment and painting. So during this, due to this kind of pin rust, this paint is not getting properly. So that they are facing some issues in that customer end. So before that, you will mainly see this SIM analysis which we took on the defect region. So this is the element overlay. If you see this, the rust area, we can see most of the oxygen and iron element only, and which contributes around 95%. And some other elements like chlorine and nitrogen contributes around 3 to 4%. So mainly you want to identify whether this rust is normal red rust or any other chemical substances causing this kind of pin rust. So based on the SIM analysis, we could found that it is like red rust which is occurring during this monsoon season. So these are all the process parameters and what are the probable reasons which can cause this pin rest been identified. And we have taken some good and bad analysis also, good bad analysis based on our data points. So majorly the oil quantity, WTF concentration. WTF is wet tempered fluid which we apply during the skin pass of the coil strip. And our the strip center speed, how much the hydrogen concentration we are maintaining in the furnace section, and what is the aging and atmospheric conditions. So these are all the main parameters which we got as factors that can cause this pin rest. So in this good bad analysis, if you see like in that contour plot, so which shows that x-axis has atmospheric relative humidity and y-axis has center speed. So the good coils, which is in the dark green regions, has higher center speed of the coil and higher and lower and higher atmospheric humidity. Whereas in bad coils, if we see the atmospheric relative humidity is on very higher side and the center speed is also on lower side. So which from this we identified that the coils which processed at higher speed and have a very good effect compared to coils which processed at lower speed. And the one more study also which take place like aging, like how long these coils get affected. So if we see the maximum aging which this coils of DOS oil has been produced like contributes like carries up to 30 days, 1 month. Next, after 1 month, we used to find this kind of pin rest. So the inference is like when the cal speed is low, means the coil is more time it is on the hydrogen atmosphere, which means that coil surface is very clean. So which makes the atmospheric humidity to react with the surface and cause this pin type rest. So after that, we studied on the oil sample analysis also. Like we did the FTIR analysis on the samples, oil samples. Like one is DOS and another one is Quaker. Quaker oil, they will use some corrosion inhibitors. So, but in DOS oils, they will not use corrosion inhibitors. Other than that, we couldn't find any kind of differences between the bonding and the viscosity also. Like DOS contributes around 12 kinematic viscosity and Quaker is around 17. So other than that, we couldn't find any differences in this oil samples also. So as before I said, this atmospheric effect. So if you see this relative humidity during this Mumbai region, from June to October, there is around 95% of humidity is there. And since it is a coastal region, so whereas if you see our location, JSW Vijayanagar, the temperature and humidity will be like 27 degrees Celsius and 76%. And for this, the dew point temperature will be around 22 degrees Celsius. But when this material is reaching at their end, like at Mumbai region, so the dew point which forms is already it is 27 degrees Celsius. So there is more chance of this dew point in the coil surface, and that cause kind of pin type rest. So this is what one literature and findings we could see. So in order to get rid of this, we added some chemistry changes in our material. So we added a copper addition of like 0.05% to 0.07. So this shows a very good improvement in this. We did this is an EAS test, electrochemical impedance test with 3.5% of sodium chloride. So in this, if you see this copper added, it shows a good resistance of around 904 resistance of ohm, whereas without copper it is showing around 783. And the same with the corrosion rate, if we see, with copper it shows very low corrosion rate, like 0.12 mm per year, compared to the coils without copper it's showing around 0.16. So this put together shows a very good improvement in terms of delay in the red rest. So this is our findings, like this corrosion rate improvement after this, some of the actions which we took. So like we did some process analysis also, like with higher furnace cooling temperature with low hydrogen. But above all, this copper addition with our process control, it shows a very good performance betterment in compared to this normal without copper. So after that corrective actions, we supplied many materials and it has been successfully came and it shows a good result also. So the conclusion is like, to delay this kind of pin rest, we took major actions like reducing the hydrogen concentration and increase the center speed and to increase the FCS temperature. So, but in the base metal chemistry, we changed the copper addition, which also shows, along with this process parameters, shows a better performance. So this majorly reduced the pin rest, which was major issue for us in CR steels. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for presenting your work in time. Well, the paper is now open for discussion. Anybody has any questions? Yeah, please. Can you please introduce yourself, if you don't mind?
Thank you, sir. So, I am Nimai Gorai from Tata Steel.
Yes.
Actually, when you add copper,
Yes, sir.
so how you can control this hot metal embrittlement? But if you add copper at the same
Yes,
time, you need to add some nickel or and other elements
Like
to control that.
higher strength, you're saying?
No, hot metal embrittlement. But copper you added 0.5% copper.
It's not 0.5, it is 0.05%.
0.05 copper.
Yes, yes, 0.05 to 0.07%.
Okay, so it will not
It
affect
is- it
your
didn't affect
hot
any-
rolling and
yes,
other
yes.
things.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions from the audience? No. Okay. So copper is added as atmospheric corrosion,
Yes, sir.
resistance.
So it is basically a corrosion resistant element.
Did you do any systematic study in terms of what kind of oxides are being formed? How effective? I do see there's impedance.
Sir, in that we
You've done
observed that-
impedance in 3.5% sodium chloride. That's
Yes,
too aggressive. But people also study very specifically atmospheric corrosion because that's much more realistic.
Yes,
The
yes.
atmospheric corrosion, you form an oxide. This is protective, right? When you take a sodium chloride, all the oxide dissolves. It doesn't give you any kind of effect.
Sir, actually,
So if you can try out actually to, there are specific test methods, protocols, which simulates the atmospheric corrosion.
Okay.
You may plan to do it so that you will have a clear idea about how much, and in fact find out what kind of oxides are formed, iron hydroxide, and some of
Yes.
them are protective. So
Okay.
such studies you may be able to continue to
Yes,
see
sir.
that how effective it is as compared to other atmospheric corrosion resistant steels actually. May be useful.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Huh?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, yeah. So let me call upon the first, listed in the first here in the abstract, that is by Mr. James Herbert, right? And the talk is on steering of furnaces using air-cooled electromagnetic technology, and is from Altec Europe Limited and UK. Yeah, Mr. James Herbert.
Thank you for the introduction. Appreciate the opportunity of being here today to talk for a few minutes on stirring of furnaces and the benefits of applying electromagnetic air-cooled inductor to existing furnaces. So Altec is generally known around the world for our involvement in dross management. We have a number of different technologies that are used around the world at various companies to help customers manage their dross, maximize the metallics in their dross, and do this in an environmentally friendly manner. One of the other areas that we work with customers is actually trying to minimize the amount of dross that they actually generate in their aluminium furnaces in the first place. And this is where our electromagnetic stirrer range comes into play and is one of the advantages. There's many others, and we'll talk about that in the coming slides. So when we talk about adding a stirring device to an aluminium furnace, what we're trying to do is improve the heat transfer and the efficiency of that furnace. We're trying to get the energy from the combustion system, from the refractory walls, and apply that to the melt. One of the challenges we have is that we have typically in a non-stirred furnace, we have a temperature stratification in that furnace. And so that surface metal is going to be a lot hotter than the metal at the bottom of the furnace, okay? So I've got a fluid model here. This is for a 150-ton melting furnace. And you can see there that the surface at a certain temperature in the red is in the order of 760 degrees centigrade, but at the bottom of that furnace, it's 100 degrees lower in temperature. Now, if we apply our electromagnetic stirring device to the bottom of that furnace, you can see that we have the ability to equalize that temperature and remove and reduce that temperature stratification, okay? And bearing in mind this is 150 tons of molten aluminium, we're able to equalize that temperature in 2 to 3 minutes, okay? So, you know, it's very, very quick process. So what does that allow us to do? Well, we're improving the heat transfer in that furnace, okay? The heat penetration depth is increased, and we're increasing the delta T, the difference between the combustion space and the molten metal. And so we're allowing that energy to be applied to the aluminium in a lot more efficient way. So essentially, more of the energy is going into the melt rather than out the stack. So this increases the melt rate and the efficiency of the furnace, but the other aspect is that it reduces the amount of dross that's generated on the surface, okay? Because you're not over-temping the aluminium, and aluminium we know likes to oxidize, we can reduce the amount of dross that's generated. And when you're looking at return on investment on this type of technology, just the dross reduction alone can pay for the technology and give good return on investment. So to summarize the benefits, we're looking at improving the heat transfer, increasing the melt rate, reducing dross, and reducing the amount of energy that's used in that furnace. There's a number of other improvements in terms of homogeneity, better quality and consistency of the alloy that you're producing, reduced alloying times, less rejects, and less waiting time at the caster. One benefit that's not up there is if you're currently stirring your furnace using a mechanical system, perhaps a fork truck and a rake, often that causes a lot of refractory damage. So again, by applying an electromagnetic system to a furnace, you can reduce the amount of maintenance that is taking place. So over the last 15 years, Altec has positioned ourselves to be one of the world leaders in electromagnetic stirring systems. We have over 100 in operation around the world. And we've developed a range of inductors that can be applied in many different applications. On the left is a typical example of an inductor on a scissor lift. And on the right-hand side, you can see the main components of that system. So you've got the inductor itself, you've got the cooling system, and this is the big difference with our technology compared to others, in that the cooling system is done through air. Typically, electromagnetic stirring systems use water to cool, and I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. And then you've got the control system, frequency converters that typically go in an MCC room, and then an operator station for the operator to control the system. Often these are actually integrated into the furnace control system also. As I mentioned, one of the biggest differences between this technology and existing technologies is that the inductor is air-cooled, okay? It's constructed using solid copper busbar, and we have a steel core. And you can see there the construction on the right-hand side. The fact that we use solid copper means that we're generating much lower I²R losses in the form of heat, okay? All induction systems generate heat. Typically, that heat is removed using a water cooling system. Because we're using solid copper, we don't generate the heat. More of the energy actually goes into the melt, so we can actually get away with using air as our cooling medium. So therefore, no special water systems are required. It's very safe. There's no need to have water around the side or the bottom of the furnace in the furnace pit. And it's a very robust construction. Different ways you can install this technology, and there's many factors that come into play in determining how to install it. Available space, whether you have a pit or not, the depth of the bath, whether it's static or a tilting furnace. But just some examples on the right-hand side, very simple system with the inductor on a static frame. You've got a side-mounted system in applications where there's no basement in the furnace. And then more complicated systems that can actually automatically move between one furnace and another. So you can use one inductor over several furnaces. Again, just a few pictures there to show the versatility of the technology. You've got static systems, systems on scissor lifts, screw jacks. And even on the top right-hand side, we had an application where we had a very small magnetic window, non-magnetic window, stainless steel plate, and we adapted the inductor to fit that. So, coming to the back end of the presentation, talking about some of the benefits of applying this technology to an existing furnace. This is an application we installed for Hydro Aluminum in the US. The information I'm sharing today is in the public domain, and they've allowed us to share this. So I'm not giving any secrets away. You can see before any installation, the furnace has to be retrofitted with a stainless steel window, and you can see that at the bottom of the furnace and the picture on the left there. And that was done during a refractory reline of the furnace. And then later on, when they had scheduled a service maintenance shutdown, we installed our system. And it's quite a simple retrofit, and within a week, this customer was up and running. And you can see on the right-hand side the effect of that circulation in the furnace. Okay, you get good stir. We can control that and change the speed, the direction of the furnace, depending on the application and where we are in the furnace cycle. So just wrapping up the presentation, these are the results. And one thing that Hydro are very good at doing is benchmarking the equipment. And so when we do work with Hydro, they will make sure that the system delivers on what we've promised. Okay, and they will, over a period of a few days, do a series of melts with and without the stir on, so they can do a comparison, and then they provide a report. But you can see there, the cycle time, is in the order of 20% reduced. Melt rate is increased by 26%. Energy consumption reduced by 7.6%, and the dross reduction that I mentioned earlier by 6.2%. So you can see there that by retrofitting, a system such as this to an existing furnace, there's significant benefit that you can provide, and quite, very quick return on investment. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James Herbert. And any questions from the audience? So, well, I think, is there any limitations in terms of the temperature of the bath that this efficiency depends on?
No, in terms of the temperature of the bath, it really doesn't matter what the temperature is of that bath. I guess the biggest challenge in any furnace application is getting that energy down to the bottom of the melt and not overcooking essentially the surface metal. So it really doesn't matter what temperature it is, it just improves the efficiency of getting that temperature into all of the bath.
So, but you were able to achieve throughout the bath the temperature equalization?
Absolutely. Yeah, typically we're within plus or minus 5 degrees in 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
So very quick.
That's
obviously, it depends on the size of the furnace and the shape, but yeah.
That's a great news, actually. Yeah. So
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if there are any more questions, let's give a big hand to speakers. Thank you. Before I proceed, I just want to let you know there are only 2 papers to be presented. This is by Preeti Verma et al. Other one is Nimai Chandra et al. Are there any other papers which are there? Yeah? Are there any other papers? Yeah, please load your presentation in case you have not done it. Okay. So what I do is right now I will call upon the other speaker Preeti Verma, Jayati Verma, Meenakshi B. Lohani, and Rakesh Kumar Gupta. So these are the authors, and the paper is on investigation of corrosion protection efficiency of polyvinyl acetate coating utilizing electrochemical impedance spectroscopy. So who is presenting the paper? Yes. Okay, what's the good name?
Preeti Verma.
Preeti Verma, okay. So please go ahead and you can start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I also extend thanks to the organizers for providing me an opportunity. A very good afternoon to the esteemed chairperson and distinguished delegates. Presently, I am working as a scientist at National Research Laboratory for Conservation of Cultural Property, Lucknow. And I did my PhD in Metallurgical Engineering from IIT BHU, Varanasi, under the supervision of Professor Vakil Singh and Professor N.C. Santi Srinivas. As I have seen, the entire presentation in this conference revolved around the advanced materials. However, my presentation is related to the ancient materials. As World Heritage Week is going on, so my intention through this presentation is to create the awareness about the importance of cultural property. Unfortunately, enough attention has not been paid towards the development of new and effective method for the conservation and preservation of cultural property. And research is also lacking in this field in India. The topic of my presentation is investigation of corrosion protection efficacy of polyvinyl acetate coating on copper utilizing electrochemical impedance spectroscopy. This is my outline of the presentation. In introduction, I will talk about the importance and problem arises in the cultural artifacts and why preservation is important. Then objectives of the present investigation, materials and method, followed by results and discussion. Finally, I will conclude my presentation. Now coming to the introduction, the use of metal and its alloys have been technological evolution over time, and the examination of metallic artifacts reflect that manufacturing process was different in different time period in different region of the country. This suggested that power and political success of one civilization over the other. Or we can say that throughout the advancement, the discovery, development and application of metal played an important role and has driven the way that we live in and societies have been organically shaped. Copper was the first metal used by human beings, and copper and its alloys have been used in various applications like making ornaments, sculpture, weapons, coins, because of its various attractive properties such as good formability, good casting, good conductor of heat and electricity, and higher corrosion resistance. And it has been observed the ancient metallic artifacts either buried for a long time or exposed in outdoor environment. And the exposure of metallic artifacts in different environments leads to the corrosion. And this is a very serious problem. And the preservation of cultural property is important so that future generation can have the knowledge about the ancient art and technology. And cultural property also played an important role in the economy of the country via tourism and employment. From these photographs, one can clearly understood why there is need to develop protective coating for ancient metallic artifacts. In these photographs, one can clearly see there is a severe corrosion on the artifacts. If our museum is having the collection which is having severe corrosion, no visitors would like to see such type of object. That's why proper prevention and proper development of coating for ancient metallic artifacts is very important. There are different coatings available, such as inorganic, organic, ceramic, and conversion coatings. And different coatings are available for industrial application point of view. But the coating which is being applied for the industry point of view, one cannot directly apply it for the ancient metallic artifacts. Because the coating which is generally applied to the ancient metallic artifacts should possess various properties, such as transparency, reversibility, and the important thing is that aesthetic value of the object should not be compromised, long-term efficiency and easy maintenance. In India, generally, 3 coatings are used. One is the paralloid B72 coating, and other one is the polyvinyl acetate coating, and third one is the microcrystalline wax coating for the metallic artifacts. And the Indian conservators are applying irrespective of any material, whether this is copper, silver, or lead object, they are randomly applying any type of coating, and even they are not bothering about the concentration. However, concentration of the coating played very important role in deciding the corrosion resistance of that particular coat. That's why the development of coating is very important. Recently, we have received the samples from ASI Nagpur Circle, and we have noticed they have applied very thick concentration of coating for the protection of the object. However, the thick concentration of the coating lead to the accelerated corrosion in the artifacts. That is why the objective of the present investigation is to study the effect of concentration of the polyvinyl acetate coating on corrosion rate and to optimize the concentration of polyvinyl acetate coating and characterize the corrosion tested samples using XRD and SCM. Recently, I have switched my area from mechanical metallurgy to corrosion. So I have done only preliminary investigation. I have not done so much detailed investigation. The chemical composition of the copper sheet was determined using micro XRF, and 3 different concentration of the coating were prepared, 2%, 5%, and 10%. And these coating solutions were prepared by dissolving the crystals of polyvinyl acetate in toluene. And electrochemical tests were performed. All tests were conducted in a simulated atmosphere electrolyte. And here I am showing the XRF spectrum. From there we can see there is a pure copper sheet. And here I have shown the polarization curve for both coated and uncoated sample. From the polarization curve, we can see that there is a superior corrosion resistance in case of 2% polyvinyl acetate coating in comparison to the uncoated and other concentration. And here I have shown the Nyquist plot. From the Nyquist plot, one can see there is a depressed semicircle followed by a linear line, which shows the presence of Barber impedance in the equivalent circuit model. And it also indicates the diffusion controlled mechanism is playing the role for the superior corrosion resistance in case of 2% PVA coating solution. Here I have shown the Bode plot, and there is a high value of impedance and phase angle in case of 2% polyvinyl acetate coating in comparison to the other uncoated and 5% and 10% coated samples. I have also done the preliminary XRD analysis, and in case of uncoated sample, there is a formation of para-takamite compound. Formation of para-atacamide compound is very dangerous for the metallic artifacts, or we can say for the copper alloy, because it behaves like a cancer. Once there is a formation of para-atacamide, it leads to the occurrence of the bronze disease, and which will degrade the object very badly. However, in case of 2% PBA coated solution, there is a formation of copper oxide layer, which is acting as a passive layer. And I have also done some SEM analysis. In case of 2% PBA coating solution, there is a globular morphology of copper oxide. Now coming to the conclusion, the corrosion rate was found to be superior. Corrosion rate was found to be less in case of 2% coated solution, and visual examination indicates there is a significant formation of corrosion product in the uncoated sample, and XRD analysis shows the formation of para-atacamide compound, which suggests that coating is required for the protection of copper artifact, and different types of corrosion product were also confirmed by SEM analysis. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for presenting the paper in time. Now the paper is open for discussion. Any questions? Yeah, please. Yeah, please use the mic. Oh. Oh my God. Take care, yeah. Can you turn it on?
I'm R.K. Lenka from BARC. I have seen your impedance curve. It shows that you were telling that Warburg impedance.
Yeah.
And in Warburg impedance is around 45-degree angle from the base. So have you checked with in body plot in time domain whether what are the relaxation processes, whether truly it's what you have mentioned in a resistor and capacitor or constant phase element in parallel, whether this really circuit fits and or there are different time domains?
Actually, I have just started, and initially I have done the circuit fitting. I have to recheck the things, and I have to redo the results test also.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Just I have only one question, that you have measured the thickness of these coatings?
Yes, sir.
I mean that
Thickness of coating is less than around 10 micron.
I mean,
Yeah.
you are relating to the concentration of polyvinyl
Yeah,
acetate.
in
Rather, you would relate it to the thickness of the coating,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, in future I am also trying to see the effect of thickness of the coating on the corrosion resistance.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let's give a big hand to the speakers. Yeah, thank you very much. Let me move on to the next paper. Next paper is by P. Suresh Babu, Y. V. Lakshmi, S. Danish, B. Rajashekaran, L. Ramakrishna, and G. Sivakumar. The paper is presented by Suresh Babu. The paper is entitled Fireside Corrosion Behavior of Indigenous IN617 and IN625 powder coatings deposited on T91 boiler tube materials using APS and HVAF spray techniques. Yeah, Dr. Suresh Babu.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to you all. So I'm going to talk on fireside corrosion behavior of superalloys deposited on T91 substrate, which is known for boiler tube materials, using atmospheric plasma spray and HVAF. So we have been listening this decarburization yesterday and today also. Even power plants also, they are designing to reduce the CO2 so that global warming will come down and pollution also. To reduce the CO2 and increase the efficiency of the boilers, we need to increase the temperature and pressure of the cycle. For that, we need to design the materials. So generally, right now, and Professor Raja also mentioned in his presentation, there are several varieties of boilers, subcritical, subcritical, supercritical, ultra-supercritical. And the temperature is ranging from 320 to 720. 720 is the newest one, and pressure is from 22 bar to 33 bar. So the issue with increasing the temperature is fire side corrosion. People also know, say this is a art corrosion behavior. This is due to presence of ash in the coal, which will form trisulfate, tri-iron sulfate oxides, which has low melting point. Another one is presence of flue gases like H2O, O2, CO2, SO2, like that. So that will deteriorate the, that will form deposits, and that will severely attack the boiler tube materials. And you can see here also corrosion regimes took place based on the metal temperature as well as gas temperature. So most of the power plant boilers are in this region. Alkali means that is, as I said, it is from 320 to 720. So I also mentioned. So how to improve the properties is, there are several ways to improve the properties. One is identification of the suitable material for the particular temperature, or modification of the surface to get the performance evaluation of the low cost materials. So with this background, I carried out this work. The main objective of this work is evaluation of superalloy coatings on T91 steel. If you use nickel based superalloys, they are very costly and not viable, very expensive. So this is one of the alternative method to reduce the cost of the plant operation and with improved properties. And we use thermospray techniques to deposit these coatings. There are in thermospray feedstock in the form of, for those who are not aware of this, rod or powder heated to molten or semi-molten and accelerated towards the substrate, where they heat and form the dense coating. This is, you can see here. The feedstock can be heated by plasma or arc, electric arc, or combustion flame. So there are different techniques, and gas temperature as particle energy as a function of different techniques are shown top right corner of this one. Plasma involves high temperature, and HVAF what we have used for this study is in the low temperature high kinetic regime. So within plasma also we have used two systems. One is the conventional plasma, where that plasma forms between cathode and anode. That flume will carry the particles, melt and deposit on that. We have also recently equipped with Metatech Axial 3. So it has 3 torches, cathode torches, which converts. So the advantage with this one is, and it's the axial powder feeding. Here in the conventional one, powder is fed by radially, powder feed radially. In this one, we can feed the powder axially. That will give several advantages. One, it will increase the powder efficiency. Another one is you can use solution based. That's why in my all remaining slides, I mentioned axial plasma as axial solution plasma spray, ASPS. And one more, this is high velocity air fuel. Actually, this is also new system recently developed. Earlier we know that high velocity oxy fuel, there the temperatures are slightly higher and velocity is close to, particle velocity close to 700 to 800. But here using the air, you can decrease the flame temperature and increase the particle velocity using this D-level nozzle design. And the combustion oxy fuel is activated with heated ceramic disc, which is located behind the combustion chamber. So these 3 techniques we used, and 2 compositions we selected, 617 and 625. One is having a cobalt, another one is having molybdenum. And say these powders, generally thermospray grade powders we procure from MNC companies. So what we did in this work is to make indigenization of powder manufacturing, we have a inert gas atomizer at ARCI, and we procured material from, base material from Midhani, and we atomized, and you can see that spherical shape of the powder with satellites, and we with the size range suitable to our coating processes, with chemical combination goes to the reference material composition. And these powders we used and deposited using 3 techniques. And you can see, we were able to deposit dense coatings with good interface bonding. You can see here, HVAF, ASPS, APS. And coatings with, coatings deposited with HVAF exhibited a high hardness and less porosity. And coatings deposited with plasma have low hardness and higher porosity. If you see that phase content in the powder as well as coating deposited 3 techniques, you can see coatings deposited with HVAF and ASPS close to that initial powder composition. But if in case of coatings deposited with plasma, we have noticed other phases like nickel chromium oxide and chromium oxide, in addition to that gamma nickel FCC phase. And after preliminary study of the coating characteristics, we have subjected this to fire-side corrosion. We used the synthetic salt, which is very close to the boiler environment, sodium sulfide, potassium sulfide, and iron oxide, 1.5, 1.5, and 1:1 ratio. And gases also we used similar to that flue gases composition. And we applied this salt on the samples and placed in the crucible and placed in that furnace and tested for different times at 700 degrees centigrade, 100, 300, 500, and 1000 degrees centigrade. This is the oxidation study on T91 without salt, with salt at different times. You can see salt is predominantly increase the layer thickness, and it also degrade the material vulnerably. And we also did for low timings we did only line scan, EDAS line scan. For higher timings we did elemental mapping. We also planned, because we still, this work is in progress, we will carry the same elemental mapping on lower timings or exposure timings. You can see reactive layer increases with presence of the oxide, and there is a presence of iron oxide on the surface. Exide analysis also confirmed the same. And we measured the layer thickness on the cross section of the coatings after mounting, polishing, cutting, mounting, and polishing. And you can see there is no particular trend. It is like parabolic or logarithmic or linear. So, but one commonality is coating deposited with HEF is showed better performance, less coating thickness in both with both materials. 1 minute. Okay. So thickness layer HVF coating exhibit better than ASPS, SPS. Coating performed 3 to 6 times better than, means the layer thickness on the coating is 2 to 6 times less than the layer thickness on the T91 substrate. That means we can use these coatings to enhance the lifetime of the T91 substrate. And we also did surface and subsurface analysis to understand the corrosion mechanisms and what are the, how that elements reacted and formed the layers. And you can see that square-based pyramidal structure in one case, nodular structures in that. And most of them are made with iron, nickel, chromium oxides. And we can also see some needle kind of flower structures which are enriched in molybdenum. And we did the line scan and elemental mapping. What we can see is chromium is moving upward and nickel is concentration is coming down. Similarly, iron is moving down. Molybdenum is present at the interface of the chromium oxide and base material. So this is the observations we made with elemental analysis at lower temperatures and lower exposures and higher exposures. So here there is one region in the HVF 617 exposed to 7,000 hours. You can see that layer as came out, and there is a thin layer of chromium oxide. So what is happening really is, as long as chromium oxide is present, that is protecting the material. Once it is becoming porous or unprotected because of cobalt or volatile material presence, so that is unprotecting, and that layer, that's oxides and sulfides are penetrating the material, and the reaction growth is taking place. So again, you can see presence of chromium is protecting the material. And these are some feasible reactions. We need to look into it in detail. So niobin will react more than chromium. Chromium will react more than molybdenum. So this is based on the Elegum diagram. If there are pure elements, if there are presence in combine, we need to see based on the analysis, subsurface analysis, exide analysis, what really happening, in which one is controlling the oxide layer thickness, which one is increasing the oxide layer thickness. So these are the conclusions. Overall, HVAF sprayed coatings exhibited better corrosion resistance, 2 to 6 times than T91. We can use this coating even in existing boilers to increase the lifetime of the this one. And molybdenum reacted with the sulfur, and they are in longer times they are already reached the interface of the coating. So this is the ranking of the coating based on the present study, with most thick layer to the least damaged layer. HVAF 625 is performed better in all cases than 617. And before I conclude, I would like to acknowledge the Director ARSA for permitting to present this work, Department of Science and Technology for funding the project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Suresh Babu. And we don't have much time. If anyone has one question, yeah, please.
This is not only question, it is just sharing of thought process actually. And thank you for the nice presentation. So during the study, it has been noticed that reaction layer thickness in case of salt is 3 times. So will you kindly throw some light, what is the advantage and disadvantage? If the thickness goes high, is there any advantage or disadvantage?
No, it is always disadvantage. If thickness of layer means your material is degrading fast.
It also creates a strain in the interface. So you can have a protective alumina layer, is good, but the thickness goes higher.
Yes, sir.
You will have a problem of spallation, all can happen actually. So it should have optimum thickness, mostly protective coating. And especially becomes penal, it becomes a problem. I hope I answered the question. Thank you. So thank you very much. Let's give big hands for the speaker, and we need to move on to the next paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I now call upon the next speakers, Anant Kumar Gupta and Nedun Selian Srinivasan from IIT, Jammu and Kashmir. And the paper is entitled Synthesis and Characterization of Rare Earth Doped Cerates and Zirconates Using Indigenous Resources for Thermal Barrier Coating Applications. The paper is presented by Nedun Srinivasan.
So thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all. I also would like to thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my work in presence of experts. I also would like to thank the invited speaker who already gave an overview of the topic. So let me go to the topic of my work straight away. So this is my outline of my presentation. So I give a quick details with regards to the material processing and various methods that I have used. Then I'll be discussing results pertaining to development of materials like lanthanum cerate, lanthanum zirconate, and entropy stabilized oxides. Please bear with me. These are some of my very initial results. So whatever I did for the, of course, my student who helped me in doing all this exercise. So whatever I'm presenting is just a 6-month work that we have did. And I'll also quickly summarize my work. So when come to rare earth, so rare earth and geopolitics, they are one and the same. They are two sides of the same coin. We cannot separate it. One way or the other, it is always in the news. If you look at our Indian media, there is always news that one way or the other, new deposits of rare earths being reported. Also, very recently, lithium was also found in Jammu and Kashmir, which is where I come from. But my talk is not going to be with respect to lithium, but my talk is going to be with rare earths. Basically, if you look at the rare earth resources in our country, we are very good in terms of the resources itself, availability of the material itself, as well as in terms of production, we stand 7th in the whole world. But the thing is that we normally export most of them without going for downstream concentration or making of products using our own indigenous resources. So this is where I thought I can use indigenous resources. Basically, IREL Limited is the one I bought all my raw materials from them, and I try to make some meaningful products out of it. So if you look at rare earths, so rare earths can be used for many different applications, ranging from magnets to phosphors, lanthanum-based phosphors, or glass polishing media, for also for catalytic applications. But most of the time we export the precursors and again import back the finished products. So I thought, can we make some products out of it using our own indigenous resources? In this connection, I have chosen possible candidate material for the thermal barrier coating applications. So we all know that ATS-stabilized zirconia is an excellent candidate for the TBC material, but one of the prime drawback is that above 1200 degrees Celsius, it may undergo some phase transitions. In other words, phase stability is a problem. So can we think of an alternate material with very good phase stability as well? So in this connection, this is my objective. So to basically synthesize using indigenous resources, basically large-scale facile synthesis of rare earth-based materials and tailoring the composition to obtain optimal thermal conductivity and optimal CTE for the TBC applications. So these are the methods and materials that I have used. The work is not yet patented, so I'm going to only give the glimpse of the work that I have done. So I'm sorry for that. I'm not going to give all the details with respect to the processing agents and the techniques that I followed. So I've used 2 different techniques. One is the wet chemical, and another one is a well-known ball milling or the solid-state chemical reaction technique. So basically, we started with carbonate precursors supplied by IREL Limited. But then the problem with carbonate precursors is mostly inert. We cannot go for conventional wet chemical synthesis technique like co-precipitation method or any other soldier-based method. So we have to think of something else to make products out of it. So I've started with a modified Pecini type process using glycerol as one of the processing agent and making it an intermediate product first, then calcine it to form the oxide. Another technique is a well-known solid-state technique, again using a certain processing additives or processing agents to make the intermediate product, then again calcine or decompose to make either lanthanum cerate or lanthanum zirconate or entropy stabilized oxide, depending upon the raw material compositions that I have taken initially. So this is not yet published or patented, so some of the processing additives I'm not mentioning it here. This is my work with respect to lanthanum cerate. First I'll discuss lanthanum cerate. Lanthanum cerate, I've used for the preparation of the lanthanum cerate, I've used serous carbonate and lanthanum carbonate hydrate precursors weighed in certain proportions so that I may get a phase pure single phase stoichiometric lanthanum cerate compound. This is the X-ray diaphotogram of both as received serous carbonate and as received lanthanum carbonate. Mostly lanthanum carbonate is largely amorphous in nature, but serous carbonate is perfectly crystalline. These are the morphologies of the as received powder particles. Then we also perform thermogravimetric analysis because we make the intermediate product first, then we try to decompose them to form the oxides. So we should understand how the thermal decomposition takes place, so that we have did very carefully. And we have also taken some information from this thermogravimetric data, so that we'll be planning our decomposition schedule as per this data. So both the carbonate precursors, the first stage is removal of water of hydration, which is obvious, then followed by carbon dioxide evolution, resulting in formation of the oxide compounds. So let me discuss my results with respect to lanthanum cerate prepared by different techniques. So one I have prepared by drying and calcination technique. So that does not give me a phase pure lanthanum cerate compound. We got a very complicated pattern. Initially we could not decipher, or we could not find out some of the unidentified peaks. Then later on we could found out that it is lanthanum hydroxide. So this lanthanum hydroxide is always a problem whenever we expose our material to atmospheric conditions. This may result in formation of lanthanum hydroxide. This is a very serious concern, and that is why most of the time, although we take appropriate stoichiometric ratios, we are not going to get lanthanum cerate compound because of the formation of the lanthanum hydroxide itself. And another technique also we followed is the drying, milling, and calcination route. Here also we could not get a single phase lanthanum cerate compound, which is expected is the fluoride structure. That also ruled out. Then again we used another technique, ball milling technique. In this case we adopted a new processing agent, so that my processing is taken under controlled atmosphere, and I also have to take care of my atmospheric exposure to prevent lanthanum hydroxide. So we were broadly successful in this approach. My milling route with controlled additives and controlled atmosphere resulted in a single phase formation here with fluoride structure, which is expected. And as I said already, lanthanum hydroxide is a nuisance here due to atmospheric conditions that is going to form. Initially we were struggling with indexing the patterns, but FTR analysis of the as process samples gave a clear idea what it is. So from this only we could solve the XRD pattern. Again, these are some of the SEM micrographs of samples prepared at different processing conditions, and in fact the SEM micrograph itself will give us whether we are going to get a single phase or a mixture of compounds. And this is with respect to lanthanum zirconate. Having some success with regards to lanthanum cerate, we thought, can we extend a similar idea to form lanthanum zirconates as well? But in this case, we'll be starting with zirconium carbonate and lanthanum carbonate in perfectly taken stoichiometric ratios. But unfortunately, this is the some of the initial characterization of the acid precursors. So again, both the carbonate precursors are largely amorphous in nature, and zirconium carbonate yield is around 50%. So with this information, we designed our calcination schedule so that we can get a stoichiometric lanthanum zirconate compound. But unfortunately, we could not still get a single phase lanthanum zirconate, which is showing only a mixture of different phases. So right now research is in progress to form a single phase lanthanum zirconate. So in this case, the expected is that we should form lanthanum zirconate with pyrochlore structures, but that is not coming at all. We are in the process of making a single phase compound. Finally, I'll be taking only 2 minutes now, 1 minute. So finally, I'll be also talking about entropy stabilized oxides. So right now I talked about only two compounds, lanthanum cerate and lanthanum zirconate. Then we thought, can we make an entropy stabilized oxide comprising of different rare earth additions itself. So in this connection, we took neodymium praseodymium oxalate, again supplied by IRA Limited. This is the XRD results of the samples prepared using different rare earth compounds and trying to make a single phase out of it. Here again, we are partially successful in making a single phase lanthanum cerium praseodymium neodymium oxide compound, but with respect to lanthanum cerium praseodymium zirconium and lanthanum cerium praseodymium, we are yet to get a single phase. With reference to ceria fluoride structure, we could clearly see the peak shift either in the left or in the right direction. that purely depends upon the cation sizes that I have chosen in making these entropy stabilized oxide systems. Research are in progress now, so we have to make large synthesis of these entropy stabilized compounds as well using an indigenous precursors. So this is my summary. So although we are successful with regards to lanthanum cerate, we are yet to produce lanthanum zirconate single phase compound, and we are again thinking of a methodology to produce high entropy or entropy stabilized rare earth oxides purely from indigenous resources, so that that can be subjected to some thermal spray coatings for applications like turbines or missile applications as such. So this is the summary of my presentation, and I can take any questions from this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasan. And we are running out of time. One quick question. Anybody else?
I have comment and question both. Please. So I will start with the
Darcy,
comment
yeah,
first. Actually, I want to just correct Mr. Srinivas that it is not the case that rare earth we don't have the very good technology in the downstream. It was the case 10 years back. So first you have to correct yourself. At BRC, many technology been developed for the metals and alloys, and for the magnet also. With the help of DMRL magnet making technology there, plant has come. And commercialization also, this IREL has come up with the one theme park at Bhopal. There you can get all the technology. Yeah. So first, and the second part is the question. So what is the basis to select the cerate? Why not lactate, lanthanum lactate? You have selected cerate, lanthanum cerate. So what was the basis to select that? So any screening was done for that, or arbitrarily you have selected that?
No, there are already some reports on lanthanum cerates performing well for TBC applications as well as for lanthanum zirconates. That's why we started, and also to gain experience so that we make high entropy based oxides out of this, comprising of lanthanum, zirconium, cerium, as well as neodymium, etc.
Thank you.
You can continue your discussion post the session. Probably I think you can give a lot of ideas and he can interact with you more on that. So let's thank the speaker for the nice presentation. Thank you. And let's move on to the last paper, I guess. The last paper is by Nimai Chandra Gorain, Gopi Kishore Mandal, and A.N. Bhagat and B. Ravi Kumar. And the paper is entitled Uncoated Ultra High Strength Hard Stamped Oxidation Resistant Steel. And they are from NML. And who is presenting the paper, please? Can you present it?
I'm Nimai Gorai.
Nimai Gorai. And my co-author, Dr. Bhagat. Yes, fine, yeah. So thank you very much. Please start your presentation.
Good afternoon all. So I'm skipping this introduction part because time is not there. So why we have developed some hot forming grade of very high strength, more than 2 gigapascal strength with a sufficient elongation. But that development is a fail. Why? So nobody in India tries to use this material as a hot forming material, because hot form materials are actually used with a coating. So everybody talks about coating. So we have taken some interesting challenges that how can we use this without coating, because it has a oxide film forms and it deteriorates dyes. So we try to make with reduce the oxide level at high temperature. Next slide, please. Hello, excuse. Slide. Oh, so this is briefly the hot forming process. But that propeller coating which we used is a very critical, and sometimes is have a very brittle in nature and very difficult to apply, and all the material is imported. So if we do some uncoated kind of material, it would be popularized as high strength hot forming grade used in India. So how we can do that? So we have 2-3 methodologies. So if we apply the concept of cotton steel, as we have seen in our earlier presentation, adding some copper and chromium, so make a thin, very thin passivation layer to prevent further oxidation. And maybe second thing is, if we can reduce this hot forming temperature by controlling the transformation temperature towards the lower side and modifying the hot forming process. So altogether, this can be, oxide scale can be, thickness can be reduced. So this is the concept number 1. So borrowed from this cotton steel idea, that addition of copper and chromium, we have seen some grades available, and that ASTM A50 588 grade actually withstand about 400-500 degrees centigrade temperature for a while, not for continuous use. So, and in our application also, hot forming is done within 3 minutes. So we can partially use this idea for hot forming grade also. Then we have used the second idea, how to reduce this transformation temperature. So we modify our alloy, that we add some more manganese. We can restrict, because carbon use is restricted because it will be used in automotive, and it will not be very good for welding. So if we compare that this thing with some high chrome kind of alloy and popular 22 MnB5 kind of hot forming grade, our oxide thickness is, that is this found from the weight gain technology experiment. We are very satisfied result we have obtained. So before doing all these things, so we have done some homework. So we have found this transformation temperature, that critical cooling conditions, precipitations, etc., through using some thermocalc and metallurgical calculations. And also we have tried to characterize the type of scale it forms, kind of with the chromium, use of chromium, copper, and etc. So, and we have found with the using of chromium silicon that without enriching the chromium, we can make this passivation layer thicker and non-porous kind of thing, so that further oxidation can be prevented. And so, and again we have measured this thermogravimetric analysis to see the dynamic of oxide formation. And we have found, as compared to the in the right hand corner, if you see that compared with the high chrome grade and normal 22 MnB5 grade, our material is very capable in preventing oxidations. So how it is happened, we try to understand the mechanism, but may not be we have understood fully. But we have seen in copper goes to the surface, and chromium and molybdenum strengthen this passivation layer and porosity controls. Then maybe that further oxidation and diffusion of iron and oxygen is prevented. So also we try to match with some Raman-Shif spectrography, and we match with some known oxides, and we have found that hematite and ferrous hydroxides form and at a different stage of heating and cooling. And interestingly, we also use an idea to add some rare earth element like zirconium, cerium kind of thing. So we tied with one heat with the zirconium, and it also improves the oxide layer thickness. So, and after that, we put all these samples, our trial samples and normal 22F5 BM and B5M samples together in a furnace, and we saw the effect of its oxide layer formation. And to this oxide layer measurement optically is very critical. We put in a epoxy resin and heat at a very low temperature, make the sample, and very critically we have analyzed the oxide thickness. And we have found that it is a very good improvement in normal case of 52 micron kind of grade thickness. It is it is found that more than yes sir, more than less than 15 micron. And when we process with a very high speed, rapid heating or cooling kind of thing, we have found this scale thickness is very negligible, like maximum 1 to 2 micron. And this is the real sample actually heated with a high heating rate hot forming process. And these scale thickness are very much comparable. And this is the summary of our result. So when we do this normal hot forming, compared to the normal grade and our grade, we have around 200% improvement. At the same time, if we apply this at very high heating rate, it is another 200% improvement in reducing oxide scale thickness layer. So this is possible applications. So the main, as our strength is also good, wear resistance is also good, and that weathering condition is also good. This is very good for battery component kind of applications, and the mechanical properties are also maintained. Thank you, sir.
Done? Yeah. So thank you very much. And one quick questions, one or two. Anybody else? Okay, so I just have a small clarification. You talked about high temperature oxidation. Chromium and silicon is certainly better. But what does the copper do? Copper generally is detrimental for air oxidation, right? I mean, why do you think the copper addition is good? It's good for atmospheric corrosion. People add copper, nickel, all this stuff, even chromium also. Maybe you can use a mic.
Maybe copper helps to reduce the surface tension of the thing, oxides, and that melting of the copper at high temperature actually fills the pores of the chromium, because we are not using very high amount of chromium. We are using less than 1% chromium. So copper oxide, copper hydroxide, and etc., when it melts, it actually fills the gap and preventing oxygen to further penetrate inside the surface. And same thing is happening with the help of zirconium. Literature shows that if we add some cerium zirconium, it also...
Zirconium is good. Copper alloys are...
But very less amount of zirconium. So, and I have not fully understood the phenomena, but it is seen that copper is always above the top of the surface after heating, so that copper oxide is a filling kind of thing.
They are propensely get oxidized, so they're not good actually.
Yeah. But very thin amount, and it is actually filling the gap of and making a bondage between phthalate and chromium oxide, what is forming.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are no more questions, let us thank the speaker for the nice presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Okay, this brings to the end of the session. Let me thank the speakers for excellent presentations, and of course, you are all here, and you know, for nice participation from all of you with the discussions. And well, I think I'd like to thank the organizer for asking me to.
And we are
chair
also
this
thankful
session.
to our
Thank you very
chairman,
much.
sir,
Yeah.
for nicely
Yeah.
conducting the session.
Yeah.
And to felicitate our chairman, may I call upon stage Dr. R. Tiwari, Associate Director, Material Group, BARC, Mumbai. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari. And now we will quickly move to the next technical session. So those who have already given their presentations and those who have not given, please come and upload quickly. We are running behind the time. So for the next session, we have Chairman Dr. K. Bhanushankar Rao. So let me have the honor of introducing our chairman. Dr. K. Bhanushankar Rao provided excellent R&D support in metallurgy for the development of fast breeder reactor technology in India while working in Department of Atomic Energy at Indira Gandhi Center of Atomic Research, Kalpakam during 1977 to 2009. His sustained contributions have resulted in the development of several high-temperature materials for reactor core, structural component, and steam generators. He played a pivotal role in the development of reduced activation ferritic martensitic steel meeting very stringent chemical composition with several trace, tramp, and impurity element at ppm level for the Indian Test Blanket Module, that is the IBM of International the Thermonuclear Experiment Reactor, the ITER, and he has got many awards. There is a list of awards. So some of them I'm going to highlight. He has got the Platinum Medal Award from Indian Institute of Metals in 2016, then National Metallurgical Award, and that is from Research and Academia, Ministry of Steel in 2012, G.D. Birla Gold Medal Award from Indian Institute of Metal in 2004, and Best Metallurgy Award for the year 1995 from Ministry of Steel. Then Material Research Society of India Medal Award for the year 1997. Binani Gold Medal for the year 1989 from Indian Institute of Metals, SAIL Gold Medal for the year 1999 from the Indian Institute of Metals for the best paper published in Trans IIM, SAIL Gold Medal for the year 2004 from Indian Institute of Metals for the best paper in Trans IIM again. Then NASA USA Appreciation Award in 1994 for meritorious accomplishment in aerospace material research and achieving excellence by conducting the project of importance for the nation. And presently he is the chief editor of Metal News. So may I welcome Dr. K. Bhanushankar Rao sir to please chair the session.
I am sorry to interrupt, but if anybody are waiting 5:30, the buses will leave for Crystal Crown for the dinner and the musical event. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is what information I wanted to give all of you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I welcome you all for the session on advanced materials processing and manufacturing techniques. This is technical session 5, second in the series. We will see that how many papers have been loaded. Totally 8 papers are going to be presented on iron and steel mainly, and then we'll see. Currently, I am a professor at IIT Hyderabad. I am professor of practice at IIT Hyderabad for last 15 months.
In between, may I just request the audience to please come to the front rows. This hall is big and many people are scattered, so it will look good if everybody will come to the front.
They are checking how many papers have been loaded.
You are sitting comfortably, I know, but it will feel good for the speaker.
Okay. Fine. Thank you very much for introducing me. Thank you very much for introducing me. The second part of my career, she has missed. In 2009, I came to University of Hyderabad on invitation to start the School of Engineering Sciences and Technology. And then I worked as Minister of Steel Chair Professor at Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Technology for 5 years. Again, University of Hyderabad invited me back to take Pratt and Whitney Chair at University of Hyderabad for 3 years. Then I moved to, IIT Hyderabad. excuse me, without maturity, one paper what has been loaded, we call that. We call that. Then you take the, yes. I invite the paper from JSW Steel Limited, Salem. The title of the paper is Control of Grain Boundary Cementite in Eutectide Steels. Announce your name and present the paper.
Hello.
Yeah. You announce your name, please.
Yeah. Good evening all. This is Surya Prakash from JSW Steel Limited, Salem Works. Good evening all. Myself Surya Prakash from JSW Steel Limited, Salem Works. I am here to present my process improvement project on control of grain boundary cementite in Eutectide steels. So this project, the schema is, I will be just dealing with the phenomenon of grain boundary cementite formation in Eutectide steels, followed by the resultant impact of GBC on the customer product, and finally ending up with the actions that is taken at JSW Steel Limited, Salem Works, so that the other steel fraternity can horizontally deploy it if it is found suitable. It is not operating. So it's not operating. You are right. JSW Steel Limited, Salem Works produces wire rod of grade SWRH 82A, which is supplied to one of our prestigious customers for tire cord manufacturing. So this is the chemical composition of the tire cord steel made at JSW, which is basically a high carbon grade with a carbon percentage ranging from 0.8 to 0.84%. So this tire cord steel, which is produced in a wire rod of 5.5 mm, is further rolled into filaments at a customer end, where there is a process called filament making, bunching, cabling, and branching. So at the customer end, these steels require very high strength so that they can be reinforced into tires. So in the tires, to make into filament, the basic requirement is higher cleanliness levels, where the inclusion content is very low, and the GBC levels to a bare minimum, so that these filaments doesn't break during further processing. So why this high carbon grade with a carbon of 0.82% is very challenging to produce? So from the iron carbon diagram, we could see that a carbon with a percentage of 0.8 to 0.4 will invariably produce cementite during solidification. So this cementite basically forms along the grain boundaries as shown in the right part of the slide. These cementites are basically forming along the grains, and they are basically weaker regions during a further drawing process. Hence, the binding force between the grain boundaries drastically reduced during drawing as well as the cabling process. The left part of the slide shows the customer end process for a filament manufacturing of tire cords. First, the process starts with the supply of wire rod coils from JSW with a size of 5.5 mm. It is further drawn and it is further cabled and bunched and spiraled and supplied as a tire cord to the customer. So the major challenge in this particular grade is that controlling the center line cast segregation to a lower extent. If the segregation is more, then this carbon which is in the core will drastically forms grain boundary cementite during rolling. Next. This slide shows the potential impact at a filament stage. These are the filaments that has been failed because of the grain boundary cementite that has formed during rolling. So the right part of the slide shows the filament fractures which has happened at the customer end during manufacturing, and we could see that the failed filament parts have higher GBC levels. So these filaments are basically of size 0.25 to 0.35 mm, which are produced from a JSW wire rod of 5.5 mm dia. Next. Next. So to control the segregation levels at JSW Salem, various actions have been taken all these years from the financial year 19. Even though all these actions have been implemented, we are unable to restrict the segregation levels to a bare minimum level so that we could restrict the segregation limits. So because of, even though all the actions have been taken, the segregation levels in the CAS product could be reduced to a certain extent, though the segregation limits has been reduced. This has resulted in GBC formation in wire rod coils. Hence, in financial year 24, we have introduced a new technology called final EMS in our continuous casting machine. Next. The success of any technology depends on optimizing its parameters. Hence, the technology can be either a boon or bane. So, a DOE-based trial has been implemented with all significant factors that has been optimized through hypothesis testing. So, these are the three significant factors that has been identified, and 6 set of trials have been taken at JSW Salem. So, we could see that the 3 significant factors are casting speed and specific water and FEMS current at 2 different levels. A representative 6 set of trials is shown, and the right part of the slide shows the macro graphs, which are basically hot etched from the longitudinal samples, and we could see that in the trial 3 and trial 2, there is a significant piping instance, which is because of the faster cooling at a higher extent. The trial seems to be better for trial 5 and trial 6. Next. Next. So to understand this phenomena further, longitudinal samples from all these trials have been taken, and we have done a rigorous segregation analysis from the center as well as in the R/2 area. So all this segregation analysis has been mapped using MATLAB visualization tool, and we could see that in the trial number 5 and 6, there is a higher segregation limit at the core. Hence, the trial 5 and 6 is found to be not suitable. We could see that the segregation limits in the trial 2 and 3 is found to be very minimum. Hence, this trial 2 and 3 is found to be okay with respect to segregation levels. Next. To validate this further, transverse sample from the CAS products were taken, and they were subjected to segregation analysis from the surface to core and also in the R/2 area. We could see that the trials 2 and 3 were having a lower level of segregation limits compared to other set of trials. Next. So the level of segregation in a CAS product will horizontally be replicated in a rolled coil. So these are the segregation results in terms of GBC from a rolled coil. Hence we can see that, next. Hence we can see that the A-type GBC is comparatively acceptable with respect to E-type GBC. Hence the trial 3 is found to be suitable, whereas the other set of trials is found to be not suitable because of higher GBC levels. Next. 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 So these are some of the sample images for various trials taken at our end. We could clearly see that trials 1, 3, 4, 5 and 6 are having very high GBC levels compared to trial 2 and 3. Next. Hence trial 3 is found to be suitable compared to our set of trials. Next. So this is the summary of the total trials based on the DOE approach that has been taken at JSW Salem. So basically there are 3 different levels taken for 3 different significant factors, and we could see that trial 3 is found to be better with respect to GBC level as well as the segregation level. Next. So the trial 3, what is the main impact of trial 3 is that the higher intensity cooling at the caster has resulted in a lower segregation levels, and with respect to final EMS current, we have operated at a higher EMS current, which has drastically brought down the segregation levels to a lower extent. Hence, trial 3 has been found to be suitable. The coils from the trial 3 has been supplied to the customer, and they have been processed without any further fractures. Hence, this is a process improvement project. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting the paper within time.
Thank you, sir.
The paper is open for discussion. Is there anybody to raise some question? you try to control the composition of carbon. Okay? How, initially it is how much? In the final stages, to avoid the segregation of carbides on the grain boundaries, what is the level you have kept there?
The main thing is that we are not controlling the composition of the particular grades. The composition of the particular grade ranges from 0.8 carbon to 0.84 carbon. So we cannot change the composition because the downline properties are fixed. Now we are trying to play with the parameters in a continuous casting machine so that the segregation levels at the core of the cast product can be brought down to minimum. So we are trying to fiddle with the final EMS setting, which disturbs the liquid core during the continuous casting so as to homogenize the center carbon segregation. So we are operating at two different levels of final EMS. So at one level, we are unable to disturb the core, whereas at the other level, we are able to disturb the core so that the carbon segregation gets homogenized. We are not having a center carbon core segregation. So this is one of the improvement. And second is we are trying to operate at very high cooling so that the solidification gets faster and whatever the interdendritic segregation happening between the dendrites is brought to a bare minimum. So these two are the improvement points that we have finalized. This is a novel technology. It has not been published till now. So it will go for publication, sir.
Thank you very much for
Thank you,
excellent
thank you.
presentation and good work.
Thank you, sir.
Continue to do it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Now I request Tajan from Rourkela Steel Plant, SAIL Rourkela. The topic is hot rolling of steel strip and effects of laminar cooling. Yeah, please. You are given 10 minutes time to present and conclude.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody present here in these August gatherings. Ladies and gentlemen, the IM representatives, the delegates from different areas of our country and abroad. And thank you, Chairman, sir, giving us this opportunity. My topic is relevant to steel strip rolling in our Rourkela Steel Plant. And I am from Rourkela Steel Plant, working as a senior manager. And I will try to elaborate my topic, how the quality can be achieved by different laminar strip cooling. Thank you. I request for your patience hearing. Next slide, please. Before I am going to elaborate, I just want to state what is the basic requirements for input material to our hot strip mill. That from primary steel making to secondary steel making, we have steel melting shop, LD process, and we receive slabs from steel melting shop, and the thickness varies from 210 to 250, and length widthness 750 to 1400 mm, and then length is 7 meter to 6 meter according to our furnace requirement. The slab is taken into the furnace and it heating zone, soaking zone, and output zone. The temperature goes around 1200 to 1300 centigrade, and at 12 plus degrees centigrade we take it out from the furnace. Next slide, please. Next slide. And I just have a picture to present before you how the mill is looking when the slab is coming. Okay, sir. Sir. Then during the rolling process, we control its parameters and temperature. Next slide. And I have just a slide regarding our brief requirements at hot strip mill, that we have established a 17 mm wide semi-continuous mill commissioned in the year 1961 with collaboration of DIMAG AG West Germany, subsequently revamped in 1980 for computerization, and again modernized in 1992-1995. And we have production capacity of 1.65 billion ton HR coil, and we also cut into pieces according to the customer requirement 0.3 billion ton HR plate. And we dispatch HR coil and HR plate to external customers, and we also in our further processing we supply it to internal customer with our sister department like cold rolling, silicon steel, pipe plant and dividing line. Next slide. And if we get a summary how we are rolling there, the input slab have thickness of 180, 210 to 220 mm, width of 800 to 1460 mm, the length 6.5 to 8.7 meter, and that is given from steel melting shop, SMS, in slab form. Now we get it rolled into HR coil, and the thickness ranges from 1.9 mm to 12 mm, and width 740 to 1450 mm, and weight after rolling we call it as coil, and it weighs around 15.5 ton. And HR plate we have thickness of 5 to 10 mm if we cut into pieces and supply to the customer requirement, and width 1000 to 1400 meter, and length is 5 to 10 meter. Okay, next slide. Now, we have a layout there, how the different processes are being controlled in our steel mill. From right to left, the furnace, it comes to different roughing mill zone. We have two high stand roughing mill, R0, R1 and R2. And in R0, there is a control of width also, vertical stand mill. And it comes, when it comes to R2, the thickness becomes around 32 to 25 mm. And we have coil box, then crop shear to crop the ends, tail end and head ends. And then same strip is taken into the finishing mill for the final thickness we achieve according to the customer requirement 1.9 mm to 12 mm. That is our finished thickness product. And the final strip is coiled and into coiler, down to coiler system. Okay, next slide. Here the topic is during the coiling, we have to maintain some temperature. And I just noted before that when the bar is taken from furnace, its temperature is around 1200 degrees centigrade. And when this, after final rolling in finishing mill, the temperature comes around 800 to 900 degrees centigrade. So this is not fit for the coiling. So in between, we have to give some coiling, the coiling temperature, and to reduce the temperature to around requirement is 500 to 700 degrees centigrade. So we have to drop around 200 degrees to 250 degrees centigrade by strip cooling, and that is the topic of today's discussion. Next slide. So when a single slab was 6 meter to 7 meter, and after rolling it becomes around 1.5 to 1.7 kilometer, and we get it in with a coiling form. And through the spars we have runout table, and in runout table arrangement we have a bank of headers. Water is sprayed from top and some from bottom cooling systems, and we have controlled jets through rectangular nozzles to spray as a laminar cooling. Next slide. So let us now discuss, have an insight of how the cooling process goes there. And we know that here heat conduction model works. And according to the theoretical part, partial differential equation, I have stated it. for your kind sharing. Next slide. Then how the cooling rate of the rolled strip brings different properties into the rolled strip. We see here that as time versus temperature, we make a graph, and gradually the 900 degree centigrade becomes around 500 centigrade. In that cooling time and process, and the bar is coming in its speed. Then we have to control the workflow by laminar flow and make it cool. What is important is that during this cooling process, if we increase the cooling rate and if we give more time, then what will affect? And if we do not cool and directly coil, then what will happen? The difference is observed that we have two microscopic view from our laboratory, that if we do laminar cooling, the micro grain structures become finer and less than 10 micro mm. But if we do air cooling, then same things become larger coarse size grain, and which is not desired at all. So in laminar cooling, our basic aim is to control the grain size so that the health and ductility and toughness increases. Because during rolling, the coarser grain and strains are developed, stresses are developed, we have to relieve it. So to make the coarser grain into finer, our basic aim is to give laminar cooling and achieve that property through this controlled cooling. That is we call laminar cooling. Okay, next. So if we discuss about the laminar strip cooling at our plant, we can see that the 850 degree centigrade to 950 degree centigrade, the coiling temperature is in the range of 500 degree to 750 degree centigrade. And here the pressure of the flowing water is important. So we have installations of pumps and valve flow arrangement. And to measure the temperature, we have installed two pyrometers at the exit of finishing mill and the before reaching it to coiling. So the temperature is monitored, and if there is some difference, we control the speed of the laminar flow and maintain that coiling temperature. Okay, next slide. And here is a view from our runout table. Yes, next slide. And what we obtained here, there is a, if we do air cooling and if we do air cooling, what is our gain, what is the objective, the quality effects, I have in comparison obtained from our lab. That the wall strength was 252 MPa, but if we do laminar cooling, it increased to 331 MPa, and ultimate strength 410 megapascal, and it increased to 490 megapascal. And the elongation percentage increased hardly 2%, 16 to 18. And the CRP, we know, that is the test method for failure analysis. It increased from 22 joule to 60 joule. Next slide. This was all from my side to present before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tajan, for excellent presentation.
Sir, sir.
The paper is open for discussion.
Hello, you mean controlled rolling means no water cooling?
Yes, only laminar cooling.
No water cooling means controlled rolling.
If we do not do the rolling cooling, only air cooling, it will take time and the microstructure will be not controlled. It will be coarser.
You say air cooling is the controlled rolling, air cooling.
Water cooling, laminar cooling is through water.
Laminar cooling is the TMCP, you are told.
Yes,
You
yes.
have told the controlled rolling. What does it mean?
Thermomechanically controlled rolling it is.
No, you have said in your one slide, controlled rolling versus TMCP.
Yes, yes.
So what is the difference between those both?
Controlled cooling is only you are reducing the
Controlled rolling,
sizes.
you are seeing controlled rolling. You see
Yes.
your slide, controlled rolling.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Air cooling.
Air
Means sizes is reduced, but no water cooling.
No water
But in TMCP, we are applying the water.
Okay, okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So I have a question here.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So when you say that it is a laminar cooling, so are you measuring any, I mean, calculating any Reynolds number, or how you make it a laminar? I mean, ensure that
Yes.
it is a laminar flow
Yes,
of the
yes.
plates.
In that picture I have shown, there are two headers, top header and bottom header. And in between the strip passes. And above 100 mm, there is a bottom header, and about 1200 mm, there is the top header. When the strip comes, we have to find what temperature it is coming from pressing mill. Let it be 900 degrees centigrade. And we have to give to coiler around 500 to 700 degrees centigrade. So we calculate that for 1 degree, 20 degrees centigrade, we take it 1 second at our location or valve control or speed. So accordingly, valves will be opened and speed will be applied to reduce the temperature. Okay.
You know, it is remarkable that in TMCP,
Sir.
Strength increased, fracture toughness has increased, that is, you know.
Yes, sir,
impact-
grain size,
Impact
yes.
toughness as well as elongation has increased.
Sir.
How all these parameters have shown the improvement? What is the mechanism behind it?
Mechanism behind it is we are controlling the flow by laminar cooling. The grain size, we are focusing to make the coarser grain to finer size, which will ultimately bring in well strength increase. That is our main, because all the qualities were added in the steel melting. During melting process, all the additives were given. What after rolling we can do? Only control its mechanical strength.
Now, what are the microstructural differences you get?
Sir, I could not understand.
Yeah, in between TMCP and normal rolling what you are using.
Okay, sir.
What are the microstructural differences?
Air cooling, there is a coarser grain, sir. Coarse grain. Micro grain structure is changed only. Yes, sir. Microscopic view.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all the kind words, sir.
Now I invite the paper from RDC IS, SAIL Ranchi, RSP SAIL Rourkela. The title of the paper is Alloy Design and Processing of High Strength Hot Rolled Steel Coils for Automotive Structural Components. You announce your name because 5-6 others are there.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kumar Aniket Anand. I am here on the behalf of RDCS. Thank you, Chairman, sir. So can I start?
Yeah, please start.
Okay, my topic today is alloy design and processing of high-strength hot-rolled coils for automotive structural application. Actually, this material which I am talking here is HSFQ 450 grade, basically. First, I will talk about HSFQ. Like, this is mostly used in automobile structurals. It is formed in room temperatures. Like, cold forming is done. So, the basic requirement is good strength, good formable conditions, like low YS by UTS ratio, good hole expansion ratio. The idea behind this work was exactly like we were actually producing this grade in Bokaro with a higher alloying, like with niobium around 0.05, 0.06 and titanium 0.01. So my idea here was we got a new hot strip mill in Rourkela, thanks to my colleague who has already given a brief about hot strip mill of Rourkela. So we wanted to use like whether we can reduce the alloy content and get the same properties or better properties using the mill. So this is the basically the chemical typical composition defined for the grades. Like there are different 350, 450, 550, and the strength. So I am targeting here 450. So YS minimum requirement was 450, UTS 490, and elongation 25. But apart from this, we also need a good hole expansion ratio because this is formed at room temperatures. This is the layout of new hot strip mill. My colleague has already told, but just to just give a brief, this is the diagram, like you can say a mill layout. So you can see the input slab size, what we can use here, the strip size, the coil size, everything is mentioned here. I will not take much time here. HSB and FSB I have not given a full form. They are basically hydraulic scale breaker and finishing scale breaker. So basically the heat was made through BF, VOD, LHF caster route. Slab size was 220 and 1510. And I actually did the trial in two thicknesses, 5 and 8 mm. Initially I failed also, I should admit that also. But finally where I got successful, the parameters are given here. The soaking temperature was 1200, residence time was 3.5 to 4 hours, furnace dropout temperature was 1180, roughing mill entry is 1090, plus minus 10 is there. And one more thing about the mill is that it is a very good level to automation mill, so we get a feedback very fast. And finish FRT I control on 810 to 820 and coiling 580 to 600. Initially I was doing coiling around 620, but I was failing in the elongation part. So this is the actual chemistry what we used. The carbon was lower, 0.07 to 0.09, manganese around 1, silicon around 0.15 to 0.28. Actually we had 2-3 hits. In some we got silicon around 0.15 and some we also got around 0.28. To mention, like the one with higher silicon gave a better flow during casting. So that was also one of the observation in this work. And alloying, as you can see, is only niobium around 0.02 to 0.03, which we have used, and titanium 0.01. The results obtained were very good. For 5 mm, 8 mm, you can see like the minimum requirement was 450, but I got around 460 to 531 for 8 mm and 502 to 590 for 5 mm. UTS was also good. Elongation was around 27 to 34, varying about the thickness. It was 27 to 32 for 5 mm. The basic idea here is the microstructure which we obtained. You can see we got a very fine microstructure. And this actually gave the properties good strength and good toughness, everything. I have shown some SEM images here. The grain size were obtained around 10 microns, somewhere even around 8 microns also. So this is the conclusion. Like I've just given the final trial which was successful. I've showed that values here, but we took some few trials to get these values. So the slabs were rolled and it has been supplied to many customers and the feedback is very good for this grade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kumar.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, paper is open for discussion. Are there any questions, please? On the back. Yeah. How much is the perlite you have finally?
In this grade, sir?
In this grade.
Sir, it varied about the thickness based on 5 mm, 8 mm. It varied around 15 to 20%, sir.
Percent?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is.
But mostly the perlites were very fine, sir. It was very in small pockets were distributed evenly.
It will not affect any your ductility?
Sir, ductility
In the
elongation
ferrite
requirement
melt.
is 27 for this grade, so we got
Ferrite, that is
that is achieved because
That
of
is
fine ferrite size.
Now, I observed when you are transporting your plate from furnace to the rolling,
Yes, sir.
platform, temperature drop is quite high.
Yes, sir.
So how you are controlling that time? Always, from one batch to the other batch, the temperature drop will be same another time.
Sir, actually, sir, it is a continuous rolling mill. Like by the time one of the slab is getting rolled, the second slab is already in the just before the roughing. After descale breaker, it is already lined up. So if some problem occurs, then we have to stop one slab out of it. Otherwise, it is a continuous operation.
The velocity is maintained.
Yes, sir, it is maintained.
Then one, in the previous presentation also I have seen, is there any limitation on width of the rolled plate?
Here, sir.
Limitation, 1500 mm or something like that?
1510.
Oh, that's why 1480 mm has been achieved in the
1510 is the
previous.
limit actually, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
just wait, we are checking. We have loaded the papers of the remaining 5. Are there anyone who has loaded the paper and have not yet presented? Can you come over here? Number 2. Now I invite the paper from NIT Raipur and NIT Roorkela. Paper is by Sanjeev Das and Archana Malik. The title of the paper is Design and Manufacturing of Force Convention Casting Technologies for Producing High Quality Aluminum Based Products.
Myself, Dr. Sanjeev Das. I'm Associate Professor in NIT Raipur. So I will be presenting this topic.
Which is it? Just check.
So aluminum alloys actually are used because of their good strength and lightweight. And why we require lightweight is because so if your vehicle or whatever you are driving, it's light, then you do less CO2 emission. So if we decrease the weight of the vehicle by the lighter components like using aluminum and magnesium and their alloys instead of your heavy steel, so definitely you are going to emit less carbon emission, and you will also decrease the fuel consumption. And the other way of, doing green technology is basically to use, reuse, remanufacture, recycle, and refine the structure rather than, directly depending on mining and whole processes, which basically adds to the carbon emission. And as a metallurgist, what we can do, that we can design easy recyclable alloys. So whatever components which are being used can be easily recycled. Then we can get fine grain structure to get a good strength of the material so that the less amount of material is required. Or we can design certain equipments or machines which can, cast good quality of aluminum or magnesium alloys. And they are cheaper and running cost is less. So generally in industry, what people do is after casting, you do a lot of deformation processes like rolling, forging, extrusion, etc. And then you do heat treatment. So it takes a lot of capital investment and process cost is added to this. Or the newer part is you add grain refiner to get finer grain structure and higher strength. But there are a lot of issues with grain refiner. If they segregate, then they create problem and you don't get the refined structure, but your material gets more brittle. So basically solidification, we understand the homogeneous nucleation and heterogeneous nucleation. When you add grain refiners, you can refine the structure. And the growth part, you can see that how you can, by controlling the thermal gradient, you can get the various structures, starting from faceted, columnar, dendritic to equiax structure. So these are some of the forced convection technology which are now being used in research in aluminum casting, which contains, which includes twin screw machine, rotor-stator device. Then you have electromagnetic stirring and ultrasonic stirring. So this is, we have developed a continuous caster for making aluminum composites, aluminum alloys, or adding grain refiners in our laboratory. So this design basically has a input place where you pour the liquid metal from the top, and the feed is from the, basically from the bottom. So bottom there is a baffle from where the liquid metal will come, and there is a rotor-stator device. It basically mixes the material without creating any vortex. So no slag from the surface will enter the liquid metal. So it will be completely free from any oxides, and then you will, there's a mixing chamber, it will mix, and then the output will be your casting. So while we design all this, we do a lot of simulation work to optimize our parameters, and which parameter will be best, that we basically choose to make the design. So here is a casting which is performed by our PhD and undergraduate students in the laboratory, where what we are doing is we are using the aluminum casting for basically doing the continuous casting for making an aluminum alloy. We can continuously cast aluminum alloy. All the tools and stuffs is all designed, manufactured in our laboratory. We don't purchase things from outside. So you can see, first of all, and the temperature of this casting is near about 900 degrees centigrade. We take a lot of preheat temperature because there will be a lot of temperature loss when you are pouring the stuff inside the continuous caster. So after that, we basically remove the dross first, because otherwise the dross will go inside inside the chamber, and then it will be contaminating it. And for safety, we have some plugs there. We fix it, and now the stuff is ready for the pouring into the continuous caster. So now, by a help of a tun dish, we are pouring it, and one student is now adding the master alloy in it. Now this will go mix, and it will go from the bottom of the mixing chamber, and it will go inside the rotor-stator device. You can do the same thing in industrial scale by automizing it, the feeding of the stuff. Here everything is done manually in the laboratory, and you can, by changing the feeding rate, you can change the composition of the alloy, you can change the composition of the composite or whatever grain refiner you are adding, but just by changing the feeding rate. So after that, the alloy is now coming out from this side. So like this, by this continuous caster, we had in the laboratory scale, we have established that we can do it. So these are the microstructure of the composites, grain refined aluminum alloys, and the aluminum alloy which we have produced by this technology. We have also done cost analysis, and it really saves a lot of cost if the process is continuous and it is not batch type. This is the second equipment which we have designed and manufactured in our laboratory. This is a DC caster with a forced convection technology in it. So again, we do a lot of simulation work to optimize the value and get the better results. So here is the DC caster which we have manufactured, designed and manufactured in our lab. And the casting process is going on, where we are having the mechanical forced convection, and the billet casting is coming out from here. So you can see that without adding any grain refiner, by just mechanical force convection, you can refine the structure of the aluminum alloy. So it is not contaminated by the grain refiner, and you can also easily recycle this kind of billets. And we have also done aluminum. Tin is a very high density material. It's very heavy. It will settle at the bottom. But if by this technology, you can cast billets, and you can easily uniformly distribute the tin in the matrix. This is the last and final one, where we have used electromagnetic stirring. And you can see that by electromagnets, the stirring is taking place. This is clockwise, anti-clockwise. We are moving the liquid metal. And you can see now in the picture, and when it is solidifying, slowly the speed will slow down. So this is a TP1 test sample where we basically see which magnetic field is best so that we can get the structure. So initially we did this, and then these are the results. You can see there was significant amount of grain refinement by this electromagnetic one. And then we designed a twin roll caster in our laboratory, and then we manufactured this twin roll caster, and we have attached this electromagnetic stuff in this twin roll caster. And we also did a lot of simulation that what should be the pouring temperature and all in that. And we got a lot of different type of casting. This looks preliminary castings. Some of them are okay and some are bad when you change the different temperature and magnetic fields. So this kind of castings comes out. The beautiful part is the columnar structure in cross-section of your strip becomes completely equiaxed. This is for the magnesium alloy. We have checked the composition analysis throughout the section. We see that centerline segregation or segregation at the center of the casting completely eliminates by this technology. So these are the final conclusions, which I have spoken, so I'm not going in that. Thank you all. We have also a startup company, and we are manufacturing these casters for various institutes and labs. And this equipment has been sold to NIST Trivandrum, and more also we are producing and selling it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for timely presentation and beautiful work that you have done. I'm thoroughly impressed with your indigenous development of equipment and subsequent utilization. Are there anybody? Yeah, please.
See, actually, what we did is, funding is one of the bigger issue for us. So what we did, we took a motor, electric motor, and the primary coil, we have just removed it. In place of that, we are just putting the liquid metal. And that, the secondary coil, the rotor we remove, and then that helps. Motor is outside that. The outside part of the motor, the center rotor, we are removing it. In place of that, we are putting our casting, and we are the liquid metal, that one, and then we switch on, we pass current, and the secondary magnetic field is generated in the liquid metal. It stirs the liquid. That's it. The crucible is there at the center of it. Yeah. Non-conductor. SS. Yeah. Yes. Yes, metallic. Here in the TP1, because you have to put water, you can do it. And for twin roll casting, we have used a Tundish, which is N17 ceramic board. So that is also non-magnetic. So it's not.
What are the parameters that you are controlling to achieve good strip quality?
So the most important part is the pouring temperature. That is very critical, particularly for like twin roll casting, because it is two rolls and the metal has to solidify and go off. So the pouring temperature should be very close to the solidification. And then we introduce the forced convection. And what happens when this forced convection happens, so it basically decreases the temperature gradient from the surface to the center. So what is happening, homogeneously the temperature is going down. And there are number of particles, heterogeneous particles already present in the liquid metal. That is near about 10 to the power of 3 particles per cubic centimeter is always there. You cannot refine that. So those particles will act as a heterogeneous nucleating site, because you are going undercooling of the whole volume of the liquid, and nucleation will start randomly there. So that thing we are using it in the technology to get the refined structure.
I've seen in your slides, a lot of manual operations are involved.
Yes.
And what is this safety that being practiced?
Safety is like, we do have, everybody wears PPE, that is number one. And because you are doing something new, so there is some risks involved, definitely. We do, before any casting, we do a lot of mock without metal. You will do this, you will do, because it is a teamwork. So if somebody fails, then the whole process is gone. So we do a lot of mock, and then we do with the casting. Some of the castings do fail, but most of our castings are successful.
Can you think of some mechanization there?
The product we have sold that is completely automatic. It is touch screen. No need to do much manual stuff. Even we can put Alexa there, no problem.
Yeah. Good. Okay, thank you very much for excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
There are many people who have not loaded their papers yet. I would like to check Ramesh Kumar Naik from Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal. Is he present here somewhere? No. Then Deepak Panda from IIT Bhubaneswar. He is also not there. Rajan Singha from JSW Steel, Vijayanagar vs. Ballari. He is not there. Then Dunga Anita, JSW Steel Limited, again from Ballari. I think they have not loaded their presentations. Okay, fine. So I thank all the presenters for excellent presentations of theirs. And then really excellent work has been done by these 4 presenters, and I congratulate them for their continuing work. I hand over the mic to you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, our chairman, for nicely conducting the session. And may I request Professor Ranjit Bauri, sir, Department of Metallurgical and Material Engineering, IIT Madras, to felicitate our chairman. Thank you, Professor Bauri.
Now the session is closed.
Yeah. So we can move to the next session. So those who have not uploaded their slides, please come and upload.
So good evening, everyone. Welcome to the technical session 8. So I may request session chair Dr. Shiva Kumar on the dais. So Dr. Shiva Kumar is working as a deputy general manager in RINL Visakhapatnam steel plant. He obtained his BTech in metallurgy in NIT Warangal and MTech in ceramic technology from Anna University and PhD in metallurgical engineering from Andhra University. Dr. Shiva Kumar joined Visakhapatnam steel plant as management trainee in blast furnace. He worked in operations at various positions till 2005. From 2005 to till date, he is working in research and development department and handled various projects related to blast furnace, utilization of metallurgical waste, sinter making, coke making, etc. He is also active in professional bodies and serving in different capacities for Indian Institute of Metals, Indian Ceramic Society, and Institute of Indian Foundrymen. Presently, he is the Joint Secretary of Indian Institute of Metals, Vishakhapatnam chapter. He is also serving as member of boards of studies for various state universities. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, all of you. Thank you, madam. Thank you for the kind introduction. Now, before we start this session, I hope this is the last session, and we have eight papers in this session. I don't know how many papers have been loaded. Before we start the session, we have an invited talk in this. And I invite Professor Suhas for his invited talk. Yes, yes. I am privileged to introduce Professor Suhas. Professor Suhas has completed his MSc from IIT BHU, Varanasi in 1991. Then he pursued his MTech in 1994 and PhD in 1999 from IIT Kanpur. He is working as professor and chair in the Department of Material Engineering at IISc Bangalore. His areas of interest include processing, deformation and thermomechanical processing, nanostructural materials by severe plastic deformation, additive manufacturing and high temperature structural materials for aerospace and other applications. There are many honors to his credit. He has been awarded as IIM GD Birla Gold Medal 2020 during the year 2020. He has also been awarded with Metallurgist of the Year 2012 from Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Few others are IUSSTF Fellowship 2008 during 2008 from Indo-US Science and Technology Forum, Humboldt Fellowship 2004-2005 from Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Germany, Young Engineers of the Year 2003 from Indian National Academy of Engineering, INAE, and also been bestowed by President of India, Dr. Sankar Dayal Sharma Gold Medal during 1999 for all round of excellence from IIT Kanpur, India. He has been a life member award various professional science societies like IIM, Materials Research Society of India, Electron Microscope Society of India, Magnetic Society of India, Texture Society of India, and many more. He is also serving as a reviewer of many journals. With this introduction, I hand over the mic to Dr. Suhas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the organizers for inviting me for giving this talk. This talk is about severe plastic deformation, and obviously the work has been carried out by several of our students. And mainly what I am going to present today is by Ms. Soumita Mandal, her work primarily with little bit of contribution from others. And of course, Dr. Ajit Panigrahi, who is now living in Bhubaneswar, when he was in my group, he contributed in the beginning stage of this work, and Mr. Neeraj Nayan was always our collaborator from VSSC. right? So for severe plastic deformation, those who don't know, basically it is refining a grain size of a material to sub-micron size. And then in this area has been active since almost 20 years, more than 20 years. And the first generation of these studies on severe plastic deformation was primarily concentrated on grain refinement and texture evolution, because of severe plastic deformation, very strong textures develop, and it attracted the interests of many texture scientists, texture experts. And grain refinement was also very important in at least 20-25 years back, when the nano boom was there. People wanted to refine the grain size and get the benefits of nanocrystalline material. Though of course here I must put a caution that here the grain sizes are not so refined that their electronic structure change. So we are basically not into singles of nanometer, we are in few tenths of nanometer, or sometimes few hundreds of nanometer. So basically it's ultra-fine grain size. And then later, when these issues were resolved, the second generation of study was done on resolving strength ductility paradox, because grain size refinement is one method where you increase strength without losing much on ductility. Otherwise, all other methods of increasing strength costs ductility. But grain size refinement is one method where we can retain the ductility and strength to a very reasonable extent. So lots of studies were done. Now the third generation studies in past few years have been to modify the microstructure of the material, which are consisting of more than one phase. Primarily either to make materials by alloying methods, like where you put two initial materials, deform them, and make a third material by severe plastic deformation, or you take a two-phase material and you carry out severe plastic deformation on them, and then you modify the microstructures. Primarily there are 4 or 5 methods of severe plastic deformation. The oldest one is equal channel angular pressing, which is shown here. And here every pass, the main advantage of severe plastic deformation based techniques is you don't change your dimensions as you go on deforming the material. So every time you end up with the same size and same shape of material, but with a refined grain size and lot of shear strain put into that. So this is for equal channel angular pressing, where every pass of this process generates 2 cot of phi angle. Phi is the angle between the 2 channels of the die, which are inclined at a certain angle. So you just take it out, put it back, take it out, put it back, and then you generate lots of strain in the material. Material gets refined, and the grain refinement leads to strengthening of the material. Similarly, you can do this by accumulative roll bonding, where you can just roll a sheet, cut it, stack it, again roll it. Finally, you end up having the same size and shape of the sheet as you started with, and then you can in between you have introduced a lot of strain in the material, and therefore the grain refinement takes place. The advantages of all these things is you get very high yield and fracture strength, superplastic formability at lower temperature and higher strain rate, and superior wear resistance. And sometimes you lose ductility, sometimes if you do some treatment, and some processes do not lose ductility so much in that. So, so what I am going to present is a result on high pressure torsion based methods. The 2 methods that I have mentioned, they have some limitation because you can do some deformation up to some amount of plastic straining. The strain can be up to 10 or 15 or so, but this process where you put a coin shaped material between 2 anvils of a die, and then you just put a hydrostatic pressure, and either you can rotate both or you can rotate one. Generally we rotate both, and then there is a torsional force that leads to, the torque leads to refinement of the grain size. And here for rotation, for number of rotation, you incorporate a strain given in this formula. This pointer is not working, but You can see here that 2 pi times number of rotations times radius of the disk divided by height of the sample times root over 3. So this is the strain that you impart in the material, and the strain is not uniform, fortunately or unfortunately. So you can, in the beginning there is no rotation, it is just a material, that material element doesn't move, but at the periphery, suppose one has a 8 millimeter disc, this was plotted for 8 millimeter disc, which is going to be shown here. So then your strain changes and strain increases per rotation. So you can see that if you do 5 rotations at the periphery of the disc, you get about a strain of equivalent strain of 90, which is quite substantial. And of course, because there is hydrostatic pressure, so material doesn't deform, it doesn't fracture during this. So we have carried out this work on a very well-known alloy, that is A2195, which is aluminum lithium alloy, which is known to have precipitates. So there are, people are not able to, I thought I am loud enough. Right, so in this case we can see that we have several types of precipitates, and these are some of the precipitates mentioned at the bottom: delta prime, beta, theta prime, and T1 type of precipitates in aluminum lithium alloy. What we have done is we have modified this composition by scandium addition, because scandium addition to aluminum alloys brings a lot of value to it, particularly the deformable alloys. So we have tried with and without scandium addition, and we have carried out this process as shown here. We have used 3 compositions. In one case, we have just taken this aluminum lithium alloy, which we call as no SC. Second one, where we have put little bit of scandium, that is 0.025, and third where we have put 0.25% of scandium. And these materials were annealed and solutionized and then subjected to high pressure torsion at room temperature with 6 gigapascal pressure, subjected to rotation of from one rotation to 5 rotations. And the material was characterized by micro hardness testing, which is fair representative of strain estimation. And then texture characterization was done by electron backscatter diffraction, and other microstructural investigations like TEM were also used. And here the objective was, because these materials are characterized by precipitates. So what is the state of these precipitates after you carry out severe plastic deformation? So precipitates will break. Our conventional understanding is, for any material, if you a large strain is imparted, precipitate breaks and then it dissolves. So we have several investigations, including our own investigation, where we have made perlitic steel into a single phase material. You impart so much of strain that all extra carbon just goes into the solid solution, and then you get a lot of strain to it, single phase. So initial microstructural characterization consists of these distribution of elements, which is essentially an indication of the precipitates present over there. So if you have higher scandium content, you have large density of these precipitates, and this is each element is individually mapped. Basically Al3SC, Al3SC ZR, these kinds of precipitates are there, and sometimes Al3SC ZR. So the texture of these materials initially was totally different. Just scandium addition, even without severe plastic deformation, leads to different type of textures. The material without scandium has weak texture and only gamma fiber, what we call as gamma fiber, while little bit of scandium addition leads to generation of some rotated cube texture, and higher amount of scandium addition leads to strong texture, rotated cube texture formation in the material. Deformation leads to, deformation has different responses to different scandium containing alloys, and we can see here for these A and D are for the the rightmost, the leftmost column is for scandium free alloy, the middle column is for low scandium alloy, and the rightmost column is for high scandium alloy. And we could see that if we analyze carefully these grain sizes, which we have done it, actually I have not shown the dark field images, but we carried out, the grain size estimation by dark field analysis, TM, and we could see that the grain size increases on HPT with increasing scandium. So, even though HPT leads to grain refinement, the grain refinement is less severe in the case of high scandium containing alloy than low scandium containing alloy. And then the strain gradient within the grains reduces with increasing scandium content, means higher scandium containing alloy has almost uniform or strain-free grains. And then we examined the status of precipitates at two extreme strain levels, strain of 4 and strain of 70. We could see that these precipitates for lower strains, these large precipitates form along grain boundaries and the grain boundary tipple junctions, and there is a gradual loss of coherency with increase in the size, right? If the coarser precipitates are having less coherency. At large strains, you have extremely fine precipitates. There you can find extremely, you can see here, somehow this pointer is not working, but you can see that there are very fine precipitates located in various regions. Some cases your precipitates are very coarse, so the precipitate size distribution is very ununiform for large strains, and and all these cases the increased fraction of precipitates was seen along the grain boundary. You can see that in all large strain deformed cases, the grain boundary were almost, in most of the cases, they are almost continuously decorated by these precipitates. So, and subsequent effect of texture evolution was observed, and we could see these are orientation distribution function maps, and these are the texture formed corresponds mostly to the simple shear texture, simple shear deformation. So there are no surprises. There are some deviations which are attributed to limitation in grain rotation caused by the presence of precipitates. Otherwise, the very similar type of textures have formed. And then we carried out the strain analysis in the material. So we very systematically we examined X-ray diffraction. These are high resolution X-ray diffraction patterns. And we saw the precipitates, when the precipitates are present, after what strain they disappear. All that we have examined here. But the most interesting synthesis from this X-ray diffraction analysis is here, which was done by convolutional multiple hole profile methods. And we examined the crystallite size, dislocation density by X-ray diffraction, because any other method of dislocation density estimation will give you local dislocation density. By X-ray diffraction only you can get bulk dislocation density. So we estimated dislocation density and also the distribution of the cutoff radius of the dislocations, like basically whatever you say the core of dislocation, core sizes of dislocation was determined, and also the dislocation arrangement or nature of dislocations. So all these things were done very thoroughly. You could see that in the case of scandium-free alloys, the grain sizes are little less, they are less distributed, while in the low scandium containing alloy we got two peaks, means the grain size substantially changes on the strain. So there is a discontinuity which I will show you further in all the cases with medium or low scandium or containing alloy, or the alloy which has medium scandium content. So hardness tests, when it was carried out, we could see this is center of the disc, and if you go along the radius of the periphery of the disc, along the radius towards the periphery, you would see that for small amount of deformation, like 1/4 of a rotation, there is not much change, but as we increase the deformation, the hardness changes substantially, but it also has a tendency to saturate for scandium-free alloys, while it continuously increases for scandium-containing alloys, right? And then we started examining the microchemistry of the alloy, and we could see these are the bright field images of, particularly here I have shown for low scandium-containing alloy, one of the compositions where we got most surprises. We could see, you can see here there are certain precipitates, but there is no precipitate dislocation interaction. So you could see that after a certain amount of strain, right, you basically you have, your precipitates are almost vanishing. You could, high resolution images of these precipitates at the strain of 70 very clearly shows that you have coherency in the material. The precipitates are coherent. So coherent precipitates means they dissolve and reappear. Pre-existing precipitates lose their existence, they go in the solution and then come back again. So that means the process of severe plastic deformation is leading to dissolution, first dissolution of precipitates and then reprecipitation. And the newly formed precipitates are coherent. So these coherent precipitates have their own attributes. So all these are associated with chemistry of the material. So we carried out atom probe tomography of these precipitates of low scandium-1. I am focusing here on low scandium-1. And you could see here that these elements are distributed in these needles of the material, and here you could see the red one, the scandium is clustered in this case, and also in the second up to a small strain also the scandium is clustered at one place, and also there is a clustering of lithium. So lithium and scandium are clustered. Now if you carry out the more careful analysis after strain 4, you will see that these clusters are, particularly the copper precipitates are also clustering at some places, but they are almost devoid in most of the regions. After significantly larger strain of 27, you could see that there is a redistribution of these elements from bottom to the top. So all these elements are shown here. You could see that even scandium is distributed, your copper is distributed, lithium is distributed. So there is an overall distribution of precipitates in the material, right? And then even this situation prevails, and so now you could see here in the previous slide, in the previous slide, the clustering is very large in this case, right? No, the next one, right? In this case, the clustering is quite large at higher strains. So that means these precipitates which have gone into the solution, they have reappeared. So these reappearance of precipitates is confirmed by, again, further detailed tomography, and these are the elemental distributions. So you could see that as a function of distance from the center to about 20 nanometer in the needle, you could see the concentration changes substantially. For this color is for aluminum, and then the top color is for aluminum, and bottom is for lithium and scandium. So for lower lithium, there is a distribution where more of zirconium and scandium are present, while for higher lithium, there is a rejection of elements, and you have only lithium and scandium present here. Zirconium is at very low level, right? So this is what the distribution looks like. And then we try to analyze the mechanism of all these elemental distribution by analyzing the diffusion processes in the material. And this has, we have calculated the effective diffusion length using this formula, lambda equals to √6 dt of diffusion coefficient we have used for lithium, scandium and zirconium in aluminum, which are the major constituents. And bulk diffusivity was calculated, and it was found that the diffusivity was much larger in the case of severely deformed material compared to the bulk material, right? As it is reported for these materials, because people have done diffusivity studies of these elements in these alloys, right? Then we have calculated this diffusivity as a function of severe plastic deformation. The diffusion equation was modified, and following the pipe diffusion mechanism, because the pipe diffusion mechanism provides the path for migration of solute atoms, and that leads to the formation of new precipitates. So you have this diffusion, and therefore the overall diffusion is a function of, is a sum of bulk diffusion times diffusion is the dislocation pipe diffusivity, right? So dislocation pipe diffusivity is a function of your bulk diffusion plus your actual diffusion of the material times fraction of atoms associated with dislocation. So dislocation based or dislocation enhanced diffusion and plus the bulk diffusion. That gives you total diffusivity after high pressure torsion, and that leads to your the redistribution of precipitates in the matrix. So this was done, and we could see that if you calculate the individual diffusion coefficients of alloying elements in aluminum as a result of bulk diffusion process, the central one, the yellow one, is for excess vacancies, and the red ones are for dislocations as generated due to HPT. So this is the graph that you get. So, and the topmost is the grain boundary diffusion, because grain boundaries provide extra channel for diffusion, and therefore you get large amount of precipitates along the grain boundaries. So this is what it is. So if I conclude this talk, I can say that the high pressure torsion of precipitate containing scandium modified aluminum lithium alloy led to formation of ultrafine grains with very high dislocation density, and the shear strain resulted in correlated dislocations of structure exhibiting strong interaction between dislocations. Interactions are measured by convolutional multiple hole profile method. Simple shear texture form in all the cases. There was no change in texture as a result of scandium addition, or it increases, or texture evolution was very monotonic in nature. Hardness value increased up to 2 rotations, then got saturated, and then the pre-existing precipitates initially dissolved in the matrix at lower strains, followed by the occurrence of reprecipitation at larger shear strains up to equivalent strain of 70 through the mechanism, that pipe diffusion mechanism that they have just explained. And the dissolution initially takes place by the Gibbs-Thompson effect, that means particle fragmentation, and therefore the rounding of particle, and one by one it just gets into the solution. And then also it takes place, there is some evidences through TM, we have seen that the particle fragmentation takes place, or it is aided by solute drag by shearing dislocations. So elements come into it, and when dislocation move, the elements get attached to dislocation, and therefore there is a solute drag. So both the processes lead to, because if there is excess element, once the dislocation moves, that element is carried through the dislocations. So these two mechanisms led to the dissolution, and then reprecipitation occurs by the mechanism, the pipe diffusion mechanism. Then the nature of grain boundaries were non-equilibrium quite substantially. They are non-equilibrium grain boundaries, and therefore in addition to pipe diffusion through dislocation, even grain boundary diffusion was also contributing to the movement of solute atoms, and therefore the precipitation at the grain boundaries and triple junctions. And the reprecipitated, but the advantage here is the reprecipitated L12 phase was coherent with respect to the matrix, right? And these precipitates were less than 10 nanometer size, and so therefore, so we converted all these aluminum, the disadvantaged precipitates of aluminum lithium alloy into advantage by severe plastic deformation. For those who know the metallurgy of aluminum lithium alloy, it is well known that the orientation of large precipitates is the main reason for the poor ductility of aluminum lithium alloys, and that is often been a hindering factor for the usage of aluminum lithium alloy in spite of its very strong properties, that is the density compensated strength, because both aluminum and lithium are lighter elements. Therefore, the alloy is the lightest possible, therefore favored choice for aerospace industries, but the material shows sometimes very poor ductility, poor fracture toughness. That is all because of the nature of precipitates that you get are not suitable, they are highly oriented and incoherent. So therefore, they do not contribute to strength, rather they are just detrimental to mechanical properties. So by carrying out severe plastic deformation, you can make them make these precipitates or extra solutes into advantageous form. You can make them finer, you can redistribute them as per the strain that you give, and this provides a good pathway for enhancing the properties of aluminum lithium alloys. In this work, our group took substantial help from Professor Surendra Makineni from our department. because he is an expert of atom probe tomography. And as I mentioned, many students contributed. Our group, many students come. Somebody comes for internship, somebody comes for a degree. Everyone contributes together. And of course, every research is dependent on funding. So all funding agencies are acknowledged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Suhas. It was a great presentation. And now the house is open for discussion. We can take...
Can I get back to presentation if suppose somebody wants to see, or it's all gone?
Sir?
The presentation is gone.
Invited talk.
No, this presentation.
Presentation has gone.
Now it is there. Okay, fine. Yeah, I am open to answering any
Except
questions.
one or two questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your very insightful presentation on HPT of aluminum lithium alloys. Sir, I have one just simple question that many a times shear texture is not being observed during high pressure torsion of various alloys. So what could be the reasons apart from the nanostructuring what we observe of not observing the simple shear texture?
Yeah, so this is a very insightful question, I can tell you. The answer is the mechanism by which, if there is a recovery mechanism that takes place in recovery mechanism is inevitable during severe plastic deformation after a certain amount of strain. Now, if it limits to recovery, you get to see shear texture. If your recovery gets advanced to a stage that a process called continuous dynamic recrystallization or advanced stage of recovery, whatever you call, some people refrain to call it recrystallization, but it is called CDRR, continuous dynamic recovery and recrystallization. If that takes place, then your textures are weak. Typically weak, you won't get shear texture. But if you are prior to that stage, and this stage comes in different materials at different level, depends on whether your material is prone to recovery or not. Why we are able to retain here in aluminum lithium alloy, because all of us know that aluminum has very high stacking fault energy, so it has very intense tendency to recover. So the moment you generate a dislocation, immediately cross slip takes place and it recovers. So you generally never get a critical amount of dislocation density which can enhance processes that lead to destruction of texture. So you build up texture in this case. But if same thing you do with a low stacking fault energy material, very quickly you get rid of shear textures.
Yes, definitely, sir. Means actually we are seeing this problem in low SFE materials.
Right. So in that case, for example, stainless steel, austenitic steel, or your brass, silver, all these things. Even in copper, recovery will take place very extensively sometimes. Not as intense as what I have mentioned, these materials, but then in that case also you will find weakening of texture. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
Sir, can we apply this process to HCP metals like zirconium?
Yeah, we have done it. We have done for titanium, zirconium, everything. It's possible. Zirconium I have not done, but there is a gentleman called Pradipto Ghosh in IIT Gandhinagar. He was our student. He has done quite a lot of HPT of zirconium also. It is possible.
So it goes down to submicron sizes?
Yes. Yeah. So whatever I have shown, if you had paid attention to the grain size distribution, the mean grain size is about 40 to 50 nanometers.
Yeah.
So that is what we typically get.
Okay.
After that it saturates. So the minimum grain size is again dependent on the material and the shear modulus. It is strongly related to the shear modulus of the material. Again, there are several mechanisms that decides limiting grain size in these materials. Right.
Thank you.
Any other question?
there is no more question, we can thank you, Professor Suhas.
Thank you, thank you.
So one more question, sir.
Okay, we can take.
Sir, we know that HPT processing is one of the best when it comes to refining the grain size to the
Correct.
minimum possible size. Do you see any ways to actually make it industrially viable to? I understand this is a typical.
Very critical question you have asked. As such, HPT is, I must confess that it is a scientific method because we get large amount of strain. We won't get large amount of strain, so we can easily see the effect of strain on chemistry, on microstructure very easily. But there are processes derived based on HPT. So this is a process again invented by the group where I worked earlier in France, and I am also one of the contributors of that process. We call it high pressure tube torsion. So what you do is you take a tube and you put something inside the same way as you have put a bottom anvil. You put something inside and then twist the outer wall. So there is, again you will see you can rotate it as much as you can depending on material's ability, and you will see a similar kind of effect. So if you want to see it, we have published a paper on this in Materials Transactions of Japan Institute of Metals, but the principle is basically HPT there also. So, and there if you are able to make the tubes which are severely deformed and ultrafine grains, then tubes have many applications, so you can do it.
So such facility is there in your group?
We have HPT, but HPTT we don't have. Okay. That is where I worked earlier.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for answering.
Okay, if no more questions, thank you, Professor Suhas. Now, on behalf of organizers,
now we can close the
small moment of Suhas.
You can close.
Now, we have our last session. In this session, we have 5 papers to be presented so far. Total 8 papers, only 5 people have given their presentations. So, anybody is left with, they can load their presentations. Now, the presentations, we can give 8 minutes presentation and 2 minutes for a discussion, and total 10 minutes. So, with this, we have a first paper we have from, this is from effect of direct current on microstructure and tensile properties of magnesium alloy, understanding electroplasticity in the HCP material, from IISc Bangalore, Sivats Kumar, Mishra and Praveen Kumar.
Okay, so good evening everyone. Today I will be presenting about my work on PhD, that is the effect of direct current on microstructure and tensile property of pure magnesium. So before going into my study, let's delve into the background. So what is the main problem with the magnesium is that it is a very lightweight alloy, but the problem is that it has very limited slip system in the room temperature. So that is why we cannot use it in the automobile industry or any other industries. So in room temperature, only only the basal slip system is been activated having 11 bar 20 direction, and in the other slip system having having prismatic or pyramidal have a very high CRSS value. That is why it is not being activated in the room temperature. So that is why the magnesium has limited formability in the room temperature. So that is why we try to make it more formability by the effect of high density electric current. Okay, so so keep that in mind. So what is electroplasticity? So electroplasticity can be defined as the change of mechanical property of a material which is of passing in high current through it. So in this in the first picture you can see that if you are straining a material having a normal microstructure, so here normal type means some dislocation are being formed, and after which it is getting fractured after some time. But if you are supplying current through it, then apart from the normal dislocation, there are some new type of dislocation are being formed. So that is why it gives more formability. And also, apart from the this is called electron wind theory. And apart from that, it can also, the electric current also can change the defect configuration as well. So here in this paper, in the bottom paper, you can say that this zirconium 7% aluminum alloy, which have a planar dislocations, after supplying pulses through it, we can say that the dislocation has been changed to wavy type of dislocations. That is why it can also change the mechanical property of that. So in this, here the temperature, so the current has two effects. What is the one is the thermal effect, that is the Joule heating, and second is a thermal effect. First is electron wind effect, and next is a defect reconfiguration. So the objective of my study is that to increase the formability of the pure magnesium and derive a constitutive equation for the electron wind force. And on my future work, that is the use of the electric current for the high throughput creep test that I'll be doing later on. So next is the pre-processing in microstructure. First, the magnesium ingot was hot rolled at 356 degrees Celsius, and 65% reduction has been done in 30 passes, so that per pass reduction has been done at 2 to 3% only. And after that, we can see that the microstructure of the pure magnesium, the grain size has been reduced to 65 micron from 400 to 450 micron in the edge cast material. And in the IPF map, this is the IPF map from the RD plane. We can say that it gives us the median grain size it gives is 65 micron, and in the ND plane it gives purely basal texture. It gives purely basal texture. And from this, we are cutting the tensile sample on RD plane, like it is shown in the bottom picture. Then we tested it in front of we tested it in the application of current. Next is the test parameter. So here we are testing testing our material with a constant current density of 0, 20, and 30 amps per mm square. So we know that as we are passing the current, there should be Joule heating that is taking place. So due to which as we pass, and we are seeing it through the IR camera, then we can say that the temperature on the middle part is the maximum. That is, you can see if we pass 30 amps per mm square current through it, so the temperature increase has been 60 degrees Celsius on the middle, but on the solder part, it is reduced. It is coming around 55 degrees Celsius. So we are seeing a trend of temperature. So why we are seeing these things is because of the fact that we are passing the current through copper slab, and copper acts as a heat sink. That is why heats are being extracted to the copper slabs. That is why we are seeing a trend of temperature. Okay, and how we are doing it? Then we are doing it by we have designed a insulated fixture for that, and here we have 3 layers so that we can pass the current. First is a normal SS part, so that we can for the grip, and then we have installed a Teflon layer so that it can be insulated from the UTM machine. And after that, we are passing the current to the copper slab, you can see. Then after that, DIC was employed using VIC2D software for the strain mapping. So we know that the temperature the temperature change is plus or minus 5 degree from middle to the shoulder part, so that so that we have to make sure that there is a constant strain until the UTS. That is why we are employing the DIC to see if there is any strain localization before UTS. Then coming to the results. So here we can see say in the tensile test curve, first the red one is the 30 amps per mm square, and the dotted one is the EAD, that is electrically assisted deformation with the current, and the solid part is the T match, that is a temperature match. So we have checked the temperature and we have done the test on that temperature using a furnace, so that we can deconvolute the effect of Joule heating and the electric current. So here we can see that on both of these, the YS and UTS of the sample has been reduced by 10 to 15%, but apart from that, we are seeing an increased ductility. So in the case of 30 amps per mm square sample, we can see maybe the ductility has been increased by 2-fold compared to its T-match sample. So then we've seen the micrograph near the fracture sample, and here we can say that we can say more slip lines are being visible in case of EAD compared to the T-matched one. That is why it gives more formability. And apart from that, we wanted to show if there is a grain rotation that is being taking place due to the current. That is why we have done some EBSD mapping as well, but we haven't seen any grain rotation. So both this is the before test and after test EBSD sample shows similar texture. Then to see why we are seeing enhanced formability, we are doing some TM study. So the first image is the TM study of the MG hot rolled one, and the second one is the T-matched one. On both of them, we can say we've seen the cell type of structure that is being formed. So to keep in mind that we are hot rolling it to 65% reduction. So due to this thing, cell structure has been formed. That is why it gives limited formability as well. But if you are passing current through it, in the last photo, you can say that we are not seeing any cell structure, and we can clearly see the dislocations and grain boundaries as well. Then to see is there any different type of dislocation are being formed, we are doing some electron channeling contrast imaging, that is the ECCI, to see if there are different type of dislocation are being formed. So here in the first two picture, we can say that we are doing it in two beam condition, that is having G dot B equal to 0. In G002, we are seeing some dislocations, but we are not seeing that on G10 bar 10. So from there we can confirm that this is the prismatic type of dislocation, and on that bottom part we are seeing some pyramidal type of dislocations as well, apart from normal, that is the basal type of dislocations. So we can say that that is a disappearance of cell structure and the appearance of C and C plus A type of dislocation, which is not formed in the room temperature or in the 60 degrees Celsius. These two effects gives more formability and reduction of YS and UTS in magnesium. So in summary, we can say that the hot roll pure magnesium gives very strong basal texture in the ND plane, and yeah, means high temperature current shows lower YS and UTS and better formability. And from the TM study, we can say that cell structure has been formed, and the ECCI of the EAD sample shows C and C plus A type of dislocations, which are not seen in normal room temperature test. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. We can take one question. Already 9 minutes. He has completed 9 minutes. Any questions? If there is no questions, one question from me. For why you have selected magnesium alloy then?
Sir, as I told earlier, that the formability of magnesium is very low. So we are checking on different mechanisms that we can employ so that the formability of magnesium can be improved. So this is one of the mechanisms that I've tried.
Okay, then the direct current, why direct current only? It's to EC to control?
Sorry, sir?
You have used direct current?
Yeah, we've used direct current, not the AC current.
Okay.
So the main purpose is that in AC there are some skin effect is there, because if you're pressing very high current, so there is a tendency that the current can also go through only the surface layer, not through the bulk. So in that case, we cannot deconvolute these two things. That is why we are using DC current.
Okay. Thank you. Nice presentation. Nice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I have next paper from Tata Steel Limited, Jamshedpur, CSIR NML. Joint paper it is. Mr. K. Kishore, S. Patra, A. Chandan, and K. S. Arora. The title of the paper is Similar and Dissimilar Resistance Spark Weldability of Medium Manganese Steel, Galvanized Microalloyed Steel. Introduce yourself.
So very good evening to everyone. I am Kaushal Kishore from Tata Steel, and in this work we will discuss about a very important aspect of any materials, that is its resistance spot weldability, because most of these studies have been conducted on increasing the strength ductility trade-off and improving the fatigue properties of the base material in steel without welding. But after welding, due to large thermal cycling, all the properties and microstructure tends to change. So an introduction to the net pound per vehicle. So we are seeing in last 10-15 years there is an increasing trend for uses of advanced high strength steel in the vehicles. This is to reduce the overall weight of the vehicle, to improve its passenger safety, and to improve the crashworthiness. So there are a lot of works on resistance spot weldability of different steels in this, as can be seen in this banana curve. So we know that third generation of advanced high strength steel overcomes the limitations of first and second. First generation does not have good strength ductility balance, whereas second generation is highly alloyed like austenitic stainless steel and TWIP steel, which leads to difficulty in its casting and welding. And also it is very expensive. So to overcome the problems of first and second generation, third generation of advanced high strength steel is gaining increased attention. Moreover, in third generation advanced high strength steel, there are different categories: medium manganese steel, quench and partitioned steel. So the present study is focused on medium manganese steel. So in vehicle, there are two most important zones: crumple zone and the safety cage. And in the crumple zone, you need high crash worthiness, that is high energy absorption. So in terms of stress strain curve, you need a high area, large area under the curve up to the point of UTS. And in the safety cage, you want intrusion resistance, that material should not deform. And also in these vehicles like four-wheelers, you have almost 5,000 to 20,000 resistance spot welds. So there are various reasons why these joining techniques are very, very popular. I will come to that. So the reason for its popularity is it is highly efficient process. You don't have any wastages. Then you don't need any filler materials to join the sheets. Then we already have a large database for joining of conventional steels and even steel to aluminum with this process. There is a narrow heat affected zone, often less than 1 millimeter, and this is a highly cost effective process compared to laser welding or using adhesives, etc. So in this process, there can be a DC or AC supply of current, and then you have a dome shaped copper chromium or copper chromium zirconium electrodes. Two sheets are placed between these top and bottom electrodes, and during the process of welding, what we did in this process, we had a sensor which recorded the variation of voltage with the current and welding times. From that we obtained the R value, resistance value, because this is a resistance spot welding process where the heat for joining the sheet metals is obtained from H equal to I square RT formula, and R is not a constant value, it is a dynamically changing. We will see those data in the coming slides. So coming to some of the challenges in the welding process of different steels. So interstitial free steel, it's a soft steel, so welding is not a problem, very low carbon equivalent, but indentation due to the electrode pressure is one of the problem. Microalloyed steel, we get desirable failure from the base metal above a critical nugget diameter. For DP600 kind of steel, it is a very well established process industrially now, even in coated condition. For DP780, DP980, we get softening in the heat affected zone because of the excessive tempering of the martensite, and that leads to failure in partial interfacial, that is crack propagates somewhat inside the fusion zone. And in trip steel, again, PIF is the problem. There are a lot of attentions in RSW of zinc-coated steel, advanced high-strength steel, where liquid metal embrittlement is one of the problems. And also, with emerging concepts of Taylor-welded blanks, with ferrous and non-ferrous materials like aluminum to steel, you get the formation of brittle intermetallic compounds like Fe2Al5, FeAl3, that leads to crack initiation from those intermetallic phases. So what is the challenge for medium manganese steel? We know it is a very good steel when it comes to strength and ductility, but look at the carbon equivalent compared to conventional, well-proven automotive steels. The highest one that I know of in Tata Steel, DP780, has carbon equivalent of around 0.42, whereas the medium manganese steel that is under investigation has carbon equivalent of 1.08, which is more than twice the highest grade we produce in cold rolled condition. So we know any steel with carbon equivalent greater than 0.46 are considered conventionally not weldable. So this is the challenge, to weld these supposedly not weldable material. So what methodology we framed? Since these steels are still in academic research stage, so we don't have the welding database in the softwares, in the commercial softwares like SORPAS. So we needed to make the database. For that, we did this tensile test, which is very easy. But after that, thermocalc to determine the upper and lower critical temperatures. JMATPRO to determine the variation of resistivity versus temperature, because that is one of the important inputs. And then we gave the welding inputs, like what kind of electrode we used, what is the diameter of the electrode force, water flow rate to cool the electrodes, and then we put it into the SORPAS software. With that, if we look at the cross-section thermal profile of the spot weld of medium manganese steel, in 2 kiloampere, the maximum temperature at any location was less than its melting point. So no welding is anticipated. At 3 kiloampere, there was a start of nugget formation, but that is quite small. And the size of the nugget, as expected, kept on increasing with increasing welding current, because you get larger heat generation. And at 8 kiloampere, you can see extra metal is coming out from the sheet metal interface, which is called expulsion, and you should carry welding below such current. So this is what I was talking about. The resistance value during the course of welding is not a constant measure. It keeps on changing. Initially, it has very high contact resistance. This is due to the closure of the asperity and surface roughness. Once there is solidification, you get R minimum, and then it increases again, because we know as we increase the temperature, there is larger thermal motion, atomic motion in the material, and that leads to scattering of the electron, as a result of which resistance increases again.
You have one more.
Okay. So heat input we calculated based on this H equal to I square R mean value for different current. So we observed a good match between the cross section of the experiment and simulation, as you can see for both fusion zone and this heat affected zone. So the microstructure in different zones of the welding is varying. We see different coarse grain and fine grain heat affected zone and different grain boundary characters. So this is the most interesting part of my talk. You see at 7 kiloampere current, you see a simultaneous increase in both strength and displacement. And this is not expected, that you see both strength and ductility increasing simultaneously. So then the reason being, transition from interdendritic brittle fracture till 6 kiloampere current to quasi-cleavage fracture, combining both cleavage facets and ductile dimples. So what made these steels very prone to brittle fracture is mostly the presence of solidification cracks along the interdendritic region and extensive segregation of manganese and silicon. And why we observed both increase in strength and ductility for 7 kiloampere is first elimination of solidification cracks. Second, the hardness in the fusion zone has dropped from 600 HV to 550 HV. And then the formation of austenite in the fusion zone and its transformation through trip effect during the tensile shear tests, which makes it tougher. So we have done fatigue tests because vehicles are undoubtedly going to experience fatigue loading condition during service in both as welded condition and after paint baking. After welding, vehicles are painted and those have to be subjected to 170 degrees Celsius of heating for 20 minutes. So we simulated that heat treatment and observed an improvement in number of cycles to failure. This is on log scale, x-axis. So especially in the higher load amplitude, there is some improvement due to paint baking. So I will not go much into this. For dissimilar welding, we can see a reduction in the hardness of the fusion zone, which is desirable from toughness point of view, and that is why we are seeing a larger area under the curve for dissimilar HSLA MMS combination, and also crack is not going to propagate inside the fusion zone. So thank you. Thank you for your attention. Any question, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Kishore. We can take one question. Already it is 9 minutes, more than 9 minutes.
Very nice presentation. I have a slightly unrelated question. So you are producing these steels in Tata Steel?
So sir, we have, there was a project taken by New Product Development Group. So they produced it at lab scale through, from Midhani, and then they rolled it and did intercritical annealing. So we know with these weldability challenges, it is very difficult to go ahead with 5 manganese. So maybe we are looking for slightly leaner chemistry, but still 1 GPa level strength with 30% ductility. So that is the target, which reduce the carbon equivalent a little bit, alloying a little bit, and still achieve that property.
So the steel is not produced in Tata Steel per se, I mean?
Tata Steel has produced it in pilot scale, you can say, not inside the plant. 5 manganese, no.
Okay, so not even through ingots?
Not through ingots. It was done in Midhani.
Okay. And what is the aluminum content of these steels?
0.5 weight% around.
Typically, third generation would have a little higher aluminum also.
See, basically, aluminum plus silicon should be around above 1 or 1.5, so that you resist the formation of carbides.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
What is the stage of your work? Is it in the implementation stage or?
It is not implementation because this kind of study, this kind of data for weldability is not at all available anywhere. So we wanted to check how, and Tata Steel is planning to go for large scale production of 3rd generation advanced high strength steel. So this is one of the most challenging grades from weldability point of view. So if we develop an understanding of physical metallurgy of this challenging grade, so we should be hopefully able to deal with lower alloyed steel of 3rd generation variant only. In a rapid way. So that was the objective of this.
Some more work need to be done.
Huh?
Some more works are to be done.
Some works more need to be done. We are now working on leaner chemistry, but still similar strength level for weldability point of view.
Thank you. Nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
We have a next paper from IIT Raipur. Mr. C. Vishwagirish, Harpreet Singh, and Mr. Ravi Mohan Prasad on polymer-derived ceramic reinforced aluminum metal matrix composites. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening to all. I am Vishnu Girish. I am a PhD scholar at IIT Ropar, and I am here to present my work on polymer-derived ceramic reinforced aluminum metal matrix composites with my supervisors, Professor Harpreet Singh and Dr. Ravi Mohan Prasad. So, to introduce the topic, basically what we are trying to do is, we know that aluminum metal matrix composites are very widely used already. We have applications wherever there is specific strength requirements, and we already see many tailored properties. Like we have a lot of options in terms of composites. We can vary a lot of parameters and get tailor-made properties for the composites. Although we have certain challenges, or rather scope for improvements, like we can improve on the reinforcement and the particle dispersion. Reinforcement particle dispersion. Then the interaction between the particle and the aluminum matrix, as well as finer particle dispersion. There are other challenges also, but I have listed these three as we are trying to solve, we are trying to address these issues by virtue of in situ synthesized reinforcements. In situ reinforcements means that the processing or rather the final ceramic reinforcements are made in situ only, that is during the process itself. So in my work, first I'll briefly explain what polymer derived ceramics are. Polymer derived ceramics are, as you can see on the left, you have a silicon based polymer which can be a silane, siloxane, silicane, which have that skeletal chain will contain silicon carbon, silicon oxygen, silicon nitrogen, such elements. And what happens is during heating or any other pyrolysis processes, we convert it into a complex network of, it's a covalent bonds basically, so it's basically a ceramic. And further heat treating will convert into crystallize these networks. So I am basically working on polycarbosilanes because my final targeted reinforcement is silicon carbide. So the skeletal chain will be containing silicon as well as carbon. And another thing we control is that the stoichiometry of the final compound will decide what is the properties. So if you want free carbon, you will have more like vinyl functionalized precursors. But what I am using is also vinyl functionalized precursors, but we are trying to obtain a stoichiometric SiC, like one Si to one carbon. So on the right you have a TGA analysis, TGA curve of the transformation. You can see the transformation is happening in basically two stages, mainly two stages, up to about 800 degree. That is 800 degree I am telling because we are casting the aluminum at around 800 degrees. So first step is called as cross-linking. You can see at around up to 200 to 400 degree we have that cross-linking process, and then further beyond 400, 450 degree we have the pyrolysis process. I'll explain some more in detail. So basically what we understand is that up to below 1000 degrees we get a complex network of silicon and carbide in the as a final amorphous ceramic. So this is a basic processing route. You can see at the bottom you have the polymer precursor, which is cross-linked into a little brittle cross-linked polymer, which can be easily made into a fine powder. You can see the images. And then further pyrolysis results in the amorphous ceramic. So here we confirm whether the cross-linking process is over or not based on the absence of C double bond C peaks in the FTIR. That is the main cross-linking process like hydrosilylation, where the C double bond C bonds break, or hydrocoupling, and also polymerization reaction. So these can be that absence of C double bond C at around 300 degree is indicative of that completion of that process. So after cross-linking, then further pyrolysis is done in situ. This cross-linking process is done ex situ, that is outside the aluminum matrix, and further pyrolysis is done during the casting itself. On the right you can see the final ceramic that is obtained at 800 degree. It is a amorphous ceramic, although you can see broad peaks at where beta silicon carbide peaks should be. So it is on the verge of transforming to silicon carbide. And at the bottom you can see what the polymer structure and the conversion to silicon carbide. We are treating it at 800 degrees centigrade in situ to form the silicon carbide. It is, I have written it as silicon carbide, but it is not actually crystalline silicon carbide. And the polymer name is allyl hydro polycarbosilane, which is called as SMPT. So this is a casting setup that we are using. It's a standard bottom pouring setup where the matrix is fed, matrix and the reinforcement cross-linked particles are fed from the top, and in an inert environment it is heated, stirred and poured into a mold. Now some things to note here are the pyrolysis process or the complete cross-linking process and the final yield that we are obtaining is highly dependent on the heating rate as well as the holding time of the process. So we have to play with the processing parameters to get optimum final yield as well as the particle matrix interaction. So on the right, we made three castings mainly, aluminum with 2% SiC, final SiC, 4% SiC and 7% SiC. And we were able to get improving strength in all the three. But one of the main issue in this is that to identify particle or characterizing is slightly difficult, because since it is an amorphous silicon carbide, we cannot have XRD peaks, so we resort to Raman spectroscopy, and we could get peaks corresponding to Raman spectrum. But here the particles are fairly big, because only Raman peaks are obtained there. But to confirm that they are silicon carbide, we have also done SiC. We could get up to 1 micron particles also. So these are the particle dispersion that was obtained in aluminum ascus condition, 2% and up to 7% we could get fairly good dispersion of the particles. But another problem that we encounter is that, as you can see on the right, there is a fairly good particle matrix interface, but on the particle we can see that on majority of the part there is a good interface, although there are certain very sharp or voids that are coming up on the interfaces. This is because mainly during the reaction a lot of gases are evolved, like hydrogen, CH4, C2H5 and such, and some of these gases are soluble in aluminum. So when we are solidifying this, they precipitate out and diffuse onto the interface to grow at the interface forming voids. So that is a challenge that we are facing. So in order to solve this, we are further trying to increase the cross-linking temperature outside. Xc2 itself will process it more, and the gases that have to evolve will be evolving Xc2 itself. So, so there are some void formation, and we can clearly see that aluminum, silicon and carbon are present at the particle, and up to 1 micron or even less particles are obtained. And one of the main advantage of this process is we can get very fine particle manufactured or embedded in the matrix with very low energy supplied. That is, we are crushing or we are making the particle of cross-linked polymers, which are very easy to powder. Then these are the strength. Yeah. Okay, so these are the strength. We have found that we have enhanced the strength, tensile and compression. We are not actually comparing it to the standard which is in the market, because casting process is in the lab. So we have some defects of that also, but overall we have improved the strength. But we can also on the fracture analysis side, the issue was that as the composition was increasing, the amount of dissolved gases are also increasing. So naturally the defects are also increasing. So we can see for IL ASCAS as well as 2% SiC, we could see standard ductile type fracture with dimples. Although as the deformation or the composition is increased, we get more and more brittle type of fracture. And also we could find some particle friendliness to the fracture surface at 7%. We could see much more number of particles at the for 7%. And I have just shown the defects which were seen in the SEM. So to conclude, this is a process that we have conducted, that we cross-link this Xc2 and then in situ pyrolysis of these particles to obtain amorphous silicon carbide reinforced particles. Now also to conclude, we can further study on the processing parameters to get much better properties for future work also. Thank you. Any questions?
One question. What is there? Anybody? Okay, thank you, Girish.
Thank you.
The next paper from Nuclear Fuel Complex, Hyderabad. Mr. Utpal Singha, Raman Kumara, Sachin Singh, G.N. Ganesha, and A. Marutaram. The title of the paper is Advanced Manufacturing Route, Hexcon to Hexcon Pilgering of Alloy D6 Hexcons for Fast Breeder Reactors. Please introduce yourself, you can start.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. R. Shivakumar sir. Myself Utpal Singha from Nuclear Fuel Complex, Hyderabad. It is under Department of Atomic Energy. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So my presentation will be in the advanced manufacturing route for hexagonal tubes. So these are the various hexagon we have manufactured through seamless route. Normally this has been manufactured in the welded route. So this is required for our nuclear power program. So before that, in NFC we are manufacturing various structural covering the three-stage nuclear power program, considering the PHWR, PFBR, and again third stage advanced heavy water reactors. So these are the various structurals of various material, SS, zircaloy. Again in zircaloy various categories are there, ZR2, ZR4, ZR2.5% niobium. So our roadmap is envisaged by Dr. Romeo Jahangir Bhabha. It is a three-stage program, and presently the stage 1 already 23 PHWR reactor is operating, for which NFC is supplying all the structural and also fuel bundles. So my presentation is going to cover the requirement of stage 2, which is prototype fast breeder reactor, which is under final stage of commissioning at IGCAR, Kalpakkam. So the main critical core component for the stage 2 is the fuel clad tubes and the hexagonal wrapper tubes. So I will cover the manufacturing of the hexagonal wrapper tubes, which is the structural, and NFC has already established this process and delivered the required all structural for the PFBR reactor. The main is the this hexagonal wrapper tubes is going to see the very harsh environment of temperature, operating temperature in the range of 400 to 600 degrees centigrade, and it is going to subject it to very high level of irradiation damage, which is measured by displacement per atoms, and also the burn up will be, it is going to see around 1 lakh megawatt day per ton, and very high Newton flux it is going to subject. It is 2 order more than the PHWR reactors. So the one main criteria is the what should be the material. So IGCAR, BRC, NFC jointly, the selection of material is very important here, because it is going to subject it very much distortion due to the void swallowing and irradiation creep and mechanical properties and ductilities and compatibility with the sodium. As we know, the coolant for the PFBR reactor is the metal sodium. For the high energy density, the sodium is being utilized. So material selection, these are the things we have to consider, and we have to tailor the SS grade material to meet all these requirements. So the material has been drawn from the modified SS316 by modifying the alloying element, nickel, chromium. So compared to the normal SS316, here nickel has been increased, chromium has been lowered, and other solute also it has been very much controlled to get the desired properties. So nickel will increase the diffusion of vacancies, so that will avoid the void swelling. Chromium, again, it will stabilize the gamma phase, and other solute, titanium, silicon, these are very important to extend the transient period, because after, if you see that topmost right side graph, after 80 dBA, there is an increase in the diametrial dilation or dimension change. And other thing is that this material has to be cold work, which will give some required amount of optimum dislocation density, which will provide the sinks for the combination of the vacancies, sites, and pits. So these are the important parameter, and at the end, the material has been chosen D9 with 20% cold work. And one more important parameter is the titanium and carbon ratio, which is as a This is required for the recoil and recombination, and it will not allow to precipitate, and also this ratio we have to maintain in such a way it will give a very good creep resistance and best mechanical properties. So this has been maintained in the range from 5 to 6. So this is the typical composition of alloy D9, which is used to refer as a modified 316. Now my main topic will be the manufacturing of this HexCan through the seamless route. So this is the typical manufacturing facility which is available in NFC, from hot working, cold working, and various thermomechanical treatment. So this extrusion, starting material will be extrusion, then there will be multi-phase pilgering followed by solution annealing, then pilgering to the circular to hexagonal shape, which is a very new technique which NFC has been established. This is a typical cross-section of the fuel sub-assemblies hexagonal wrappers. So it is the maximum dimension across flat is 131.6 and wall thickness is 3.2. So these are the typically conventional route is through drawing route or making a welded tubes and drawing that. But here we are manufacturing this tube through a new process which is seamless pilgering route. The circular shape will be converted to pilgering by cold deformation. This is a typical pass schedule. So from the extruded blank, we will first bring down to the circular stage to have the required size so that we can have the cold work of 20% when we will get this dimension 131.6 by 3.2 mm. So 20% cold work is very much important. And here the process pilgering, which is a very complex process where we are changing the shape from circular to HexCan. So basically, if I show, this is the tool where 3 rollers are there, which will be, when it will come closer, it will covering the 120 sector of a HexCan. So initially, circular tube will be pushed inside that. These are the middle picture is showing the tooling and this cassette, and all these things will be assembled inside that pilger mill. And when it will reciprocate, initially all 3 rollers will go apart, and a big size circular. Yeah, circular tube can push inside, and it will be formed over the mandrel, and mandrel will decide the ID of the dimension. And these are the seamless form HexCan. So basically we encounter a problem of twisting because of the hexagonal shape and the bow. So this we have addressed by design a new twist correction machine where we will apply the twisting in the opposite direction. And also the tooling we have modified in such that pilger tube will not have the bend more than 1 mm, or it is in the range of 2 mm, and which we can correct. And furthermore, as we are telling, the cold work is very important, but when we have done the finite element simulation, we are finding in the corner zone, the stresses is more, and considering stress also, the strain is more, and which will having the ununiform cold work. So this is the representation from corner to flat of the HexCan, the micro hardness variation, which is showing around 64 VHN micro hardness variation, which is representing the ununiform cold work. So further we have modified this to hexagonal pilgering. So we'll make a pre-final HexCan of bigger size, which will solution anneal and will nullify the ununiform cold work. And then we are forming with 22 or 20% cold work, which will have the uniform micro hardness or cold work. So this show the all 6 corner and up to the center of the flat parts, that now the hardness variation is less and it is a uniform cold work. And furthermore, again for the new generation, the ferritic martensitic gate 9 Kuro 1 moly HexCan has been chosen as a future material. For that also we have done, and we have done the normalizing and temper, and we have meet all the properties. So in the future core of the PFBR will be this material. So that also we have established. So the conclusion is that we have established the PFBR core structural and also clad tubes, and the fast core, all the structural we have delivered, and reactor is at final stage of commissioning. All the process parameter has been studied to establish the required stringent mechanical chemical properties of this HexCan. And also future material we have also taken up to meet the enhanced burn-up of the PFBR. Thank you all.
Thank you. Can I take one question? Anybody? One question from me. What is the advantage of having a hexagonal, circular to hexagonal? What is the advantage of
Sir, actually, in the PFBR reactor, the core is very compact, so it should be a hexagonal shape so that your reactor will be very compact, and because of that, hexagonal shape is required for the PFBR kind of reactor. Whereas PHWR all are circular tubes, because here the core has to be very compact and high power density. So when we have done circular to hexagon, it is showing some ununiformity with respect to the corners and flat. So hexagon to hexagon, it is showing more uniform cold work distribution. So it will have more uniform and dimensional stability in the reactor. So that is the advantage from transforming from circular to hexagon to hexagon to hexagon.
Okay. What is the composition difference between the SS316 and this one?
As I told you, sir, the composition, because nickel in the SS316, it is 8% minimum. Here it is 14.5 to 15.5. So nickel percentage has been increased. So the chemistry has been tailored in such a way that it will give the very good stability with respect to the void soiling resistance and irradiation creep in the reactors. So nickel has been increased, chromium has been reduced, and some element ratio has been maintained to give the stability in the reactor and more stable microstructure, no segregation of alloying element. So that's why these changes has been made.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. Thank you. Now the fifth paper of this session from IIT Bhilai Raipur, Vellore Institute of, it's a collaborative paper from IIT Bhilai Raipur, Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, Sri Siva Subramanian Adars College of Engineering, Chennai. The presenters Anand Bisekar, MD Saad Patel, S. Annamalai, M. Sunil Kumar, Rahul Jain, and Jose Manuel. And the title of the paper is Role of Nickel Particulate Reinforcements on Grind Refinement and Solidification Texture during the casting of AZ31 Magnesium Composite. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. As the chairman has given the entire title of the paper, my presentation shows a very short form of the title. And in general, I don't like to stand, just with the podium, but the mic ties the speaker with the podium. Fine. I will not take too much time. So the idea of this presentation is twofold. One, in fact, all the fundamental aspects that I wanted to cover is already covered by a series of speakers in this particular session. We are trying to address few problems which other speakers have already tried to address by different attempts. The first one is about the ductility problem that exists with magnesium alloy. And next one is about the metal matrix composites, where the reinforcement particle plays a very vital role. And we have seen two separate presentations addressing one form or the other of these particular challenges. And I am coming to just give a third perspective to this problem. It will not be good to proceed without duly acknowledging the contributors to this particular work. The principal contributor is Mohammad Saad Patel, who is a PhD scholar in Vellore Institute of Technology, Chennai, and he was there in our lab for a very short while, during which this work was executed. And the next one is Mr. Anand Bisekar. He's a research engineer in our group, and he was the mastermind behind planning and executing this major work. And then I have my colleague, Dr. Rahul Jain, who is a faculty in our institute. Probably many of you are hearing this name. IIT is known to you, but IIT in Bhilai is probably not known to many of you. It is in the state of Chhattisgarh, and now it has a very beautiful campus. So anytime if you are passing by that region, I would always welcome you to visit our campus, and especially you can come and have a discussion with our faculty members. And along with them, there are two more intern students, and this work was fully funded by SCRB under their program Accelerate Vigyan. there is a distance problem. Can you move on to the next slide, please? Okay. Next. Yeah. So I call this magnesium as a magnificent magnesium. Why? So we all know about aluminum, and we always try to compare aluminum with steel in terms of two things. One is its weight, which we say the weight is very low, and the other one is its specific strength, right? Because its strength is lesser than steel, but then the specific strength is higher. Then comes magnesium. Magnesium is known to be the lightest structural material available to us, and magnesium is even less denser than aluminum. And this is a very beautiful image. I don't know who is the author of this image, but it gives a very clear picture of where magnesium stands in terms of its stiffness and in terms of its weight with other major material like steel, aluminum, and titanium, which are their competitors. Interestingly, magnesium has a very peculiar crystal structure, and that makes the alloy very interesting, and that poses a lot of challenges to the physical metallurgists who are obviously working on this material to make it right structural choice for future. We all know aluminum has a face-centered cubic structure, and also Professor Suhas was talking about its stacking fault energy, which again gives a lot of challenge for us to work on aluminum alloy. But then that gives us the possibility of improving the strength of the material and simultaneously playing with its ductility. Whereas hexagonal closed packed structure, the HCP structure, has a lot of challenges to it. You know, it provides high strength, it resists deformation, and it provides asymmetric deformation for the material. You know, the material deforms differently when it is under tensile load, and it deforms differently when it is under a compressive load. We call it as tension to compression yield asymmetry, right? And these are the problems which are available with magnesium, and at least to my knowledge, for the past few decades, extensive amount of work is being carried out, at least in this particular dimension. First one, to improve the performance of magnesium by adding alloying elements, and secondly is to tackle the tension to compression yield asymmetric problem. Okay. As I said, there are few approaches which could address these two problems. The first one is grain refinement. Thanks to Professor Satyam Suhas, he has extensively covered the importance of grain refinement, the processes, the so-called severe plastic deformation, which helps in significantly refining the microstructure without much of energy, may it be thermal energy or mechanical energy, and that leads to change in the mechanical property. And the next approach is also to control the texture, because this is the known approach to control the tension compression asymmetry. And in our work, we are trying to address both of these problems, possibly by one solution, and which is improving the mechanical performance and then simultaneously having a control on the asymmetry. Yeah. So this ATM is centered around the theme of sustainable manufacturing and sustainable material development. So we are also rightly adopted a green manufacturing approach in this particular process, where we are trying to develop the reinforcement particle through a green approach. Because we all know, we have also seen few presentations where people are working on indigenously developing the powder material, may it be for additive manufacturing or for powder metallurgy process, but then the fabrication of powders specific to the requirement of any application is highly challenging, and also it is cost intensive, right? So here we are trying to find an approach where we can develop powders of desired morphology from machining chips. Why we do it? We know machining chips are going as a scrap, and also it comes back to the economy by a conventional process. But then these are some important aspects that we should consider when we are using a conventional melting process for recycling the chips, right? The manufacturing cost has to be minimum, whereas it is, adding some additional cost when you are putting it to the conventional process. Environmental impact, energy consumption, these two should be minimum, but then the environmental impact is high. I'm telling this because it is again going back to the energy intensive process when it has to be recycled. Just 1 minute, okay. Fine, so I will just quickly go through the results. Right, we all know about this process, mechanical alloying process, which is primarily used for two applications. One is to break the particles, and sometimes it is also used to alloy the material in its solid state. So we are using this process, I will just skip this, to develop the powder. So with the help of mechanical alloying, with the help of ball milling, we were able to develop the fine particles. Of course, we are not presenting the details about this because this is under the process of patenting. And through the mechanical sieve shaker, we were able to segregate the particles of different size. And we are parallelly working on two different approaches for utilization of this powder. And in this particular work, we are using it as a reinforcement. Oh, I failed to say this. The powders that we are using here is from the Inconel alloy, the nickel-based alloy, 618 series. So that nickel alloy is going as a reinforcement into magnesium alloy AZ31. This is the process route. So the nickel powder, which is generated from ball milling, is subjected to stir casting process. Anyway, stir casting process is now known. And this is the impact it gives to the material's microstructure. These are metal particles, and these just act as the recrystallizing cedars, when you put it in the stir casting process. So it refines the nucleation of your magnesium matrix, and also it breaks the second phase particles, the beta particles in this particular alloy. And its impact on the mechanical process, the mechanical performance is very clearly evident, but then that is not the end to it. I am going to end this with questions, and which are very critical questions. Okay, the strength got improved thanks to the refinement of the microstructure. The hardness has improved thanks to the distribution of load between the matrix and reinforcement. But then what happened to the asymmetry? So we are working on that to understand what happened to the asymmetry.
It's already time.
Yeah. And then is it going to solve the formability problem? And then what is the response to fatigue loading? And then can we club this with further refinement process? So these are my points for today's article. Thank you.
Thank you. There is no if any questions? Okay, thank you.
So with this, we come to the end of this technical sessions for today. Thank you to our session chair, Dr. Shiva Kumar. And I'll call Dr. Animesh Mandal, Professor IIT Bhubaneswar, to felicitate our session chair.
Thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.